Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Ignite the Hunger in You Summit 2021. We are going live very soon. Until then, enjoy the music, and we'll see you shortly.
Good morning, everybody. Good, fabulous Saturday morning. I'm thinking that it's amazing, it's beautiful, it's gorgeous. Good afternoon, good evening, and wherever you are in the world, well, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Saturday. It's a beautiful day. It's day 3 of Ignite the Hunger in You Summit. It is absolutely the most amazing moment. It's still dark outside, but that's okay because we get ready, we get rolling, and we get moving. We do what we need to do because we want to ignite you. Hey, I should say that more often. We do what we do because we want to ignite you. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, I'm JB Owen, the CEO and founder of Ignite Publishing and the spearheader of this big Ignite movement of igniting the planet, igniting a billion lives with a billion words, making things happen, stepping up in the world, igniting humanity, and just creating that fabulous ripple effect wherever you are. I hope that you're feeling energized. I hope that you're like, whoa, here we go. We are about to go. We are about to make some magic happen. We want to ignite your lives and make fun in the world for you. And so here we are doing just that. All right. Well, what is this summit all about? If you've just joined us, Ignite the Hunger in You is a movement. It is a process and it is a transformation. If you're part of the Ignite community, welcome. We love you. We love the Ignite community. Over 700 authors have come through our platform and made a difference in their lives. If you're brand new to Ignite, well, welcome. We want to have you here. If you're a friend of JB, well, you know I'm going to be crazy, kooky, wild, and wonderful today, having some fun. And if you're just brand new, if you're part of the Les Brown community and you're jumped over here because you know what Les Brown does and anything he does is fantastic and you want to see what it's all about, well, we want to welcome you also because we know that if you hang out with Les Brown, then you are hungry for greatness and hungry for something new. And that's what we want to provide for you. Something new, something dynamic, something you may not have heard before. And that's going to be the trigger that absolutely sends you into that next place where you want to accelerate your life. Now, you may have heard some of the things we've said before. In fact, you may be like, I've heard that before. I've heard that before. I've heard that before. And if that is the case, then bravo, because if you've heard it before, then that means the universe is trying to tell you it again and again. And something you hear today is something you've heard before. And today is a reminder. In fact, sometimes the brain, there's been studies to say that it needs to hear something 2 to 15 times before it makes a decision. And so if you are hearing something today for the second time, the third time, the fourth time, you got to say to yourself, why does this keep coming up for me? Why do I keep hearing this? And then we encourage you to take action on that. We're all about motivation, inspiration, transformation. These are the things that we magnetize in our lives and make exciting, not just for ourselves, but now for you. One of the things that Ignite is all about is igniting humanity. How do we make an impact? We are at a time in our lives now more than ever. We can all agree. We didn't see this coming. We didn't know that the world was going to be like this. That being said, here we are. We're in this moment. This is our time. Here we are, 2021, needing to make decisions we've never had to do before, looking to the future in a way we've never had to do before. And I really want to encourage everyone on the planet to look to that future in a way that is going to be inspiring, igniting, amplifying, expanding, loving, caring, full of compassion. For the first time ever, we all have this common denominator. And I've said this before. I remember when the fires were happening in Australia, I could understand them, but I truly couldn't relate to all of the devastation and impact. I've been hearing for years about what's happening in Africa and the starvation and the lack of water and the lack of food. I am privileged to live in Canada and I've lived all over the world, but I've never actually lived in Africa. So I can't really relate to what's going on. I can't feel it to the same degree as the people who are living there. And so for a lot of us, we've seen the floods, we've seen the tornadoes, we've seen the hurricanes, we've seen the tsunamis, we've seen the tragedies, we've seen the war, we've heard about it, but we haven't actually felt it. It hasn't been in our sphere. We've been aware of it, but we haven't really felt it. For the first time ever now, every single person on the planet is feeling the same thing. We're feeling the same impacts of the pandemic. We're feeling this common denominator. We truly can understand how every single person around the world is feeling because we know that they are impacted by this experience that's happening right now. Now, what if we could turn the tables on that? What if every single person could be impacted by the same positive experience? What if every single person had the same common denominator of igniting their lives, of creating what's possible, of stepping into their greatness? What if that became the new infectious pandemic of the world? Possibilities, uh, inspiration, caring, compassion. That's what we're all about. That's what we want to do. And we know that if we do it one person at a time, that person will infect another person with caring and love. And that person will infect another person with joy and possibilities. And that person will infect another person. And that will be the new normal. That will be the thing that's common amongst us all. I love to say that stories bring us together. And this summit is all about the stories of 35 amazing people, including myself, stories of transformation, stories of what we call Ignite Moments. If you haven't heard of what Ignite Moment is, well, buckle up because you're about to, and you've got one or many. Ignite Moments are those powerful moments that change you. They're those moments that awaken you, those moments that have you looking at life differently, having you step into your world in a new way with new vigor and zest and joy. Ignite moments sometimes take us to our knees. Sometimes they're difficult. Sometimes they're the hardest thing we've ever been through. But in hindsight, those Ignite moments become one of the most glorious lessons and one of the most beautiful pushes we ever needed. Many people have had Ignite moments in the last 2 years about this is the relationship I want to be in or don't want to be in. This is the job I want to do or don't want to do. This is how I want to spend my day and not spend my day. This is what matters to me. My health, my kids, my purpose, my mission. So many Ignite moments have been sparked by this, let's say, beautiful experience, this beautiful trigger, this beautiful push to get everybody to awaken to what matters to them. And I'm sure if you can reflect on the last 18 months, you could probably say there were some times that I had, that you, not I, but I, yes, you and I together made a conscious decision of how we wanted to do our lives differently. I actually made a joke early in the pandemic when we were all in sheltering in and then we came out. I was like, look, if you haven't had Starbucks for 2 months or 4 months because you've been sheltered in, you don't need to go back. You don't need to go back and have that coffee every single day that, is not so good for your body, not so good for your pocketbook. If you've been sheltering in and not talking to those neighbors or not talking to those naysayers or not hanging out with those people who aren't so good for you, then guess what? You don't have to start hanging out with them again. I actually felt like when everybody sheltered in, they had the opportunity to really redefine what was important to them and then step back into their lives or recreate their lives in a way of exactly how they wanted it to be. Now, Ignite moments trigger that same thing. It doesn't have to be a pandemic, but for some of our authors, it was a moment of homelessness. It was a moment of separation. It was a moment of loss. It was a moment of wondering if they should carry on or continue. It was a moment where they had to make a big decision, a big change, a big transformation. And that's what today is all about, transformation. And we want to be the catalyst to create transformation in you. We want to support you in your Ignite moment. We want to help you redefine what's important to you and then allow you to look back at the many things that have happened in your life and assign a new meaning to them, a meaning that is going to propel you forward, a meaning that's going to give you purpose and passion and desire, a meaning that is going to ultimately help others. The thing that's big for me right now is legacy. We need to be thinking about legacy, about the next generation, about the next group of people, about our children and our children's children. How can we create legacy? How can we build a legacy so that our kids feel like there is hope for them? Feel like the future will be amazing for them. We have to build legacy on foundations of strength, compassion, camaraderie, and connection. And that's what this is. Ignite is a community of people who are heart-centered and soul-centered, and they want to inspire you to be a part of this community so that you can grow that in your community. And that's what we're all about today. Super fun, super enjoyable, super, super fabulous, all kinds of great things. I'd love for the team to show our Prague video about Ignite as a community. If you don't know about us, we'd love to show you this video about who we are, a little bit about what we do. You can see the smiles on some of our authors' faces. We'll show you this little video, and when we come back, We're going to step into our guest speaker. We have a fantastic feature guest speaker. Don't go away. Gary Sanchez is going to be here. He talks about the why. Why do you do what you do? And then I'm going to be sharing. Our authors are going to be here. We have more celebrity guests today. Forbes Riley's showing up today. All kinds of fun stuff. So don't go anywhere. Get that comfy blanket, find your favorite chair, grab your tea, your coffee, your green juice, whatever it is that you love to enjoy, and just saddle up because we're going to have the most amazing day ever. All right, check out our community here, and we'll check out what we've been doing with our book launches. Ignite, a community of individuals enjoying, sharing, loving, caring with one another, and using their words to empower, inspire, and motivate the community, humanity, and others around them doing what they love and being the best version of themselves.
The Ignite moment is every day to remind myself of the beauty within and that I'm worthy everything in the world, and so should be you. You're brilliant, you're great, and you just have to take a leap and start believing it from day one. And be happy, be joyful, because there's a lot of things you've gained, and there's a lot of challenges you're going to be facing the same as I did, but it's completely worth it. So be brave, be extraordinary the way you were born.
I am so grateful that I was invited to join the project because it really pushed and stretched me and got me out of my comfort zone. I'm just so proud to be a part of this best-selling book. So I advise anyone who's sitting on the fence or thinking about it to sign up, as it will definitely change your life and it'll be a ton of fun and you'll meet incredible people along the way.
So have fun, share your story, and good luck with your adventures in using Ignite for sharing your story.
So exciting! I know, so fun. I love that video because you see the smiling faces and the people that have told their stories. There are people in that video from all over the world that came to one of our book launches in Prague, and we talked about that Ignite moment. Well, today we're talking about the book launch, the amazing new book called Ignite the Hunger in You. That's right, Ignite the Hunger in You, this new book. And you can see at the top, Les Brown, JB Owen, and 33 other authors have come into this book. Let me just give you a little glance on the inside. Like, let's see the magic of this book. You're going to see these fantastic, phenomenal, superstar authors who all came together to tell their story. And they are here today to share with you the many things that they have learned, the lessons, I call them the golden nuggets that have come from their story that they are wanting you to learn. Because guess what? They're just a few steps ahead of you in an experience that you can relate to. Something has happened in their life that has pulled them forward. They want to share a little bit of wisdom from that experience. They want to help you avoid some of the speed bumps and the potholes in that similar experience. And their story is designed to say, you know what? If he can do that, I can do that. If she can get there, I can get there. And that's why they're here today to share. So a lot of things are going to be happening, but let me give you an overview and do a little housekeeping today for between now and the next 10 hours. That's right, 10 hours of live. We're going to be sharing with you how to ignite your life and step into your greatness, how to ignite the hunger in you. And that means the passion, the desire, and the inspiration. We're going to be talking to all of our authors in regards to this book. Now, this book is available, guess what, folks? Everywhere. You can get this book literally everywhere. But we would love today for you to go to Amazon, download a copy, purchase a copy, not just for you, but for your family members. If you go to Amazon, you can get a copy of this book and they will ship it directly to you. And if you want to buy it for someone, guess what? Amazon is so cool. They will ship it directly to your gift recipient also. Now you're going to get a copy of this book in your hot, beautiful hands, and you're going to be able to read not just my story, Les Brown's story, and 33 other amazing people just like you. When you see those photos, you know what? You're like, there's someone in that book just like me. This is not a book full of cookie cutter JBs. I actually was saying that to my husband last night. I'm like, you know what I love about this book is it's not a community of people that look exactly like me. This is people from all over the world. This is from people from all different walks of life. This is people of different ages, different genders, different backgrounds, different experiences. And that's what I love. That's what makes this book so powerful, so beautiful, so phenomenal. Look at all these authors, all kinds of different people. We call this the rainbow of stories, because someone in this book, if not many, you can relate to. You can relate to someone in this book. So go to Amazon and get a copy for yourself and for your friends. Yesterday, we heard some people buy 8 copies, 10 copies, 12 copies. We even had somebody who bought a copy for everyone in their office. So you're going to go to Amazon and you're going to download or purchase the copy. And then you're going to do something really cool. You're going to take a screenshot of the receipt, or you're going to do a snippet in your computer. You're going to capture the receipt in your purchase, and then you're going to go to the secret link. It's already this morning. I'm telling you about the secret link. It's mentorwithles.com. Now, why are you going to go to the secret link? Well, because Les Brown himself has decided to create a contest so that all the people that purchase this book will have an opportunity to mentor one-on-one with him. All the people that purchase a copy of the book will have an opportunity to enter to win an opportunity to coach with him one-on-one. Enter to win an opportunity. Let me just say that again, because Les Brown, as you know, and if you don't know, one of the, in fact, Google it, #1 motivational speaker on the planet, Les Brown. #1 motivational speaker on the planet, Les Brown, spoke to 80,000 people in the Georgia Dome, has been in the motivational transformational business for 50 years, has spoken all over the world, been on hundreds and hundreds of stages, 1.9 million people on his Facebook page. This gentleman is an icon. And he is going to make it possible for you to coach one-on-one with him. Be with him one-on-one, share with him, and he share to you and empower you and inspire you. And all you have to do is go to Amazon or any of the other outlets that has our book available, purchase it, and then go to mentorwithles.com and upload that receipt, proof of purchase, and you will be entered to win. Now, why is Les Brown doing this? Why does he want to make himself available? Because every single purchase, every dollar that we make from the online sales of this book will go towards building the Possibility School of Hope. That's right. Ignite Possibility School of Hope. We're building a school in Cambodia, and all the online proceeds are going towards building bricks. That's right. The team is going to show you how you can download the receipt to mentorwithles.com, or if you've already got your book and you want to contribute, yes, we are building a school in Cambodia. The Ignite Possibility School of Hope is helping to build a 5-classroom school for 80 children in a rural, undeveloped area for underprivileged kids who need literacy, who need opportunity, who absolutely deserve to be in a school environment that can teach them and expand their mind. Now, every dollar that we make online with the sales of this book are going to buy bricks, 35,000 bricks to build a school. And you know the fascinating thing? They can build a school in 6 days. That's right. If you go to classroomofhope.org, you're going to see a fantastic little video of them building a school in 6 days. It is absolutely phenomenal with recycled bricks made from plastic waste. I know, it's absolutely incredible. This is the power of partnership. Ignite Publishing is helping you and helping others and helping humanity. And what Les Brown did was partner with us to create this next book, Ignite the Hunger in You. We partnered with Classroom of Hope to take the proceeds of this book to build a school. Classroom of Hope partnered with a company in Finland who is making bricks to build schools out of recycled material. That company in Finland, they worked with that Lego and IKEA to help develop these bricks. So what a great story about partnership and about collaboration. And so as you can see down the daisy chain of people collaborating and working together, children are ultimately going to benefit and their lives will be ignited. I am so excited about this initiative. I am so passionate about helping to build the schools. I've decided in 2022, I'm going to declare it. I want to work towards building 12 schools. But this is our first one, Ignite Possibilities, School of Hope. And every single purchase of this book will go towards helping build this school. That means you are going to be a part of those bricks. So if you download a book for $1.99, 2 bricks in the school. If you purchase a book, 30 bricks in the school. If you go to Ignite Possibilities, Classroom of Hope, / Ignite Moments, our URL, you'll see it there. If you go there and you donate directly, those donations to the charity Classroom of Hope, and the team will bring it up, is all of that will be bricks. Those will be bricks. One of our feature speakers on our first day of the summit, she's like, my favorite number is 108. I'm going to go buy 108 bricks. And so any dollar you donate to the school will help buy bricks. And that means just $1 can buy a brick. Just $2 can buy 2 bricks. Even if you have just $5, you can contribute 5 bricks. Now, I want to challenge every single person on this call right now. If you do nothing else today to earn your angel wings, go to that link where we have the Possibility School of Hope and donate $5. Absolutely. You can take your phone, bring it up again, team, leave it up, please. The Possibility School of Hope. You want to leave that up. It's a long URL, so people need to take a second. Go to that URL. We'll bring it up on the screen, the Possibility School of Hope. Take your phone and take a screenshot of it, and that way you'll have it forever. In fact, you'll have it so you can share with people. You can go to it, screenshot it on your phone, and that way you can go directly to this link and donate even $5. I want to challenge all my Facebook friends. I have over 4,900 Facebook friends. I want to challenge every single one of you. If you know JB's name, if you've heard the name JB Owen, I want to challenge you to go to the school, to that URL, and donate $5. Because I know that if every single one of my Facebook friends, every single one of you listening here today, every single one of you watching this replay or watching this recap, all the tentacles of the power of social media. We're live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Roku TV. If you please go to this link, and I know that if each and every one of you just donated $5, at the end of today, we would have the funds we need for the school. And I am so passionate about it. I'm not going to stop talking about it because I know the power of the people, the power that we can do. All you need to do is click on that link, go there. And all I ask is that you donate $5. I know it's Christmas. It's the spirit of giving. All kinds of different things are happening this year. We're not allowed to give the way we used to. We're not in the mall like we used to and giving to the Santas who are carrying those, jingling those bells. We're not able to go to as many charity events. We're not at the charity auctions. We're not at the big staff parties buying the auction items. We're not able to give this year as much as possible. And so I'm going to passionately ask you to go to this link. If you are listening to me, go to this link and donate $5 because I know the $5 from you and $5 from the next person and $5 from the next person will absolutely make a huge difference. Now, $5 to you might not be a lot. You spent $5 on your last latte. You spent $5 the last time you jumped into the gas station and bought a pack of gum and a granola bar. You spent $5 easily the last time you were at the grocery store and bought one of those magazines. So today I'm going to ask that you take that $5 and put it towards building a school for kids, building a school for children to feel safe, for children to feel comforted, for children to feel like they can learn, like they're allowed, like they're good enough. I've been watching the videos and I'm going to go on my soapbox a little bit because I've been seeing the videos of those kids sitting on the dirt, sitting on the ground in the dirt with little tiny sticks and a couple of tarps underneath the shade of a tree going to school with their teacher standing on a tiny little dirt pile. No blackboards, no books, no desks, no chairs. They've been sitting on the dirt floor with little tiny tarps around them. not feeling worthy, not feeling important, not feeling loved, not feeling cared for, not feeling like they have the ability to expand their minds. And so that gets me so passionate to know that we can build a classroom with walls and a floor and a roof. So the rain isn't on them and the wind isn't on them. So they can have desks to sit in, so they can look over books, school books and textbooks that we will send them. And they can be a part of something that allows them to have a pencil in their hand to write their story, to share their story, to awaken their minds that one day one of those children might just be the one who cures this pandemic, who cures something else, who invents something else, who saves the planet, who saves the polar ice caps, who helps end world hunger. One of those children, I have that belief that one of the children I am going to help is going to be those children that go out and do fantastic things in the planet, that sit in the chairs in the UN, that stand on the podiums in politics, that write the books that change the minds of others, because we built that school for them, to foster them, to support them. And so passionately and compassionately, I ask you to go to that link and just donate $5. So at the end of today, we can tell Classroom of Hope, you know what? We raised enough money to build your school. And if $5 is too much, go to Amazon, download this book for $1.99, and we will donate for you. Purchase this book for $30, and we will donate for you. And we will make sure that those bricks happen. I love it. I feel it. I absolutely committed to making it happen. So thank you so much for listening. All right. Well, let's make some magic happen. Are we ready to go, folks? Is this ready? Are we ready? Or is our guest here? Is Gary here? Let's do it. Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you the power of collaboration, the power of meeting people, and the power of locking arms and making connections. So there is no coincidence ever. There's no coincidence that you are here. There's no coincidence that you're listening to my voice. There's no coincidence that you have this book. And if you have this book already, go to Amazon and leave a review, because your review will inspire somebody else to get the book. It isn't a coincidence that you are ready to be ignited. It isn't coincidence that you heard Les Brown. And it's no coincidence that this morning you're going to hear Mr. Gary Sanchez, because I was connected to him recently, just recently. But here's what happened. Birds of a feather flock together, and you are magnetized towards something that is going to impact you at all times. When you are awakened, the universe brings things to you, opens doors to you. And I met Gary, and it was just ta-da! He has a program that I absolutely adore and love. It's called the Y Institute. He has this test and all kinds of things. We're going to talk about it, but I just want you to know that you are in for a treat. So enjoy. Stay tuned. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Gary Sanchez.
JB, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, and thanks for being here. I know it's an early morning, early afternoon, early evening, wherever people are in the world, but we love having you here, and bravo. Thank you, because, well, I'm kind of just charmed and enamored with you.
Well, you said something just a minute ago. It's interesting. On my way here, I'm at my office, and on my way over here this year for Christmas, we decided in our family that we're not going to get presents for each other, but we're going to figure out how to help other people. And I've been trying to figure out, okay, where am I going to make that impact? And just as I sit down here to come on, you start talking about ways that we can donate to your cause. And so that's what I'm going to do. So there are no coincidences. It's really funny. The timing is just perfect. I wanted something to give to. Now I've got something perfect to give to.
I love it. Thank you so much. And you please go to classroomofhope.org. You'll see it is so powerful, the things that they are doing there, building the school, providing school supplies for the kids. They even provide bicycles for the kids to ride to school. And it just lifts my heart. So thank you. It is no coincidence. I so appreciate it. And your family, thank you to your family. And we love it. Well, Gary, you have ignited me in lots of ways. You have an amazing program called the Y Institute. Tell us about it, because I know people are excited. I've been talking about it all week. My husband's involved. My kids are involved. I got my authors involved. Share a little bit about what the Y Institute is and how did it evolve?
Great. So, if you've spent much time in personal growth, you know that there are so many speakers and gurus that talk about the power of knowing your why. And everybody agrees. Yeah, you got to know your why. You got to know your why before you embark on anything, before you write your book, before you tell your story, you got to know your why. And that's such a great concept, but it doesn't have much use if you don't know your why. And that's kind of what happened with me. I was actually a dentist for the last 32 years. And it's funny because when I think back in my life to even when, back to high school, and you're asked to pick a major, what are you going to major in, right? We were all asked that if you're going off to college, what are you going to major in? And I don't know. Where do you want to go to school? Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. You don't know what you want to do way back then. And you just
I've got
go with the
teenagers.
flow.
I got 3 teenagers. They're all doing that. Like, I don't know why. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to decide right now? It's so true.
So what I did was I just went to the place that was the most fun, where my friends were at, which was the University of Colorado in Boulder. And then I went in with a major of undecided. Right? Undecided, because I don't know. And I lived with that until I was finally had to make a choice. The beginning of my junior year. And, I almost had an emotional breakdown or mental breakdown trying to figure that out. So I just picked the major that I had the best grade in that class, which was biology. So here I am, a biology major for no particular reason. But then 6 months later, you got to figure out, well, what are you going to do with that degree? Well, heck, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I just knew it was the best way to go in that moment. And so I ended up going off to dental school. My dad was a dentist. I thought, heck, I'll go try it. Just another decision by default. No real reason. It wasn't like my lifelong passion. Some people are lucky, JB. They have a way to make that decision. They already know, I think, when they're born what they want to do. But it didn't work out that way for me. And I don't know if it did for you, but it doesn't sound like it is for your kids. Yeah. And so I went off, right? I just went off to dental school. It turned out that I enjoyed it. But when I got out of dental school, JB, the advice that I was given was build a great product and people will come. Have you ever heard that, right?
Yeah.
Build a great product
and they will come. Just do it.
Yeah, just do it and do it really well and they'll come. And so I did that. I spent 20 years going to the highest levels you can go to in dentistry, building a beautiful facility, a really well-trained team. I had all the stuff. I had a great what, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't getting the kind of results, the kind of success, the people coming to me that I thought I would. People didn't go to parties and say, hey, look at all the nice crowns Dr. Sanchez did for me, right? They wanted you to say, hey, you got a great smile, and them say, thank you. And so it didn't turn out the way I thought it would, and I became very disillusioned. I had hired a coach. I had to help me, a guy by the name of John Assaraf, and through him, I learned how to use the internet. I learned how to do websites and drip campaigns and SEO and all that stuff so I can get my message out to the world. I can tell everybody how great I am. But the problem was, what am I going to say? Right? What am I going to say that separates me from everybody else who does what I do? And since I didn't know what to say, I just kind of stayed quiet until one day, JB, I heard John Assaraf interview Simon Sinek. And I'm sure you've heard of the book Start With Why, right?
Absolutely. Great book. Great speech. Absolutely. Great. He's redefined this. And now you taking it to the next level, but go ahead. I love this story already.
So I learned about I saw his TED Talk probably 40 times. I bought his book, read it many, many times. And I was like, this is the missing piece. I've got a great what, but I don't know my why. If I just knew my why, I would know what to do. I'd know how to talk about it. I'd know how to build everything if I just knew my why. And so I became obsessed with discovering my why. So I called Simon and I said, Simon, I need you to help me discover my why. And so he didn't really have a process at that time. And this was back in 2009. So he and I spent about 8 months together going back through my life, looking for clues as to why do I do what I do? And we kept working on it and working on it. And finally, I figured out my why. And my why is to find a better way and then share it. My life is all about finding better ways to do things and then sharing them. I've got lots of patents and products and inventions that are all better ways of doing things. So my life just started to make so much sense to me. And so I took what I learned from John Assaraf and I took what I learned from Simon and I created this whyification process back in 2010 and I applied it to my practice. So instead of talking about what we do, crowns, bridges, fillings, complete gum, all the stuff that a dentist does, we started talking about why we do what we do and what it is we believe. And we believe that life is better when you have great teeth. In fact, it's very challenging to have a great life if you have bad teeth. And so as we started to talk about why we do it instead of what we do, my practice took off. And I went from just getting by to having abundance, from 4 to 6 new patients a month to 35 to 45 new patients a month. And in our practice, a patient is worth about $6,000. So it was very positive for us, most fun, most satisfaction. And so as that was happening, the other dentists around me that I was studying with kept saying, well, how did you do that? What did you do? Can you help me? So since my why is to find a better way, I went back and figured out what Simon was trying to do, and I made it better. So instead of taking 6 or 8 or 10 months to help someone discover their why, I could sit down with you, JB, and in about an hour, I could help you discover your why. And then I could help you build your messaging and your marketing and your branding and your culture, all based on your why, so that it was real and it was authentic. And it was what you've been trying to say, but didn't have the words to say. And so I did this with about 150 dentists. And then I started getting calls from chiropractors. And then I started getting calls from lawyers. And then businesses kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we've done this with thousands of companies, and I've taken hundreds of thousands of people through this process. But what happened along the way, JB, is that, I became obsessed with helping people discover their why. And so if you remember, at this point, I'm a dentist.
Right.
So now you're in my practice and you're going to get some work done. And then now we make your tooth numb, or we start to get your tooth numb. And now I've got about 5 minutes or so just to sit and talk to you. So every patient's now going to get their why discovered. And if you're sitting next to me on an airplane, you're going to get your why discovered. So I was doing this all over the world, on stages, on Skype. I would bring people out of the audience on stage with me, and I would discover their why and then help them build all of that right on stage in front of everybody. And what happens when you become obsessed with something, as you already know, is you start to notice patterns and trends and similarities. And I started to write down all of the whys that I discovered. And I figured out that there's only 9 different whys. And once I figured out there were 9 different whys, then a whole nother world opened up. Then I could help somebody discover their why in about 15 minutes. Then I could train other coaches, consultants, creative agencies on how to do what I was doing. And then we started getting lots and lots of data. And with that data, then I was able to develop the algorithm and write the software, which is what you took to go online now and discover your why in about 5 minutes. And so
I want to say, I love that process. I just have to interrupt, folks. I did go online and do Gary's test, or quiz, or walk through his process. And I want to say, I loved it. First of all, I love the questions. I love the process, and I love that there was this result at the end. It was just so fantastic. I had such a great feeling from it. I was like, okay, my why has been classified. I now know what my why is. And when I read it, I was like, oh, that is so me.
So let me dive into that a little bit. So the why discovery, which is what you were talking about, there's about 1,500 possible question options, but I used logic-based programming. So as you answer a question, it wipes away the ones you don't need to answer. So instead of making you answer 100 or 200 questions and then filtering it, we filter as you go, which is a better way. And so that you only had to answer about 8 to 12 questions to get to your why. So it's going to be very fast for everybody. So I'm not going to make you sit for an hour and answer questions. In about 5 minutes, you will know your why. Now that's step 1. So knowing your why is the first step, I believe. So you talked about passion, JB. You talked about igniting that passion. So passion is that fuel that gives you the energy to pursue your dreams, to write your book, to live your life. Passion is that fuel. Without passion, you don't have energy. And without energy, you don't have really anything. Right? You won't stick with it because you don't have passion. So where does passion come from? When what you do is in line with why you do what you do, you will have passion for what you do. Let me say that again. When what you choose to do with your life, when what your kids choose to do with their life is in line with their why, then they will have passion for what they do. They will love to do it all day long and all night long. Well, let's go to your why right now, because you and I have the same why, right? To find a better way and share it. So what is this? What are we on right now? This summit, your books, your life, your direction, has all been about finding better ways to do things and then sharing them. Is that right?
Yeah, it's so true. Last night, Gary, yesterday we did 10 hours and 17 minutes of live streaming. I was on the call live for 10 hours and 17 minutes. I got off the call. I was so excited. I was so filled with joy. I was so elated. People were texting me like, how do you do it? How could you say it? I can't believe it. And going to your point, I love it. It totally fills my why. It is absolutely the better way for me to do what I do. It's why I do it. And I'm so passionate about it. And so I want to say, like, when I took your test and I found out what my why is, which one of the whys I am, read the description of it, all the analysis that you did. I loved you did in business and relationships and all this. I was like, yes, that is exactly why I do what I do. And that is why I keep doing what I do. And so thank you for even just giving me that confirmation, because now I'm like, that's my why. And that's why I do it.
So what it does for the audience, this is what it will do for you. Right now, you have a sense probably of what your why is, but it will give you the words to clearly articulate why you do what you do. Now, like I said, that is first step one. Step two is knowing your how, and then your what. So you know your why, your how, and your what. We call that your YOS, your why operating system. It's the system that drives you. And so once we discovered the why once we created the why discovery, then I went to work on creating the YOS discovery, where you can do your why, your how, and your what. And that's the one you actually took, JB, because we have now your why, your how, and your what. And so your why was to find a better way and share it. How you do that is by challenging the status quo and thinking outside the box. And ultimately, what you bring is the right way to get results. And so that puts it all together. So now when we look at JB, we know so much more about her. We see her in much more of a three-dimensional picture as to not only why she does what she does, but then how she's going to go about doing it. So she's going to challenge you to think bigger. She's going to challenge you to get outside of that box that you've put yourself in that you don't need to be in. She's going to challenge you to imagine extraordinary. She's going to challenge you to see things that you've never seen before. And then once she's done that, she's going to then bring you the structure, the process, the system to get predictable, consistent results, whether that's a book, whether that's a summit, whether that's a standing up in front of the audience and giving a speech, whether that's the right way to tell your story. So now you have a much better sense of her why, her how, and her what. And how does that feel to you, JB? Does that feel like it's on track?
You know, all my team in the background and all my authors who are watching, they're like nodding their head, because they're like, absolutely, like, she challenges us so much. And I tell my clients all the time, like, if you want to work with a coach that pats you on the head and tells you it's all okay and let's figure it out together, I'm not really that coach, because I'm like, let's get in there, let's do it, let's push. What's the idea? You want to go to the moon? Okay, let's get you to the moon. And I do challenge them. They're all laughing and giggling, because yes, I love the challenge, and I do it to myself. Gary was laughing when I told him, yeah, Gary, I cycled 5,000 kilometers across Canada. Yes, I did 12 books in 13 months. Yes, we're on 700 authors. I love the challenge. Let's make 12 schools next year. He was giggling. But then what was a great conviction for me was that I love to do it the right way, which is finding the systems and the processes and walking people through the journey of doing the steps. And so thank you for saying that. All the team is like nodding, and I love it, because now that I know that that is my why and my how and my what, like, I just rinse and repeat, keep doing that. And I get to stay in my happy zone.
Yes. Perfect. That's a perfect way to say that. You get to, when you live your why, your how, and your what, that is your happy zone. And wouldn't it be wonderful if everybody lived in their happy zone? Yes. And that is really what our mission is. So our vision at the Why Institute is, is to be the first step that people take when they're trying to figure out, who am I? Why do I do what I do? What is my gift? What is that special thing that I have? Because most of us go around life not knowing. And so we just make decisions by default or by hope or by however we make them. But once you know your why, your how, and your what, then decision making, it becomes so much easier. If I pick something where I'm going to get to live my why, how, and what, I'm going to love doing it. I'll have passion for it. I'll fit in. I'll be appreciated. People will enjoy me. It's the place that you have your happy zone, like you talked about it. And so
Yeah.
our goal then is to impact 1 billion people in the next 5 years. And so things are moving pretty quickly for us, but now we're able to scale because we have the YOS discovery. And so for your audience, JB, we've got a gift for everybody, because what I don't want to be is just that talking head that comes on here and tells you about something that you can't have.
Yeah.
And
I really want to preclude that also, because like I love to partner with people who are really moving the needle on creating something that actually has an effect. Like I like results. You guys know me. Results are king for me. I like results. I like practical results. I like things that actually move you forward. And when I took your test, I was really like wowed. I was really wowed. And what I also came to me was every single one of my authors, every single one of my clients needs to do this, because I have clients that do come to me, and I have friends, and I even have family members who are always looking for the next thing, studying the next thing, asking their friends, pondering, meandering, wondering, sitting in indecision because I don't know, should I do this? Should I do this? And they keep going around to all these little places to get tiny little nuggets. Like, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I'm not sure. I can't move forward because I don't know what I should do. And I was like, oh my gosh, boom, this test, this inquiry, and I don't, test isn't the right word, because it's not testing
discovery.
you. It's discovery. Exactly. This discovery of finding out why you do things is so brilliant. And I'll just share with you, of course, Peter, my husband, did the discovery after me, because I'm like, well, what's your why, honey? Talk about that, because that is so neat when you know another person's why. Like, I feel such kindred love for Gary because we have the same why.
Yeah.
So we talk the same language. And then I know my husband's why. And so that is also very powerful.
That is funny. That's exactly where I was just about to go, which is what typically happens is someone discovers their YOS. And then the first thing they said, which is the first thing that you said, was, I got to get this for my spouse.
Yeah.
In your case, my husband, right? And so can I have it like within, I don't know, minutes after we got off I had JB on my podcast. And so it's probably coming out in the next week or so. Yay! And so for everybody, go listen to it, because it's a fascinating interview. If you don't know her whole story, it's a fascinating story, and you can see how she's lived her why, how, and what within the stories that she tells. But within minutes after we get off the podcast, I get an email. Hey, can I get this for my husband? And so that's the sequence that always happens.
Right. And Peter's was trust. And it was interesting because during our pre-conversation before our interview or before our podcast, you actually told me about one of your clients that you knew, that you met, and his why was trust. And you gave me a little scenario and you told me a little bit about it. So when Peter told me that his why was trust, I was like, oh, Gary already told me a little bit about that personality.
So what happens is, once you've discovered your own why. So when I speak at events, JB, I'll start by something like this. I'll say, I want you to think for a minute. Why do you do what you do? No, I mean, really think about that for a minute. Why do you do what you do? And sometimes, maybe even more importantly, why don't other people just do things the way you think they should be done? Why do they do it their own way? Why don't they just follow your way? Why do you have passion for some things and not others? Why do you have energy for some things and not others? Why do you react the way you react? Why do you behave the way that you behave? Because I really want people to start thinking about it instead of just doing it by default or by hope or by whatever way they make decisions. Wouldn't it be great to have a way to actually know yourself, and then a way to know those around you, so that you can understand why they do what they do? Because what happens now is you attach a narrative to what you think you're seeing, and then that becomes who they are.
Right.
Right? Well, JB's just never satisfied. She's just never going to be satisfied. She's not satisfiable. And there's just
She's
the
always
way
pushing.
she is.
She's always pushing. She's always
Yes.
wants more. We always are doing more. There's the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. That's what they
Yes.
say about me.
So they will now see you, your team will now see you for the gift that you have versus the narrative that they've created. So
Mhm.
you get to be recognized for the special thing you have versus, again, the narrative that's created. And that is really powerful with couples, because in a relationship, you're gonna label it something.
Right.
One way or the other, it's gonna get labeled. So maybe in the case with your husband, you'll think, man, why is he touchy? Or why is he so worried about me being on time? And why does he get upset about this? And why does he get upset about that? So the thing that's interesting about the why of trust, which is JB's husband has, is they want to be the trusted source. They want to be the one that others can count on. If you can count on them and they can count on you, the sky is the limit. There's nothing you can't do. But if you break their trust,
Mhm.
that's a really big thing to not do,
Right.
because you may never get it back, at least to the level that you had it. So if they set a meeting for 2 p.m., what time do you think you should show up?
Yeah. 1:55.
Yeah, that's late.
1:45 to make them happy, but 1:55 they'll be still breathing.
Exactly. And so those are important things to know. So when you know somebody's why, you will know the characteristics of their why. You will know the challenges that come with their why, because every why has great things and every why has challenges, but then
Right.
you'll know what the solutions are to those challenges, right? Whereas JB and I are really good at innovating things, really good at improving things, really good at taking something that's already there, maybe a process that's already there, and finding a way to do it better. We're also rarely satisfied. We can be very disruptive. We can get in the way of progress because we always want to improve these little things, and we won't, we start something and then, hey, this one's better. We're kind of like a squirrel, back and forth, boom, boom. And so there's challenges that come with that. And then
I
there's
love
solutions.
what you said about the restaurants. Like when we go to a restaurant and we look at the menu, it's like, well, this could be good, but this could be good too, and this could be good. And I don't want to get this because I might miss out on this. That's definitely what happens to us when we go to a restaurant. So I'll order one meal and then I'll ask Peter to order another meal just so I can taste some of his so I don't miss out on anything.
Or I just ask the waiter, what's the best thing on the menu?
Yeah, exactly. Me too.
Bring me the best. That's all I want is the best. So but for the rest of you, once you've discovered your why, your how, and your what, it will give you the words
Yeah.
to clearly articulate the feelings of why you do what you do. And so there are a lot of great assessments out there, JB. There's Myers-Briggs, there's Colby, there's DISC, there's, we could go on and on and on. They're really powerful and they're really helpful, but they're how you take action. And not why you take action. So when you look at your how from the perspective of your why, it has more meaning. Sequence is important. If you start with your how, then you're missing the starting point. If it's like in a GPS, you don't have the place to start. So you're constantly searching. But if you start with the why, you start with your YOS, then all those other assessments will make so much more sense to you because you can see them from the perspective of your why. And then it feels right. Then it feels complete. Otherwise, you'll keep searching.
Yeah, and we've been cheeky talking about, me and personal and my husband, but what I love about this process is how you implement it to your business. Yes. And how you speak to your clients. So I love it that I can use it for my family and my kids and myself. But the big aha golden nugget is that we can use this for our business. How do we speak to our clients? How do they perceive us? How do we give that message? And then at the same time, why do we do what we do with our clients? How do we attract the perfect client that wants to work at the same speed or in the same way that we work and is in alignment with our why, our how, and our what? That brings us the best clients, that allows us to provide the best service. So I just get really excited about it from a business perspective. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So let me give you an example. I was having a beer with a buddy of mine, and his friend joined us, and his name was Mark, and the guy who joined us was Matt. And he said, Hey, Gary, have you told Matt about this why thing you do? And I said, well, no, we haven't really talked about it, because I'd met him once before. And I said, you know what, Matt, instead of me telling you about this, let me have you discover your why, and then we'll have a great conversation about it. So I sent him a code on his phone. He went over in a corner in this brewery, sat down, discovered his why in about 5 minutes, came back, and his why actually was trust. And so I said, Matt, that's an awesome why. Let me tell you some of the characteristics of that why. And I said, you know, you like to be the trusted source. Turns out he's in the military. Turns out he's the commander here at the base, Kirtland Air Force Base. And so I said, you know, you like to be the trusted source. You want to be the one that others can count on. If they can count on you and you can count on them, sky's the limit, right? And he's like, yeah, that's damn straight. And I said, but some of the challenges that come with that why are, if somebody breaks your trust, it's really hard to get that back. If they don't tell you the truth, or they tell you a partial truth, then that's not good enough, and it ruins the relationship. And he's nodding his head, and he's like, you know, that just happened to me today. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, one of my guys was in a little fender bender, is what he told me. And then the guy that he was in the fender bender with, his commander came, or his leader came to me and says, hey, what are we going to do about these two? And he said, well, what do you mean? And he goes, that wasn't a fender bender. That was a road rage. Your guy ran my guy into a wall. They almost got into a fight. He's like, wow, that's not what I heard. And so he went back to that guy and said, this isn't the truth. What you told me was only part of it. And you made me look bad in front of this other guy that I see every day that needs to trust me. And he said, I can't trust that guy anymore. And he's one of my main people. He said, we need this at the Air Force. And so he brought me in to work with all of his team, because, and so when you know somebody's why,
Right.
you'll know quickly who they are, who you're talking with, and the language that they speak. And if you would like to have them as your client, because you know that about them. And so I know what words he's listening for. I know what he has to hear in order to be able to make a decision to move forward. So imagine, JB, that you only spoke Spanish and I only spoke English, and you and I are having this deep conversation. How deep is it going to get if we don't speak the same language?
Exactly. Not very deep.
No. And so that's kind of what happens in most situations, is you're just feeling each other out. Oh, I hope I say the right thing. I hope I figure out what's going on. But if you know their why, especially their YOS, you'll know everything that's going on with them and what challenges they face. Because better way people, we all have the same issues. Trust people, all have the same issues. Challenge people, all have the same issues. You can just predict it. It's predictable. And as you start talking about the challenges that they're facing, they're just like, that's exactly what I'm going through right now. Yesterday, I was working with a construction company, and one of the ladies that works for them was telling me, well, once we discovered her why, she did the same thing that you said, which, I got to have this for my family. Would you send it to my family? So I sent it to her husband and her 2 kids. She has a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old.
Wow.
And so so they all took the why discovery, and that little 7-year-old girl was here yesterday. And so I got to talk to her, and I knew that she was having a lot of challenges in school. And I knew that she didn't fit in, didn't feel like everybody else. Nobody understood her. Nobody got her. And her why came up as challenge. And so I got to ask her, how did that feel to you when you saw that your why was challenge? And she started to cry. And she said, you know, this makes so much sense to me. Nobody understands me. I don't have a lot of friends. I try to fit in, but I don't fit in. And I never knew why. And so she's now going to have the opportunity from the age of 7 on to understand what it is. Because most of us never had that opportunity. We just kind of went along and hoped that we got through. So it takes relying on hope and gives you the words to understand the feelings and the narrative so that it turns a negative into a positive. And so we talked about, you weren't born to fit in. You were born to stand out. And so don't worry about fitting in, because you never will.
Right.
You're about creating something extraordinary. You're going to do something amazing with your life. You're going to be that person that sees things that we don't, and you'll bring them to us so that we can then see them. This same thing happens with businesses. So I kind of got off there a little bit, JB, but I want to go back to what
I
you
love
said.
it because no, you're speaking to the heart and you're speaking to exactly what people want to hear. I mean, I want to say that, starting in 2022, I want to implement this system with all of our clients because for me, what I feel is that if I understand someone's why and their what and their how, what I can do is be a better leader for them because I'm not looking at their business or their results through my viewfinder. I'm helping them fine tune their viewfinder. And so, the situations happen all the time. We had a client who was acting a certain way and I was like, why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Why are they acting like that? And then it's like, well, if I just knew what their why was, it would make so much sense because they're doing their why. They're acting the way that is best and is suitable for them, not me looking at them through my viewfinder. And so I am so excited and passionate about this project because I feel like it allows me to be a better leader. It allows me to have the compassion and the understanding and it's almost exciting for me. Like your why is challenge, your why is trust, your why is something else. And that helps me help you be better at what you're good at. And so I'm just saying it now, folks. I am so committed to this process and this quiz and this discovery. I have already asked Gary, let's work together. Let's do something. So Gary, you started to share. I know when you had your Black Friday sale, I was like buying them for people that I knew because I was like, let's get everyone doing their why discovery. I thought it was just such a cool thing. I just salute you. I think it's so great.
Thank you.
So tell people, how can they participate? How can they play? How can they find out more?
Okay, so for your group, for your audience, for your summit, there's a QR code that they'll get in the follow-up material. But I think at the bottom of the screen, if you go to whyinstitute.com/JB, you can take the Why Discovery this weekend for free.
Woo!
So you do it to
Do
whoever
it,
you
people.
want. Yes, it's not free, but it will be for everybody that goes there this weekend. If they just put whyinstitute.com/JB, it'll be free for you.
Thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you for doing that. I know that really means a lot to me because this is your intellectual property. You've worked so many years to make this happen. I want to just thank you for offering it to my community. I'm very, very grateful. Folks, if you just do one thing from this whole 3-day summit, I would really encourage you to do this because this is a thing that's going to help you then know, hey, which one of those other free gifts should I enjoy? Which one of those other authors should I work with? What is my next step? How should I work with Ignite next? This is going to help you make that decision.
I don't know how much time we have, but I would like to add one more thing.
We have 8 more minutes. We're good. We've got 8 more minutes.
Okay, perfect. So I know you asked me about business. And so I want to talk about that for a minute because mostly what I've been talking about is personal, but I'm going to use an example because everybody knows this person and they can kind of get it really quickly. Well, first of all, I haven't told you my why, how, and what. My why is to find a better way. How I do that is by making things clear and understandable. And ultimately what I bring is a simple solution to help other people move forward. So for me, if it's not better and if it's not clear and it's not simple, then I don't want it. And so for you, if it's not better, if it's not different and get people to think bigger, and it's not a structure and process that's going to get results, how do you feel about it?
Gridlock.
Right. You don't want it. Yeah. It's not going to. Yeah. And so that is our decision-making process. Your why, how, and what are your decision-making process. So if you had an idea that you wanted to propose to me and you said, hey, Gary, let me show you how this is better. Let me show you how this is going to make things clear. And let me show you how it's going to be simple and easy to use. I'd be like, damn, that's what I'm looking for. Great. Let's do it. Yep. But if you don't show me that, I'm not in. And so when you're working with clients, if you know that about them, you'll know exactly what they're looking for in order to make a decision and move forward. So if you're coaching someone and all you do is speak in your language,
right?
They'll get some of it maybe, but if you speak in their language, that's when it'll really have an impact. And on my podcast, I had Paul Allen, who started Ancestry.com. And his thing is all about engineering virality, how to create virality instead of hoping that you have a video that goes viral. How do you engineer it into everything you do, which is what he did for Ancestry and about 6 other companies. But at the end of it, I asked him, what's been the best piece of advice you've ever gotten? And he said, don't the best piece of advice I've ever gotten was to not take advice from people that don't think like I do.
Hmm.
And at first I was like, well, what do you mean by that? And he said, if they don't think the way you think, it may or may not work for you. But if they do think the way you think, it probably will work for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we had our, I have about 120 Y certified coaches. When we had our event, I put them into rooms based on their why on Zoom, and they got to talk with people that have their same why. And I didn't know how that was going to go, but when we got back together, they were like, man,
Euphoria.
how great it was to talk to somebody who thinks like me. It was so funny. They're like, I got to get more of that.
Right.
Because they think the same way. But when we talk about business, when you know your why, how, and what, you know who you're looking for as your ideal client. Because you don't want to work with everybody. How many of us have had a bad client, right? Yeah. Well, that's somebody who doesn't believe what we believe. And how are you going to know that? But what you're looking for, JB, is somebody who's looking for a better way.
Yeah.
Do you want to work with somebody who's not necessarily looking for a better way?
No. And, it's very interesting because I do a lot of, like, every single one of our authors has to come through me before they become an author. And it's because I very much do screen people to exactly that. Like, I want to work with the people that want to work with this process. And we're not for everyone. We are not the publishing house for everyone. We're for the people who want to get there faster, sooner, have more fun, enjoy it, do it incrementally, get there, get to the end of the process and enjoy themselves so they can make an impact. That's who we are. And people who want to do it any differently, that they're not for us. And so it's so true to be able to classify that. Now, I spend an hour to an hour and a half with every one of my authors and authors who are in the book and aren't in the book. So I have about 56 meetings a week, meeting with potential authors. I'm so excited because your process is going to help me help them.
Yes. And even on your website, JB, if you said, this is who we're looking for,
right?
Somebody who's looking for a better way, wanting to have a bigger impact and get outside the constraints of what they've put themselves in, and somebody who wants the structure to get results, we are the right one for you.
Right.
That was your why, how, and what. And it's the same thing for everybody listening. And so when it comes time to market your business, create your messaging, let's use Apple because we all know who Steve Jobs is.
Right.
So Steve Jobs, why? When I speak at big events around the country, I put up Steve Jobs. I teach everybody what the 9 whys are, and then everyone texts what they think his why is, and then it populates on the screen. And
oh, wow.
Anyway, so number 1 always comes up as challenge. He's somebody who challenges everything, challenges school, challenges who says I have to go to class the way you want me to go. I'm going to sneak out and do it my own way, right? And so he challenges the way things are done. Second, that one that comes up is better way. He's always looking for a better way. And the third one that comes up is simplify. So we've got challenge, better way, simplify, which is his why, his how, and his what. Why he does things is to challenge the way things are done. How he goes about doing that is by finding better ways. And what he ultimately brings is a simple way to move forward. And so when you apply that to Apple, in everything they do, they challenge the status quo, right? They challenge the phone with the iPhone, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the phone before the iPhone?
The flip phone.
Everybody had with all the what?
The flip phone.
Or the BlackBerry, right? Remember the BlackBerry?
The BlackBerry, yeah.
Yeah, remember how many buttons on a BlackBerry?
Oh my gosh, like too many.
Too many, right? So if all he was going to do was find a better BlackBerry, he would have just had too many plus 1. Or too many plus 2 buttons, right? We'll have a couple more buttons and make it better. But
right.
he challenged the whole thinking about what a phone is. And he went out and he found things that are better, like glass, like no buttons. And then he simplified it to the point where a 3-year-old and a 93-year-old can use it with their finger.
Right.
And they do that with every single product. They challenge the industry, they find something better, and they simplify it to the point where everybody can use it. What is Apple's tagline? Do you know Apple's tagline? Think,
No, my kids will be so upset with me that I don't know. What is it?
think different.
Right.
Where do you think that came from?
His
What is
why.
Steve Jobs' why? To challenge the status quo and think different. Your messaging, your marketing, your branding, your culture, all these mysterious things come from your why, your how, and your what. If you're looking for a better way, if you want it to be clear and you want it to be simple, then working with the Why Institute is exactly who you should be working with. If you want to find someone that'll find a better way for you, get you outside your box and help you create the structure to get things done, then JB and her team are the ones you need to work with. And that is where your messaging should come from.
Mm-hmm.
And in everything you do, that's what you should talk about. And same thing for everybody listening. When you know your why, how, and what, if you're a speaker and you're an author and you get up on stage, what do you think the audience is thinking? What are they wondering? What's going through their head, right? They're looking up there and they say, who is this person?
Right.
Right?
Why are they here?
You?
What are they going to say? Who are they? Why are they here? What are they going to say?
Yeah, and why should I care?
Right.
But if JB gets up there and she starts out by saying, look, my why is to find a better way. My life has been all about finding better ways to do things and then sharing them with the world. How I do that is by challenging what's possible, challenging what you guys think today, challenging the box that many of us put ourselves in. And what I bring is the structure, the process, the systems to get things done, to get results. Now, everything you share with them after that will be proof of what you just told them.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stop wondering, who is this gal with the white hair, right? The platinum, is it platinum?
Yes.
Platinum hair. They'll start wondering, because right away they're going to be going, now, why does she have platinum hair? Why is she dressed like that? What's going on with this gal? I mean, what do I not know? But once you tell them your why, how, and what, and then everything you share will be proof of what you just told them, of what you believe, it'll all fit together. And the wonder will stop and the ability to hear you will take over. Does that make sense?
It is so epic. I mean, it's brilliant. And I want to share with everybody who's listening, that is my why. Gary has 9 whys in his protocol. And the great thing is when you know your why, and I just want to implore upon you, when you know your why for you, and then you know why you do the business that you do, and then you know why your customers are showing up, it makes life so much easier. I used to make a joke about, why are we climbing the mountain on the little billy goat path that's like on the edge of the mountain versus taking the big road that the parade for the Maharaja takes to the top of the mountain? Why do we have to make it so hard? And this is like that thing when you're trying to figure out who you are, figure out your messaging, figure out how you speak to your customer, and figure out who your customers are. You're like, on the cliff, like you're dangling on the edge. You're always teetering. When you do this program, I love it. And you know your why and your how and your what. It's like, this is why I do it. This is how I do it. This is what it's all about. Here's my customers. Here's my brand message. And it's like a slam dunk. I so love it. I can't wait for 2022 for us to absolutely work together, take our clients through your process and support people in doing this exact thing. Put the link up again. Thank you, team, so much. Gary, what's some final words of wisdom you can leave everybody with?
Well, if you talk about igniting the hunger, and that's really what this is all about. So igniting comes from finding your passion. So you're going to find your passion when you discover your why, your how, and your what. You're going to know why you're passionate about what you're doing. You'll know it when you can say it, and you'll be able to say it. So I'm so excited to hear what happens with everybody and the direction they go. Once they're clear on their why, now they can see their book from the perspective of their why and hopefully their how and what. And I just am excited to see where everybody goes. It's going to be a fun ride, and you're going to get to watch it firsthand, JB. So let me know what happens.
Thank you to your team. Amazing. Bella, thank you. I know you've been working in the background making things happen. Gary, it's just a delight. Please, everybody, take advantage of the code on the bottom of the screen. Photograph it on your phone if it's too fast and you can't get enough. Of course, you can go to the whyinstitute.com and check out everything there. But Gary, it's a beautiful thing. Folks, this is something you really want to do. It's absolutely free. No excuse. This is something you absolutely should take advantage of, and you will be astounded, delighted, and feel like, wow, I know my why. Now I know how and what I need to do to go forward. Gary, blessings to you. I love it. I love it. Yeah, go ahead.
One last thing.
Yeah.
I had last week, we had Les.
Yeah.
on the
Talk about
podcast.
that. Talk about that.
Yeah. So Les was on the
Lessons why.
So that's what we're waiting on. So everybody, when you see Les, type into the chat, what's your why?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't taken the Les. What we did with Les was different than we've ever done with anybody else, which was we didn't know his why when we had him on the podcast. Usually we talk about one of the 9 whys, then we bring on somebody with that why so you can see how their whys played out in their life. With Les, it was different. We talked, I had him on the podcast. He told a lot of great stories. I got to dive into some really fascinating stuff with him that I think you guys will all enjoy, but we didn't know his why. And we said, okay, let's let everybody guess what his why is, and then we'll reveal it in a couple of weeks. So I don't even know what his why is yet. We need to get him to discover it, and then we'll have it on our social media, and we'll make a big deal about it. So it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And thank you for connecting me with Les. I've always wanted to have him on the podcast. Fascinating guy. I've been listening to him forever. He probably doesn't want me to say that, but for many, many years, I've been listening to him, and you connected us. So one last thing I want to say to your audience. One of the best questions that I've utilized this year that is so obvious, and everybody should do it, but none of us do, and I didn't until the last, say, 6 months, is ask this question and your business will move along so much faster. And this is the question, very obvious, but just ask it. Who do you know that I need to know in order to move the needle forward faster?
I'm writing that down. Who do you know that I need to know?
Yes. And well, that's what happened with you and I, because remember we got done and I said, you had mentioned Les Brown. I said, I've always wanted to have him on the podcast. And you said, do you want to have him on the podcast? And I said, yes. And you hold on, and you get on, I see you talking on your phone. Okay. He's coming on tomorrow.
That's JB for you. Okay. That's right. I'm like, okay, let me get on the phone right now and make it happen. Who do you know that I need to know? You know, Gary, send me, have Bella send me a link, because when I talk to Les this week, I will actually read him the questions and fill it out, and then I'll help you get the answer to that.
But if you can have him just get on the computer, it's so simple, as you know. If you can have him do it without you reading, because if you read it to him, he's going to want to answer it a certain way.
That's true. I'll have my inflection in it. Okay, I will be with him. I'll sit with him and help him get through it, because I want to know what his why is. I think that would feel great.
I think I know, but I want to for sure know. So I've done more why discoveries than anybody in the world, and I can't look at somebody and know what their why is. And so you'll want to just guess at it, but I'm wrong so often that I know. You just have them discover it, and then you'll be sure it's right all the time, and it'll just be a much better knowing than wondering. So
and I'm sure it's fascinating, because there are probably people that we think we know, like, I think I absolutely know what Les Brown's why is. I absolutely know what my sister's why is. I absolutely know what my spouse's why is. But isn't it a fascinating thing to find out that their why is something different, something you didn't assume you knew, and that awakens a whole new perspective of that person? How beautiful would that be?
The narrative changes.
Mm-hmm.
What you think you see changes, because you've attached meaning to what the actions that they take, and you don't know why it is that way, but you create a narrative for it. But once you see what it is, you're like, oh my gosh. So here's I don't know if we have time for a quick example.
Yes, of course. I'm making time for you.
Okay. So my niece has the why of right way, which is your what. And so she's a structure process person. And so every year she would take a group of kids. She was a teacher. And every year she would take a group of kids to Turkey to teach English. So she knew where to go, what flight, what hotel, what restaurant. She had it planned out to a T. And one year she decides she's going to take her husband with her. His why is better way. So she's right way, he's better way. How do you think that turned out? Yes, everywhere they went, he's like, well, why are we going to this restaurant? That one looks better. That hotel's better than this one. This flight, I don't even like this airline. We should have been on a different airline. They have much better seats on that other airline. And so by the time they got back, it was like World War III.
Right.
And they were ready to kill each other. I can't be married to this guy. We're not going to be able to travel. I hate him. And all the rest that goes along, the narrative that goes with it. There's such a pain in the,
right.
And all the cuss words that go with it. Once they discovered their why, and this was just the why at that point, he saw that she had already had it figured out. She already knew what she wanted, and she didn't need a better way. And every time he does his better way thing now, all she does is smile at him. And when she smiles at him, he's like, okay, I get it. I'm doing my better way thing, aren't I? And now they can laugh about it versus fight about it. And now they've traveled all over the world, and there's so many things that they're still married, and 2 kids later. So it allowed.
It's a beautiful thing. Like I'm smiling because it absolutely finish your. Hear me, I'm trying to finish your sentence, but absolutely, it allows you to see people for exactly who they are and love them for that. And your team, like, folks, get every one of your team members to do this. Every one of your employees or your staff or the people on your team, or even if you're like in a volunteer situation, or I think people like who are on jury duty together, they should do this.
And if there's somebody here that coaches people and they want to utilize this in their own practice, we have a YOS certification process where you can learn how to do all of this. There's a whole lot of technology behind the scenes. You have your own dashboard so that when you send it out, all the results come back to your own dashboard, and you can build teams. And there's so much to it that we don't have time to really talk about right now. It's not just an assessment. There's a lot of coaches and consultants and creative agencies and HR departments that now utilize this for their companies. So if this is something
I can totally see that. All right. Tell people where they can watch the podcast, because some people are asking, and in the chat, people are saying we've already been doing our why in the last few minutes.
Well, here's what happened, JB, because you and I were talking about, you asked me about coming on here. And then I said, well, if I can have, you said you'll have 30 minutes. I said, but if I can have 45 minutes, I'll be able to give everybody the why discovery. And what I meant by that was, if you give me an extra 15 minutes, we'll do it right now while they're watching. Because when I speak at events, I have the entire audience discover their why. So we don't talk about the concept, we actually discover their why. So that's what I meant by the extra 15 minutes. And then when I started to participate in your summit, I realized that it wasn't people doing presentations, it was more conversational. And so this will work out fine as well. But that's what I meant.
I love it.
We'll put the little QR code. That's why we developed a QR code. So we could have just stuck it right on the screen here, and they could take a picture of it and discover their why. And then we talk about their actual why. So
I'm going to do that next time. Like next time,
we can do that another time,
because that is a fantastic thing. I know that Diana has done her why. It looks like maybe Dan, Jody, some people have already done their why. So while we've been talking, so that's fantastic. Action takers, yes.
Yes.
And so next time I will, and I'm going to bring you on to one of our legendary masterminds, so you can talk about this, so we can get some of our mastermind students to do this. Bravo, brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. Tell them where they can see the podcast. I cut you off.
Yeah, so it's a Beyond Your Why podcast, Beyond Your Why podcast. And so basically what we do is talk about one of the 9 whys. Once you take the why discovery, you'll start getting those sent to you. So you'll get podcast interviews that I did with people that have your why, so you can see how your why has played out, and their why has played out in their life. And it'll give you some great ideas and tips on how people with your same why have overcome some of the challenges that you're facing, because we all have challenges. Yep. Because your why doesn't make your life perfect. It just makes you able to understand what's going on. And then, okay, this is the issues and this is what's happening. Now, what do I do? And you'll see from world-class athletes. I'm about to start a series coming up called Whys of the World's Greatest Athletes. And so you'll get to see and hear from people like John Jones and just different people that are at the top of the game, what their why is. And I don't know if there's a pattern. I know that sports teams use this to get the right people on their team and know how to connect and communicate with them and put them in the right positions. That's another thing we didn't really talk about, but you know, the book Good
Really
to Great is
smart.
all about putting people on the bus and in the right seat. Great concept. How do you do it? Well, if you know their why, it becomes very easy. So if you build your team all based on your why, if you were hiring a new bookkeeper, JB, for your organization, there are certain whys that are wonderful for that, and they'd have passion for it. And there's other whys that could do it, but won't like it. Right. So if
Ding,
you're
ding, 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 ding. That's a great idea. Like even in the hiring process, having people complete their why and know what their why is.
Then you
So
put 'em-
much to consider, folks. Please
Yeah.
go to Beyond Your Why podcast. Please, one more time, folks, put up the link for people to take the free assessment. We would love it. I can't wait to work with you come New Year. I'm really excited about the process that you've created, and I just want to like integrate it into my system. And folks, you can see me and Les Brown on Gary's podcast. Check it out. Gary, thanks for coming. So delightful, so appreciative, amazing what you're doing. And thank you also, folks. I just want you to know my new book, Wisdom from the Back of a Bike. Gary has included a little snippet in there for me. So thank you for doing that. I didn't get a chance to say thank you for that. I'm super, super grateful. We're going to have a fun time. 2022, it's going to be the best in both of us.
Love it. Thank you, JB.
You got it. Take care. It's so fun to collaborate with the most amazing people because you let them be there in their genius and then you let their genius accentuate yours. And I think what Gary's doing is really, really fantastic. So please take advantage of that. That great free offer is a fee to take that why assessment. And I'm so grateful that Gary has given that to all of us for free. That's a really absolutely wonderful thing. Now, on the heels of that conversation, Wisdom from the Back of the Bike is my new book that's coming out. And Gary was so kind. And here's what happens. You just ask. I was working on my new book, Wisdom from the Back of a Bike. It's all about my cycling journey, 5,000 kilometers across Canada. And the wisdom that I learned while doing that cycle ride. And while I was writing it just a few weeks ago, came across a chapter talking about the why. And I was like, wow, I just met Gary. No coincidence. He's the why guy. He has the Why Institute. So just threw him an email real quick, Gary, this is my chapter. And I literally sent him the chapter in raw form. I said, here's me just writing it. This is the first pass draft. Here's a section I'd really love for you to contribute to it. And bingo, within a couple of days, he reached out. Well, the same day he reached out, he said, yes, I'd be honored to. Then he took a couple of days to read the chapter and come up with a great response. And so all you need to do is ask, and the universe will provide. You just need to put it out there, and it's no coincidence that you meet the people that you meet. So if you've been listening to our segment with Gary Sanchez and that why thing seems kind of cool, but you're not really sure, or you're totally in love with it, or you think it's a great idea, please go and do the why assessment. You're going to love the results. Now, let me take a few minutes to talk a little bit about my next project. I'm super excited about Wisdom from the Back of the Bike. And the reason I wanted to share it with you is because I do really want to give you a few tips and ideas that have come from that book. While I was cycling last year, for some of you who do or do not know the story, in the middle of the pandemic, I had just turned 50. I had some pandemic weight, 16 pounds overweight from the pandemic, sheltering in, stuck in the house, not sure what was possible, what we were allowed to do, what the future looked like. And I got very passionate about doing it a better way, challenging myself and doing it the right way, which meant I was going to get up off the couch and cycle 5,000 kilometers across Canada to show people that it was possible and to prove to people that you can just have an idea and go after it. I was not an athlete. I'd never been an athlete. Of course, I'd never cycled across Canada before. In fact, I'd never cycled much more than just leisurely around town with my husband. We have a tandem bike and we just use it for fun. Now, I decided that I was going to take that bike with my husband and we were going to go 5,000 kilometers across Canada. And so while I was doing that, some amazing, incredible things happened on the back of that bike. From the very first decision to say, let's do it, let's announce it, let's start doing the things that we have to do to make it happen. Let's get out the map. Let's see what the road would look like. What would the journey look like? How long would it take? What would it cost? What would it have to happen to make it happen? And all those things unfolded. Along with, while I was cycling, many beautiful and life-changing things unfolded before my very eyes that I thought were so indicative of life. Let me give you a few examples. We were cycling and we live in the prairies, and we left the prairies. We had 3 Canadian provinces to go through that were all flat before we sort of got to the provinces that had more hills and more lakes. And so for the first almost like 2 weeks of cycling, we were cycling flat on flat ground. And I remember one time we were cycling and I was looking ahead of us on the road ahead. It was completely a straight road for hundreds of kilometers. The road was completely straight all the way to the horizon. And you know what it's like. The horizon is like the edge of the earth. And so I'm on the bike looking at the horizon and I'm looking at the road. And it was very much like one of those movies where you like the road has like, you know, kind of like a mirage over the road. It was so far. And when I looked at how far we had to go to get to the end of the horizon, it seemed daunting. It seemed almost impossible. And I realized that every time I look at the horizon and I look at how far I've got to go, it was almost like disappointing or debilitating. And so I decided I had to stop doing that. I had to stop looking at like, oh, look how far we have to go. And I started looking at the fence post that was just a half a mile ahead of us, or the small little incline that was like at the top of somebody's driveway, or a cluster of trees where there was going to be some shade, or a little farmhouse along the way. And I just looked at the things that were a little bit ahead, the things that were completely in focus, because the horizon was a mirage. It was like, you know, it was just like a fuzzy way out there, not completely in focus. But when I focused on that, I in some ways I felt like it was, you know, that was so far. How was I going to make it? And all those questions came up. And so instead, what I did was I just focused on what was right in front of me, what I could see clearly. And when I made it to the next fence post, then I focused on the next little target, which was maybe a train track crossing or a cluster of trees or a sunflower that was, you know, shooting off out of the ditch. And so I found little tiny incremental goals that I could make along the way. And it was wonderful because the next fence post meant the next driveway, meant the next little town, meant the next little grove. And that's what I did. Each time we just got to that section, to that section, to that section. And I also did it with time. It was like, okay, we're going to do in 20 minutes, we'll have a little alarm go off. In 20 minutes, we'll have something to drink. In 30 minutes, we'll have a stop and we'll, you know, get in the shade and we'll have our snack. In an hour, we'll, you know, have the raspberries that I have in our saddle bag. And so I made these little tiny goals, these mini goals. And I only strive for what I could see, what was completely in focus. And I thought that was so wonderful because that helps me make 5,000 kilometers. And so that's one of the principles and the wisdom that I learned from the back of a bike. I talk a little bit about going uphill, what it's like to go uphill. So when you're cycling and you're going up a hill, you're like trudging up the hill and you're trudging up the hill and you're pushing and you're pushing and you're pushing and you're gearing down so it's easier, and you're pushing, you're gearing down again so it's easier and easier, and you're gearing down again so it's easier and easier and easier, so you can keep pedaling. And you can't wait to get to the top of the hill. And there's this incredible feeling of accomplishment when you make it to the top of the hill, because on the other side of the hill, you get to go, wee, and you get to ride down the hill and you get to feel the wind and you get to rest your muscles and you get to sit up and you get to like look around, and there's this incredible joy from going down the hill. Now, everyone thinks going up is so great and everyone thinks going down is so fun. But one of the things I realized is going up, people think going up is so hard and just going down is so fun. I got to the point where going up the hill became fun. I love the challenge. I wanted to do the grind. We wanted to see if we could do it in a higher gear instead of gearing down all the time. We tried to push ourselves. We tried to go up a hill faster. And that became fun. Going uphill actually became fun when at one time it felt like a grind. Now, conversely, when we were cycling in the bigger mountains, in the bigger hills, sometimes going downhill was really scary. There was a time when we were in Quebec and we were going down a hill and it was pouring rain and it was a small, narrow road. And we were going down the hill almost 70 kilometers an hour, miles an hour. And the wind and the rain and the slippery streets and the traffic was so frightening. Like I was really, really scared. I was hanging on so tight, saying my prayers in the back because it was really, really scary going downhill, not having complete control, maybe slipping out, maybe the bike, the tire slipping out. And so sometimes going downhill isn't fun. In fact, many of us, we never want to be on the downhill slide. We think going downhill is a failure. We think going downhill is like we avoid at all cost. And so for many of us, going downhill is scary, is the worst thing. Whereas a lot of people think like going down a hill on a bike is like so much fun. And so that became another analogy of life. What I realized is like you can't always go uphill. Like it's impossible for us to just always be on the rise, to always be on the climb. There's got to be days where you're on the downslide, and that's life. And so another wisdom in this book is about you can't always be going uphill, and enjoy the uphill just as much as you enjoy the downhill. Because you can't always be going down either. Like if you think about a road can't go uphill forever, it would go up into the sky and never end. And just like down, you can't go downhill forever because it would go down forever, and that isn't possible. So life has those ups and downs, those uphills and those downhills, and you want to enjoy both ends of it. A great wisdom for the back of a bike. I'll share with you one more. Our desire was to cycle 5,000 kilometers. And so every single day we had to cycle 150 kilometers to make that 5,000 kilometer goal. I had never cycled 150 kilometers before in one day. And we had to do it every day, day after day. 56 days we were on the bike. And we were practicing around town, but it was May. We still had snow. It was too cold. So literally, I only had about 3 or 4 weeks of training before we left on our trip. And around town, we only did about 30 kilometers a day. In fact, one Saturday, Peter and I pushed ourselves to do 50 kilometers in one day. And we were so proud of ourselves. Wow, we did 50 kilometers. Interestingly enough, we needed to do 3 times that every single day for 56 days to make our goal. So not being able to practice it meant I needed to visualize it. I needed to see myself on the bike. I needed to imagine that ride. I needed to see my body doing the work. I needed to think about my muscles. I needed to visualize I was capable of it. I needed to visualize the road. I needed to visualize the finish line. I needed to visualize every single step of it, every single part of the process so that I knew that I could do it. And visualization became so important along with feeling it. I needed to feel the freedom of being on the bike. At the same time, feel the endurance. I needed to feel the adventure, and I needed to feel the responsibility. And I saturated my body with the feelings of what it was going to be like to cycle across Canada. I visualized each and every province and all the differences. I looked at the map and saw the lakes and the mountains and the hills and the climb and all the places that I needed to travel. So that when I got on the bike, the day we got on the bike, we cycled 98 kilometers our very first day, and I felt glorious. I totally did it without any struggle. We totally completed it. And the next day we did 100 kilometers, and the day after that we did 120, until within a week we were doing 150 kilometers. We even went so far as doing 200 kilometers in one day. 200 kilometers in one day, about 8 hours on the bike. A friend of mine who's a triathlete texted me and said, I don't know how you're doing it. I'm a triathlete winner. And I can't even cycle 150 kilometers in a day. And the reason I did it is because I visualized it. I visualized it. I made it happen. I want to share the final one, which is super important, is it's not about the finish line. Before I even reached the finish line, about 127 kilometers, we were like 4,927 kilometers away from the finish line. I asked my husband to stop the bike, and he asked me what was wrong. And I said, you know what? I feel completely full, completely satisfied, completely blessed. I feel absolutely like I could rack the bike right now and go home. And we were so close to finishing. We were so close to our goal. But the great feeling about that was it wasn't about the end result. It wasn't about the 5,000 kilometer number. It wasn't about the number, about reaching that number was going to mean that I was satisfied or I was fulfilled. I realized that day that it's not about the number. It's not about the number in your bank account. It's not about the number on the scale. It's not about the number of followers, the number of likes, the number of all these things that we attach meaning to that makes us great, that makes us popular, that makes us successful. It isn't about the number. It's about the feeling. And on that moment, I felt so full and so successful and so blessed and so thankful and so rich in the experience that I absolutely knew that I could go home. I knew from that kilometer on that every other kilometer was going to be an absolute bonus, because at that moment, I'd done the work enough to feel completely triumphant and completely proud of myself. So reaching the 5,000 number didn't matter so much anymore because I already had the feeling that I was going after. And I just want to impress upon you, if you've got a number in your mind, like my number of the amount of money I make, the number of amount of salary I earn, the number of amount of followers on my Facebook, the number of amount of people who like my page, if there's a number that you are so attached to, I would just challenge you to think about the emotion, the feeling, the experience that you want to have. Go after that. The body, the brain, the spirit, it loves the experience, the feelings, the emotions. That's what it can anchor itself into. Let go of the number. The number is just a number. During the trip, I was also working at losing weight and exercising, and I really had a number in my mind of how much I wanted to weigh. The fascinating thing is when you're cycling 150 kilometers every day and you're eating, we were eating only live vegetarian food, your body does some kind of fun transformation. And so halfway through my trip, I wanted to weigh myself just to see how I was doing with my healthy eating plan. Of course, we didn't have a scale in the motorhome that we were traveling in because we would cycle all day and then sleep in a motorhome that our follow vehicle would be with us. So I don't tell everybody this story, but we went into Walmart and we took a scale off the shelf. We put it on the floor and I stepped on it. And it was because I wanted to see how much I weighed. Now it was fascinating because when I put the box on the floor and you could see the scale and I stepped on the box, I wanted the number to pop up. But of course the scale was in the box, so it wasn't going to work. So I decided that I was going to take the scale out of the box and put it on the floor and step on it. And I started to do that. And another person in the aisle looked over me and what I was doing. And I caught myself thinking, what am I doing? I'm making my life and my enjoyment all be about this piece of plastic that's inside this box. Some factory in China made a scale and put it in a box, and I'm trying to pull it out of a box to put it on the floor to check the number to see if I'm doing a good job. It was a big Ignite moment. I realized, what am I doing? Judging myself and questioning my experience based on a plastic product that came out of a box and a number that shows up on a screen. I stopped trying to open the box. I put it back on the shelf, and I never, ever again weighed myself ever from that day on. I have not weighed myself ever from that day on because I absolutely do not define myself by a number from a piece of plastic made in a factory, put in a box with a little digital number that tells me how good I am. So those are just some of the nuggets from the wisdom from the back of a bike. I hope you enjoy it. Now, I want to share something special with you. My team have created a cool thing. If you text the word wisdom to this number, we will let you know that you are one of the exclusive people that have first access to the new book that's coming out in 2022. Just text wisdom to that number, 917-671-9669. Text the word wisdom. Have some fun with it, and you will be one of the first people, the exclusive people, to get access to my book, Wisdom from the Back of the Bike, coming out in 2022. All right, super fun, right? I hope you learned a little bit of that. There's some good wisdom nuggets in that book, and that experience actually propelled me to take my experience this summer, where my husband and I cycled to the top of the world highway in the Yukon. Really great experience, and I'll be writing about that next. All right, Wisdom from the Back of a Bike. Text wisdom to that number, and you can have exclusive access to that new copy that's coming out. And in the meantime, we are up next with our next author. Ladies and gentlemen, some of our authors were unable to make the summit live. So what we did was a few weeks ago, we did a recording with them to record their amazing interview. Up next is Jamila Allen. She is going to be talking about her fantastic Ignite moment, her beautiful process in this book, Ignite the Hunger in You. If you'd like to get a copy, you know where to go. Just go to Amazon and you can get a copy of this beautiful book. Go leave a review. Go share with your friends. If you're enjoying this summit, this is a perfect time for you to be like, text your friends and tell them to join us. Tell them to come and be here. You've already got some amazing golden nuggets. We've only been live for an hour and 55 minutes. You've got wisdom from the back of the bike. You've got Gary Sanchez. You've got all this fun stuff. You've got Ignite Possibilities. You've got the Possibility School. So much fun stuff. You've got Mentor with Les. Things are unfolding. It's just the beginning. All right, stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Jamila Allen, enjoy. Welcome, everybody, to an amazing interview with one of our fantastic authors in Ignite the Hunger in You. I am so pleased and joyous to welcome to the stage Miss Jamila Allen. Welcome, girlfriend.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Miss JB. I'm so excited to be here.
We're super happy to have you and looking forward to all that you have to share. So I'd like to start off by asking if you would want to tell us a little bit about your power quote and sort of like what was the impetus behind that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. My power quote is persevering through those dark days and illusions of your weakness. By persevering, you will achieve your dreams. I have learned over the years that whatever I want, if I just stick to it, I would get it. Although it may feel daunting, those obstacles may make me feel like I want to give up, but as long as I just keep at it through those dark, dark days, anyone can get what they want. So that was my power quote, just to keep going, regardless of how you feel.
I love it.
Dark
I have to stop you. Your camera, your computer keeps jiggling.
Oh, maybe because I'm moving.
Because it keeps going like this and it's really distracting. So your computer is jiggling and also you keep looking down. So is my picture down below? Can you move it up?
Your picture?
Yeah, like you when you're talking to me, you keep looking.
I was looking at you. Oh, should I look at the camera instead of you?
100%.
Maybe I should put on my glasses.
I don't know if you need your glasses, but can you see the little dot where your camera is on your computer?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, that's where you should be looking. So
I'm looking as if I'm talking to you.
No. You can drag your, like, so on your screen, you can drag my image to be up near the top of your screen so that you're more tempted to look there than look down. See, look at the difference. See, here I'm talking to the camera and here I'm talking to you. See how different it looks?
Oh, do it again.
This is to the camera and this is when I'm talking to you.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm talking to the camera now.
100% talk to the camera.
Yes. Okay.
Now look at your camera.
I'm looking at the camera.
Okay, I'll wait to put your arms down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm looking at the camera.
Okay, now look a little above it, a little bit above it. Look a little bit above the camera. Okay, and look a little bit more above it, above the camera. So it seems like you're looking a little bit to the left.
Maybe because of my chair, because when we turned everything, my computer is.
So shift your chair. Okay. Now look in the camera. That is better. And if just like a half a millimeter above, that's better. So now I see your eyes and now it's more engaging. So fixate on that spot. So when I look at my camera, I look at like half a centimeter above it. And then that sort of gives me that spot. So I'm not looking right in that blazing little light, but I'm looking just
I didn't
slightly
even realize
above
that.
it.
Do something. I didn't realize that when I was looking at you, it looked like I'm looking off. Okay, that makes sense. So look this way.
Yeah. And then you can't put your hands on your desk because it keeps jiggling.
Oh, okay, yeah, and this is not a stable table.
Yes.
Okay,
Your computer keeps
that
jiggling.
seems weird to look upward and not look at you.
I know. It's practice. It's total practice.
Okay,
You got to tell yourself, like, I am talking to my audience and I'm listening to JB and I'm talking to my audience.
okay.
All right.
Let's
Let's
start
try it again. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So happy to have you here. We are talking to one of our amazing authors in Ignite the Hunger in You, Miss Jamila Allen. Welcome,
Hello.
darling. How are
Hi,
you?
hello. I'm
Happy to
doing
have
well.
you here. Yay.
Yes, I'm excited. Thank you.
Doing some fun stuff today. We're talking about all things Ignite the Hunger and loving to hear what you've got to share. Tell us a little bit. Let's start out with your power quote. You've got an amazing power quote. Share it with us.
Absolutely. My power quote is, by persevering through dark days and illusions of your weakness, you will achieve your dreams. You have to persevere in order to get whatever you want out of life.
And you have a very, I love your power quote, by the way. Thank you for sharing it. And your story is a lot about perseverance. You're really focused on perseverance. Without giving too much away, tell the listeners a little bit about your background and how your story unfolded.
Absolutely. So I started out as a school teacher in the late 90s. And in order for me to become a school teacher, I had to pass the praxis test. And I had to take that test over 17 times. And when I finally passed that test, I learned what perseverance would do for me as a young entrepreneur. So whenever I find myself having those illusions of failure, I think about how many times I had to take that test in order to pass it, to get exactly what I wanted. So my story is surrounded around perseverance, all of the things I had to do over the years to become a successful entrepreneur.
Let's just dive into that a little bit. So you took the test 17 times, and I know
over 17 times. Yes.
So tell us a little bit about that, because a lot of people feel like, oh, I failed, I tried once and I'm not going to try again. But you took the test, you failed,
Yes.
you took the test and you failed again. Just walk us through that.
Absolutely. So it was my senior year in college when I realized that in order to student teach, I had to pass the praxis test, and it consisted of reading, writing, and math. And I decided that I wasn't going to do any studying because I felt like I got this. I got it. Okay. I really didn't have it. So I took the test maybe 3 times before I decided that I had to go home because I could not student teach. I found my high school math teacher when I got home, and I told him I needed help because I was home. I couldn't graduate. I felt defeated. I felt humiliated because all of my friends were graduating and little old Jamila was packing my apartment going home. So I spent time purchasing study guides, books. Back then we didn't have Google to help. So I spent a lot of money on study materials. I remember going back to my high school, standing at that chalkboard with my high school teacher, going over statistics and probability problems over and over again. And guess what? I still didn't pass. I still had to take the test. And I don't know what it was in me to keep going, but something just said, Jamila, you're 10 points away. You're 2 points away. You got this. So I remember one fall evening going to the mailbox, and I said, okay, I just felt like the scores were in the box. I went to the mailbox, and this time it was totally different. When I opened up that envelope, it had red letters at the top that said pass. And,
Yes,
and that was and that was literally the beginning of my story, because that taught me throughout my journey of being an entrepreneur that whenever I feel like I'm having those illusions of failure, illusions of weaknesses, I always go back to how many times I had to press through. I had to pay money to take that test over and over before I was able to get what I wanted. So eventually I was able to become a certified elementary special ed teacher for many, many years. And till this day, I tell my story even to my staff and some of my colleagues, and I just tell them, whatever you want, don't give up. Look, I've taken this test, the praxis test, more than 17 times, was able to get what I wanted. And I say this to my audience: use me to be inspired. So when you start to feel defeated, just think about this little girl and say, if Jamila can do it, so can I. It's all worth it. It's worth it. It's hard work. It's worth it. But remember, it's only illusions of failure.
Well, I like what you said about, like, you kept thinking like, it's just 10 more points, it's just 5 more points, it's just 6 more points. And you kept focusing on the progression, and you kept focusing on the amount that you had to improve, not the fact that you had to do something that was like so unobtainable. You weren't focusing on the fail, you were focusing on the little
Yes.
bit more, the little bit more, the little bit more. And I think
Yes.
that's a really
Yes. But look,
amazing.
so also, to, I don't mean to cut you off, sometimes it was 2 points and then it went up to 10 points. So that could really, really make you feel like quitting, stopping. But I just kept pushing, and I was like, you know what? I wonder how many more times I need to take this test. And I remember someone telling me years ago that you have to fail a certain amount of times in order to be successful. And I also remember reading about Colonel Sanders, KFC, the KFC founder, that it took him over 1,000 times before someone decided to test out his recipe. I think it was 1,000, the 1,010th person he had talked to decided to give him a chance. So all of those things were playing in my mind. And then I thought about Thomas Edison, how many times he had to fail to get that light bulb going. And I was like, oh, I got this. All I got this. Literally
17 is nothing compared to 1,000.
Nothing compared to 1,010. So yes. And also Bill Gates, I read about him early on that it took him 10 years to figure out the computer, Microsoft. 10 years. So you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it too.
Yeah, it's a great, great story, because a lot of us quit on like the first fail. And so would you say, and I often use this terminology, the truth behind the truth. The truth is, yes, you failed and you had to rewrite. And we use the word fail because that's what the school system, that's the word that they've assigned. But would you say that there's a deeper level of truth behind that truth that the universe wanted you to experience?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I really believe if I did not go through those obstacles and feeling defeated, that as a business owner, I would not be able to handle those days, those dark days of being an entrepreneur and dealing with staffing and dealing with COVID and all of the above. I always go back to perseverance. And it happened at such a young age. I think I was 20, mid-20s, and I'm almost 50 now. So I just always go back to that determination in me, what I've had to face, those adversities, obstacles, and it literally, it is why I own a 7-figure business, is because I was able to persevere through many, many obstacles through my journey.
Yeah, and really entrepreneurship, let's talk about this, is a muscle. I mean, it's a muscle that you have to exercise, just like a cyclist or a runner or any athlete has to use their muscle, even a piano player. I mean, you have to work the muscle and practice and keep working and keep working and keep working.
Absolutely.
I have a 14-year-old, I just bought her a guitar for her birthday. And she is just every single day practicing, trying, figuring it out, moving her fingers in a way that she didn't know before.
Yep.
Entrepreneurship is the same way. Talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So you definitely have to fail. I tell people all the time, you have to look at those failures, those challenges, failures as learning experiences. And so in my business, when I onboard someone, they go through 90 days with me. They actually have to read through a binder of policies and procedures that had finally come out of all of our mistakes. So I tell them all the time when they're reading through it, I tell them, I said, these are policy procedures from the mistakes that we made over the years. My motto is not to make the same mistake twice. So I've taken every mistake that we've made and made it into a policy and procedure, which a lot of times people don't even think twice about the mistakes, but I look at them, we study them, we talk about them, and I say, we're not gonna make the same mistake twice. Now, prior to having that mindset, I used to flip out, get upset when we would make these mistakes, but I've learned that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to fail as long as we know how to correct them, as long as we are looking at those mistakes as learning experiences. And that is what sets my business apart. I really believe that's what sets us apart, because again, we have a binder full of mistakes over the years, almost 15 years of mistakes. And I welcome the mistakes. I don't get upset anymore with my team when they make mistakes. I just say, you know what? Guess what? Now we know not to do it again. We've learned from it. And it's absolutely the truth.
I like the way you say you have systems and procedures, because a lot of new entrepreneurs, a lot of solopreneurs, authorpreneurs, they think that they're the only person to do it. They kind of wing it. They want to do it their way. They want to do it, when it shows up. I can easily put up my hand. In the beginning of my entrepreneur journey, it was like, well, we'll just deal with it when it shows up. But systems and procedures and the binder, the dreaded binder, the binder actually becomes the Bible, which becomes the cornerstone. I'd love for you to share about how valuable you have found successful in your business systems and procedures.
Oh my goodness. So that's a good question. I started coaching other entrepreneurs on how to onboard their dream team. And during that process is where we introduced them to our core values, our vision statement, policies and procedures, checklists. And prior to, I think it was 2015, I was winging it because I didn't know what I was doing. But because I decided to hire a coach, which is number one, I got help. I started to invest in myself. I started listening to motivation speakers like Les Brown. I realized that I had to change my mindset around how I was operating my business. So I decided to first look at the man in the mirror. I was all over the place. I didn't have any background in no background in business. I didn't know anything about hiring and firing. So I invested in people who could help me understand how systems work. And once I decided to start investing in myself, my business started to change. I read books. I don't know if you've heard of The E-Myth by Michael Gerber. I read that book, and that book taught me how to literally set my business up as if it was a franchise. So we started to create systems around everything we would do. And one of my mentors told me to write down everything, have the teachers in the classroom to just write down what they were doing every day, because your business should operate without you being there.
I love that book. I just had a meeting with Michael Gerber 2 days ago. We sat and chatted for an hour. And you're right, like his book also was a game changer for me, because I remember saying to my husband, let's say you love making cupcakes and you're so great at making cupcakes and you just want to make cupcakes for people, and you open up a business to make great cupcakes and you have no idea how to hire people, how to order things, to get supplies, how to, deal with staff, how to pay your rent and all of that. And it's a dreaded curse on the entrepreneur, because they just wanted to make great cupcakes. And so what you said is you invested in yourself and you hired great people to help you.
Definitely. That was a game changer for me. Once I realized the man in the mirror, and then I read a report It's called the Abbas Report. One of my mentors had told me to read the Abbas Report because it was one of them days I was just feeling defeated, like I'm done. He was like, young lady, go home for your homework, read the Abbas Report. And this report tells you about your industry trends. And I learned by reading the Abbas Report that the childcare industry at that time was bringing in $50 billion.
Wow.
I did not know that education, for one, because we've all been told that there's no money in education, let alone childcare. I didn't realize that my industry brings in $50 billion, and I was operating out of lack of, literally lack of mentality. I couldn't pay myself. My staff, I couldn't afford to provide benefits, health insurance, life insurance. It was robbing Peter to pay Paul for 8 years. And so once I read the Abbas Report, again, my mindset changed. I said, I want a piece of that pie. I literally was like, oh my goodness, yeah, I want a piece of that pie. So I remember going to my team and having a conversation with them. And I asked them, have they ever thought about a business that they wanted, but didn't know how to get started? I said, have you ever thought about, if you watched the commercial and say, oh my goodness, I could have done that. And everybody was like, yeah. I said, well, guess what? We have that business. We have childcare center that actually can generate millions of dollars. And so I shared with them what I read with the business bringing in 50 billion. And we started to strategize. I said, y'all, we got the foundation. What? We have the foundation. I said, what do you think we can do to change the trajectory of my business, of our business? Because I always say, as I grow, you grow. And at that time, I was paying my team, some of them like $5.25 an hour, and I wasn't even paying myself anything. And so we sat around and we said, you know what? Miss Allen needs to work on her first. So that was my first thing. Work for me, because I realized that my mindset was operating out of a lack of. So we all were wearing scrubs. We said we want to change how we showed up. We changed their uniforms like 5 times until we got it right. We got out of scrubs. I started wearing suits to work. This is way before I hit 1 million. I started wearing suits to work because I wanted to feel and look and just operate like a millionaire.
Yeah.
And so, and to this day, I still wear a suit whenever I go into my business. And then I said I was going to start investing. Like I said, I hired a coach. I started listening to Les Brown. And then we started to figure out, well, how are we going to provide value to the marketplace? So I said, well, you know what? We need to provide value to you first. So we talked about the team going back to school, getting a CDA, doing things that can make them more valuable. And then we talked about what we can do to provide value to our customers. So we strategized. We're going to start offering free lunch. Free lunch. We're going to include lunch, diapers, and wipes. We were going to start having all these extracurricular activities. We were going to continue to be accredited, a national accredited center. I wanted to change the telephone system. So when people call us, it sounds professional, not my squeaky voice. So I changed that system. I got a voice over IP. And I can say within a couple of years, I hit my first million in my business. But I didn't know I had hit the first million. My CPA told me when we were having our annual audit of what was going on.
That's a good feeling. That's a great feeling.
I did not know. And she said to me, Jamila, she's like, girl, what have you been doing? She said, do you know Thimba hit 1 million? I was like, we did? I was so excited because we were operating 600, 700,000, couldn't pay myself. I wasn't focusing on the money. I was focusing on providing value for me and to my team. And I had to work a lot on me because I was like a mad woman for a long time. So I was very stressed out with the business. This is a lot of work operating a childcare center. And so she said to me, what have you been doing? I said,
I'm going to get my pen out. Let's talk about this. Because first of all, tell me, how do you spell the Abbas? Is it Abbas?
IBIS.
IBIS.
The Abbas report. It's a report that tells you about the trends of your business.
Okay, write that down, everybody. Get your pen out, write it down, because Jamila's going to give us some key tips. So first is the Abbas report. Love it.
The Abbas report. Yes, you can look it up in your industry. I'm sure I think it's like 54 billion now, but this was back in 2014, 15, it was 50 billion for the childcare industry. And that just sparked something in me like, oh, I want a piece of that pie. Like we
Absolutely.
operate, I can't even pay myself, but y'all making minimum wage, 500. Oh no, we're gonna figure this thing out. We got the foundation. Let me work on me, and then I'm gonna work on you, and then we're gonna work on providing value to the marketplace. And so my CPA said to me, again, you hit the million. And she said, what have you been doing? I said to her, I said, do you see how much money I've invested on professional development? And it wasn't just for me, it was for my team. It was a lot. It was almost 6 figures at that time. And she was like, yes. I said, that's the secret sauce. That is what changed the trajectory of my business, because I started to invest in all of us, mainly in me, but I was starting to take my team with me when I would attend business conferences. We started listening to Les Brown during nap time. They would come in the office and tell me what they learned. What did he say? And so that was the first thing. And but we also, I had to believe it was possible, because again, I didn't know, even as a school teacher, everybody always say there's no money in education, no money in childcare. That was the norm, to hire people, young people who, they wore the long fingernails, popping gum, not really paying attention. And I wanted to show people that in this industry, we can show up as professionals. I have to get teary-eyed because it's so true. We can show up. It doesn't have to always be lack of. You don't have to pay your staff less than what they're worth, because you feel like the marketplace is not going to look at you as a professional. So we changed the uniform. I changed how the girls have to push their hair back. They can't wear the long fingernails, every other color. They can't wear the Betty Boo eyelashes, because perception is everything. I couldn't show up in scrubs anymore. I had to show up as if I was the CEO of my business. And we were about to start making big dollars before we started making big dollars. And not only did we hit 1 million, we hit 2 with
Bravo.
one location, one, not 2 locations, one. And most people don't even hit a 500,000 with 2. So we worked very, very hard over the years with just wowing our parents, and they listened to me. We started Thimba University, where I am their professor, and I tell them, y'all, this is what we're going to work on this week. Let's focus on this. These are our goals. This is what we're going to do. And then the reviews just started coming in. I mean, we have over 100-something reviews, 5-star reviews from the parents, which is unheard of in childcare. You go look at childcare centers, they get 5, 6 reviews. We got over 100. We might have 150 reviews, but I had to believe that it was possible. I also had to look at my team, because everybody wasn't going to be able to stay on the bus with me. So I had my whole team. I had to have them reapply for their jobs, because I realized that I needed my dream team. I needed people to believe in my vision, to believe in my core values, and to understand that this is bigger than us. And so once I learned how to onboard the right people, I was able to work on my business and not in it, just like Michael Gerber teaches us in this book. You have to be able to be that visionary. You can't be in there doing the day-to-day operations to see your business grow. And once I realized that I needed to do only the things that make the cash register ring, I learned how to delegate. I started to promote within. I have my admin team. Those girls used to be teachers in the classroom. They're literally my leaders. I never, ever allowed no to stop me anymore. No will not stop us. Even when I had to purchase the real estate of the building, 2 years after, is in the book, you got to read the book. 2 years after I signed a 15-year lease, the IRS came knocking on the door. And again, that perseverance kicked in. The IRS came knocking on the door saying you have to vacate the premises because the landlord was not paying his taxes. And I said, oh, no, I'm going to fight for this one. So bank after bank said, no, you haven't been in business long enough. No. And I was like, okay, fine. Keep going. Eventually, PNC and SBA gave me a chance. I was able to purchase the real estate of a 10,000 square foot commercial building only been in business for 2 years, where they were saying you need 3 years to show that you're able to handle this type of business. And I was like, okay, fine. PNC and SBA allowed me to accepted my offer, my application. And again, when I was going through those no's, I kept thinking about that test.
Right.
Okay, I had to pass the test. I take the test 17 times. Okay, fine. I didn't stop. During that time, my rent was 15 grand a month. My mortgage is less than $5,000 because I did not allow no to stop me.
Bravo.
Again, perseverance. And my team was able to see it because I was sharing those stories. Another thing, apostle syndrome, kick it out the door. Kick it out. That right there would, in your mind, will keep telling you you're not good enough, you're not worth it, other people are doing it better. Get those negative thoughts. Don't listen to those. Everybody get it. I get it sometimes too, but please just know, if I can do it, so can you. Do not let that imposter syndrome continue to defeat you and tell you that you're not worth it. You are worth it. And take action. That's the biggest thing. A lot of us have all these goals and dreams. We don't take action. I have been getting up for the last year and 3 months at 5:00 a.m. with 2 accountability partners. I had tried to do this myself over and over again. I would say, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna work out. It never ever happened. But until I decided to seek out some help with my good girlfriends, we get up every morning, and I'm not a morning person. The first month was so hard. I remember literally falling out of my bed. I have a high bed. And I remember literally holding on to the sheets, and I literally fell out the bed because I did not want to get out the bed. Every morning at 5:00, from 5 to 7, while everybody else is sleeping, I'm up. And you know why? Because that's what successful people do.
Yeah.
That's what Oprah Winfrey does, John Maxwell, Glenn Lundy.
JB Owen. I'm up every day at 4.
Yes, so I've listened to what successful people say, and almost everybody would say, we get up. I get up at 4:00, 5:00. Wow, the phones are not dinging, all the distraction, no distractions. The kids are still sleeping. I get up, I do some type of movement. I read something normally in my John Maxwell Daily Reader. I write in my gratitude journey, and at 5:45, from 5:45 to 7, we get on Zoom, we tell our intentions, and we get to work. And that's how I was able to write in Les Brown's book, because it was impossible to do writing during the day. All of the other things that I have to do, I spend time getting up in the morning, writing in my book. I'm about to launch an onboarding online course on Teachable. All of that, everything I wanted to do is done during those secret hours in the morning. That's also secret sauce. If you want to do anything, just get up. You can get up with me. So
yeah, I'm the same. I love that time in the morning because the phone isn't ringing and the pinging kids, and you don't distracted to go to the fridge, and there's just not all this distraction, and you can get so much done. And I feel like when 7:00 rolls around and my first sets of kids get up, and then 8 in school and all of this, and the phone calls and visitors and delivery people, it's like, it's so hard to get stuff done. But if you know you've done a little bit in the morning and you've got your to-do list sort of checked off, the whole rest of the day is a bonus.
It's absolutely, it feels so good to me to know at 7. Oh, at 7:00 I do TM meditation for 20 minutes. So once we get off our call, I do TM meditation, because that's another thing. You have to be centered. I have to turn off the noise. And that's where I just get a lot of ideas while I'm meditating. It's like, oh my goodness, okay. And sometimes I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I come out and just write down some of the things that come to my mind while I'm meditating, because I don't want to forget it. But definitely I have to have that still time, because I operate a business that's it could be very stressful, because you're taking care of people's most valuable jewels, their babies. And because we are the best, we received an award from the Chambers of Commerce as the best small business in our county. That can be good and bad, because we have to maintain that reputation. And I'm bringing on new people all the time. So I'm like, oh my goodness, I wanted to make sure everybody is understanding and believing what we believe in, because it takes that one person. All of the hard work, it just takes one staff person that can turn it around. So
So many good nuggets, so many
Yes.
wonderful things. Work on you, work on your business, believe it's possible, take action, get up early in the morning, educate your team, live by example. I loved everything you shared. Thank you so much.
You're
How can
welcome.
people find you? How can people connect with you?
Absolutely. You can find me on my website, www.jamilaallen.com. I'm also on social media, Jamila Allen, on Instagram and Facebook. If you're interested in finding out more about what I do, I offer a 30-minute discovery call, which you can find on my website. Again, it's jamilaallen.com. And I hope to hear from you if you're interested.
Beautiful.
I really, really love speaking to people who have childcare centers. That's my niche.
Well, you've heard it. If you've got a childcare center, or if you need some great mentoring, please reach out to Jamila. Thank you so much for having us. Being here. Thank you for having us and sharing with us. And I learned some great things, and it's just always good to hear and the same thing over from others people and other people who are being successful. You just got to hear it more and more and more, and it works. It really, truly
It
works.
does work.
Great advice.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for being here.
You're
Blessings
welcome.
to you and the success, and
Thank you,
congratulations
JB.
on being
Thank
an
you for having
international
me.
best-selling author and Ignite the Hunger in You. Big kisses to you. Take
Thank
care. darling.
you. Take care.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the live. Welcome back to the live showing of Ignite the Hunger in You. A little live mic moment there. Welcome back to our live presentation of Ignite the Hunger in You Summit 2021, where we are igniting lives and impacting humanity. I hope you enjoyed that interview, and we're going to jump right back into another one, our live interview here with Miss Marcy Cody. Come on, Marcy, join us on stage.
Hello, how are you?
I am delightful and just blessed to have you in the house. How's everything with you?
Incredible. Everything is just fabulous. We're so excited.
I know, it is exciting. Now, you've got a pretty fabulous bio. Let me read it, because you've got some fun things. Marcy Cody RN is a registered community outreach nurse, best-selling author, international motivational speaker in Les Brown's Inner Circle. She's a faith-based holistic longevity coach where age say that word? Age
Vibrantly.
Vibrantly tips. Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that. She's a podcast host, director of the Highest Praise Dance Fitness, and she is a oh my gosh, girl, you got some challenging words in your bio. Prayer
I'm
team
sorry.
member. It's just me.
It is
Maybe I'm just having
sexy.
a blonde moment. Tell me that word.
Aging vibrantly.
Vibrantly. Oh, vibrantly. Age vibrantly. Well, then that's what the universe wants us to talk about, because if I stumbled on it, then I guess I need to learn about it. Tell me about that.
Wow. So yes, a lot of people talk about aging gracefully,
Right?
but I want to take it up a notch and age vibrantly.
Vibrantly. I
Yeah.
love it.
So, when you turn a certain age, you start thinking about aging. You don't necessarily think about it so much when you're young, and I believe that this is one of my quotes, unless you die young, you will get old. So,
Boom.
boom. So walk now or use a walker later, or a scooter, or, so I'll just say it. vibrantly, you're aging vibrantly, JB. You're like the epitome of aging vibrantly. You know, tandem riding your bike and, you know, encountering bears.
You know, but this is so interesting, and this came up for me this morning, and it's probably not a coincidence. There is no coincidence, but this very morning, I did 10 hours of live yesterday, 10 hours on Friday, but this morning I woke up just feeling a tiny bit achy, and I was like, I wonder if I feel achy because I'm 50. And I was like, you know, you don't think about that till you turn 50. And then I was like, I wonder if turning 50 actually has like this, you know, like there's a moment you turn 50 and then everything changes, because so many people say, well, like, as soon as I turn 50, my eyesight, you know, my bladder, my walking, my la 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 la. And it's like, okay, is it really happen? Is it psychological? Is it something that we can, you know, change? So you are the perfect person to talk about this, because I had this very thought this morning.
You know what? That's absolutely true, because your human body is basically a machine, a biological machine. If you think about it, it's a machine that can reproduce itself through childbirth, right? It's constantly rejuvenating itself. Because yourself, when you were born, you were only like 16 inches long and 7 pounds or something,
Right.
but it's still you. So every day you are changing. Every day you are rejuvenating yourself. So whatever raw material that you are fueling yourself with, and whatever movement you do, is shaping your tomorrow self. So basically you become what you repeatedly do, what you repeatedly eat, what you repeatedly think about, what you repeatedly say. Because that was Aristotle said something like that. He said that success is not an action, it's a habit.
It's a really good thing. Like, I'm thinking about my son. You know, my son was born 9 pounds 1 ounce, and he's now almost 6, you know, 6'1", 17, you know, he's size 13 and a half shoe. But you're right. When he was, you know, 16 inches long, 9.1, he's still the same person he is today at 6'1". And, you know, when you think about people who gain 100 pounds or 200 pounds and then lose 100 pounds, or you think about, you know, people, you grow your long hair, then you have your short hair, and like you are always adapting and changing, but you are still you. That's a really fascinating thing when you really think about it. You're born you grow into you, and you can redefine you. I love to use that word, redefine. And so the vibrant you, I really like that. Tell me a bit more. Keep going. I'm in loving it.
So the vibrant you is the you that has a purpose, the you that is impactful, the you that is independent, and the fun-loving you. That's the you that you're working for as you age. Because there's no really good point of getting old if all you can do is lay in a bed and wait for somebody to come and feed you and change you. Right. That's no life. So if you want to age vibrantly, that's what I wrote about in the book, because my parents right now are at that stage. They're 89 years old, and we had to put them in a nursing home. And that is the most god-awful thing. So I don't wish that on anyone. So my theory is that if we take care of ourselves, and if we do the things like Les Brown says, if we do the things today that others won't do, we can have the things tomorrow that others won't have. And health is one of those things.
I think now more than ever in the history of humanity, we have the ability to be healthier than we ever were. I mean, think back into medieval times or in Victorian times, they weren't able to pasteurize their food the way we can now. They weren't able to heat their homes the way they were now. They didn't have the dental care that we have now. Obviously, they didn't have the medicine that we have now. And so we actually, through eating well, living well, thinking well, they didn't have, back then they had, kings and queens and tyrants that beheaded in the guillotine. Like there were all kinds of other things that made you have a short life. Compared to now, you can have a very, very long life because we have so many advances that sustain the human being. Dinosaurs don't have that problem anymore. There's so many great things. And yet, with all these advances and advantages, we don't always take care of ourselves. Is there some psychology behind that? Is there some reasoning that you can talk about why we have these opportunities, but we're not always taking them?
You know what? It's hard for people to imagine being old. And so that it's almost not a reality.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ask a child about their future 99-year-old self, I mean, they don't have the capability
Right.
of even imagining that. So when you were talking about visualization earlier, about how you made it, every kilometer more because you could visualize yourself doing it, it's the same thing about aging. See, we age by default. Okay, we just keep waking up every morning, and then one day we're 50.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
So unless we strategically plan, and that's what I do, I help people visualize 30 years from now what that's going to look like. Where will you be living? How will you be living? Who will you be living with?
Right.
Because unless we plan, we plan to fail, right? So we have to really think about that. And a lot of times we have a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan for our finances, maybe even have a 30-year plan for our finances. But do we have a health plan? Do we have a care plan for ourselves? Do we believe now? I truly believe that walking and dancing are like the best exercises. There might be other ones that are out there. A lot of people believe in strength training. There's all different things you can do to make this human body more elastic and agile and spry. Because I believe you can be spry way past 65, right? That's another one of my quotes. So when you walk, seriously, if you keep walking, if you have a habit of walking 30 minutes a day, you will be able to walk. I mean, you just have to have a habit of doing. You have to visualize yourself doing that every day, just like you visualize yourself going across the country so many kilometers every day. You visualize that and you made it happen. So that's the same way, and I ended up actually having a setback because in 2019 I dropped 75 pounds. Like boot camp style with people half my age because I'm the queen of modification. Okay, so, but then COVID hit and I'm working from home. So now I'm sitting for like 8 hours a day on my job, just making phone calls. I ended up having to have a hip replacement.
Wow. I can relate to that because, 5 months ago, I was cycling 150 kilometers a day on a bike, like moving my muscles, and I felt great. I never had aches or pains or muscle pains in my legs. I come home, I'm back at work, I'm back in my desk, I'm back sitting in this chair. And I got to be honest with you, like I feel more aches and pains in the back of my legs, in the back of my calves, in the back of my knees than I've ever felt before. Why? Because I'm sitting in the chair so much. And it's so obvious. It's so obvious when you keep the body in motion, the body stays in motion. The body needs to be working. It's like a filtering system. Like the blood needs to be going, the heart needs to be pumping, the lungs need to be expanding. Like you need to keep that engine, that machine that you said right at the beginning, working, or else it's going to get rusty and stagnant, and achy and painy and need a little bit of support. So I love that word spry and vibrancy. Very, very, very good points. You share in your story, and it's a truly heartfelt story, and it was one of the ones that brought a little to my throat, because you talk about having your parents, getting to that point in their life where they are aging, and you're seeing the change in their body and in their motion and their mobility and those sorts of things. Without giving away too much of your story, can you share about that? Because I think a lot of folks can relate to aging parents.
You know what? It happened so suddenly because my parents, they're 89 now. Well, in 2019, when my dad was 87, he had a school bus service where he and his wife would go and pick up the children and take them to school and go bring them back. They would ride together on the front seat in their van, and they had little video cameras, not video cameras, but videos so the kids could watch cartoons while they were driving and stuff like that. He created his own routes on the computer. He took care of all of his medication lists. He was so independent in 2019. Okay. Then COVID hit. They both got COVID.
Mm.
And they didn't die. They didn't die, thank God. And they didn't get any of those real bad respiratory systems. They weren't hospitalized. Well, they were hospitalized for a little bit, but it wasn't for like respiratory on a ventilator, all that kind of stuff. They just got this, all I want to do is lay down. All they wanted to do was lay down. They did not want to get up. They didn't want to eat. They didn't want to drink. They didn't want to walk around. They didn't want to use the bathroom. So they just became like dead weight, literally. And with the two of them, all
Right.
of us trying to take care of them at home was like horrible. We couldn't handle it. We got help. We did everything we could possibly do. By me being a registered nurse, of course, a lot comes on me. So we decided that we had to put them in a nursing home.
Mhm.
And that was just, they really blindsided us because they were so independent,
Right.
know? So you never know what.
So you kind of seen like what can happen, what the future can look like. You've seen what could happen, and you are all about, let's prevent that. Let's take the other direction. Let's work towards creating vibrancy and spryness and health. And so what are some tools or some ideas that you might want to give our audience right now that they can do today?
Okay, well, I do have a little acronym. Can I give
Yeah.
it away?
Let's do it.
It's in the book. Okay, it's SPRY. Duh. So S is for sustainable habits. You have to do an inventory of your habits and find what's not serving you and try to replace it with self-sustaining habits. Okay, so that's S, sustainable. And then you have the P is for pleasurable. Okay, so you have to make the habit pleasurable. For instance, if you decide walking is going to be your new habit, you got to make it fun. Maybe have a playlist on your phone or something while you're walking. You can listen to, or you can listen to Les Brown or listen to us talk. You can listen to something. Just make it pleasurable. Dancing, I think, is really a really wonderful exercise because not only does it exercise your body, it exercises your brain. And it's a good brain exercise because that's one thing we don't think about too much when we're aging is about our mental health. Okay. And then R is for repeat. Okay. So repeat these good, sustainable, pleasurable habits every day. Okay. Repeat.
That's right.
Okay. Repeat because like I say, you become what you repeatedly do. So repeat the good things. And then Y is for yes, you can. Yes, you can. If you believe you can or you believe you cannot, you're right. That's Ford said that. Henry Ford. If you believe you can do a thing or you believe you cannot do a thing, you're right.
Yeah. It's so true. Like if you don't think, well, I can't do that. I can never do that. I can't make that happen. I can't exercise there. I can't cycle. I can't get up. I can't dance. I can't dance. What will people think? What will people say? Or I'm too old. Like I remember actually watching my mom age when she started saying, you don't realize how old I am. I'm getting old now. I'm starting to get old. And I was like, stop saying that. So talk a little bit about that, because now you've talked about the spry habits, the spry yes. Talk a little bit about how we speak and the words that we use.
Well, speaking is actually, first you have the imagination. So before you even speak things, you're thinking about them in your head. Okay, you're rolling those things around in your head, and then when you let them fall out of your mouth, that's when you really get power to them. Okay, so I mean, you can think a thing, and thoughts can get you in trouble too, because if you're constantly thinking about that chocolate cake, you are going to eventually go eat that chocolate cake. Okay, so if we can just create, and there's a scripture that says that we have the mind of Christ. There's also a scripture that says to not be conformed by this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our mind. And so when we have our mind that is being renewed every day, and that's by like the previous young lady that was just on, she was talking about daily habits. It's so important to get up and start right away with gratitude, with thinking those things and speaking them. My husband and I say a favor confession every morning. We memorize it. We've been saying it for so long. We talk about the favor of God that profusely abounds in us and goes before us. And so when you speak things, you give power to them. You give power to those thoughts that you're having inside of your head.
Yeah, you got to say what you want, and you got to say what you want. Don't say what you don't want. Say what you want. Say what you want to create. And I love it. Those thoughts rolling around in your head spill out of your mouth. I've always shocked my kids about when they say, like, I wish. I'd be like, don't waste a wish. Like, really think about it, because sometimes we just throw it like, oh, I wish something would happen, and we throw it out. And the same thing with our health. I'm so sick and tired. I can't stand this. This makes me ill. This is driving me crazy. Like, we have these cliches in our culture that we say all the time that are just so unbeneficial for our health, for our mental health and our physical health, because the body, the cells, they are listening. They're totally listening.
Absolutely. And that is one thing that is so important. Speaking those things. And I've heard people even pray like, oh Lord, don't let this airplane have a crash, and don't don't even say the negative part. Let's make it there safely, because we're just, like the law of attraction, those words are still going out there, going out into the universe. And so if you want to keep getting if you keep saying what you're saying, you're going to keep getting what you're getting.
I so agree. Even yesterday, Les was talking about the new strain of COVID. He's like, what's that word? I'm like, I don't even want to know the word. I don't even want to say the word out of my mouth. And it's really, really powerful. You have a beautiful story. You have a beautiful spirit, an amazing soul. How can people spend some time with you, get to know you, hang out with you?
Well, I see marcycody.com on the screen, but you know what? I'm going to say marcycodyrn.com. Both of those are fine. But I'm Marcy Cody RN on all of the platforms. And if you come to marcycodyrn.com or okay, I don't want to make it confusing. Come to marcycody.com. But if you forget that, just go to marcycodyrn.com, y'all, and get all my stuff. Okay?
That's okay. So you're making their brain work. You're giving them brain exercises. Marcy Cody, marcyrn.com, marcycody.com, brain exercises. You got to remember.
Yeah.
And do you have something to share with folks so they can just really enjoy and appreciate your lessons and your learning?
Yes, I do have a free gift. Okay. My free gift is a copy of my book, 90 Ways to Age Vibrantly. Yes. So
can I get a copy of that?
Absolutely. What I'm giving away for free is an ebook, the PDF, and then also a 30-minute consultation with me so I can help you come up with a roadmap, a 30-year plan, at least the first little blueprint of it, so that you can come up with some plans to live your best, the best of your life, the rest of your life. Okay. So I'm excited about that. I'd love to talk to you and help you get on the road to be more independent, impactful, and in shape, and way past 65, you could be spry.
Vibrantly and spry. I love that. That's going to be the word of the day. Every morning I wake up and I pick a word for the day. I haven't picked a word today, so it's going to be vibrantly. Vibrantly and spry is going to be the word of the day. Thank you so much, Marcy. I really appreciate. I look at you and you are beautiful, vibrant and spry, and you're an inspiration to all of us. So keep doing what you're doing. Keep going out in the world and showing people how they can have the best lives ever. And thank you so much for being a part of this project. And we didn't even really talk about, just give us in that one word or beautiful words in your vocabulary. What's the word that sort of defines this Ignite the Hunger in You writing process for you?
Oh my goodness. The word would be incredible. This has been an incredible process. This is actually my 4th book, and I've dealt with other publishers, and Ignite has been the smoothest, most effective process. I would just say incredible.
Thank you. I love it. I love it. All right. Big hugs and kisses to you. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you next week. All right. Blessings. I like the word incredible. We love that. An incredible. And we're going to jump right into our next incredible author. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Yasmin Sad.
Hi,
hello, my darling. How are you?
I'm doing great. Oh, it looks like I have a delay again.
A little tiny delay. Is it a video delay or audio delay? Which one have we got here?
Let's see. It looks like it's a video delay. Do you want me to go out and come back?
Yeah, sure. Try that. The team, if we can help Yasmin, I'll chat for a few seconds. Folks, if you have not yet got your copy of Ignite the Hunger in You, you're going to be able to read all these stories. You've been here today, you've been here yesterday and the day before, or you haven't been here yet and you haven't found out what's going on. This is the Ignite the Hunger in You Summit. We are talking about the amazing stories of 35 fantastic individuals talking about their Ignite moments. You can get it at ignitethehungerinYou.com. Find out everything you need to know. If you're watching us on Facebook Live and you're like, how do I get all those free gifts? I want to hang out with these people. You need to register. You need to go to ignitethehungerinYou.com and register. It is free to register, but you absolutely need to register because then tonight we will send you the follow-up email with all the free gifts. Now, just seeing the authors today, and of course, Gary Sanchez's Why Institute test, those alone, but you're going to get access to the free gifts from this whole weekend. So please go and register now. If you want to upgrade and get VIP, I totally recommend it because there's so much stuff, fun stuff in the VIP package that's going to allow you to see these recordings for the next 12 months, dial into all these fabulous nuggets and lessons and tips and tools. It's going to give you access to all of the free gifts. And in addition, you're going to get a copy of the book if you upgrade to our diamond package. Plus, you're going to get affirmations from me. You're going to get recordings. You're going to get our free gift. There's so much fun stuff. And so we want you to upgrade to that VIP team. If you could put the VIP link, that would be super. ignitethehungerinYou.com is where you can find out about the book and find out about the summit and register. If you want to upgrade to VIP, just go ahead and photograph that with your phone, and then you can do that. Our VIP pass, well, we want you to have this kind of ignited feeling day after day after day, month after month, week after week. And you know what? I'm just like you. I only can do so much. There's only so much things I can input. I talk about input versus output. You got to input stuff and you got to output stuff. And so if you want to input some great stuff, but spread it over time, go ahead and get that VIP pass. All right. Yasmin is back with us. Welcome, darling. Or she comes.
Hello. So hopefully it should work right now.
You're looking perfect and fantastic. We got you.
Thank you. Thank you. So hopefully it will work out fine. So first of all, I wanted to say, JB, thank you so, so much. I am in awe how you pulled this together 3 days nonstop. I really believe your gift is allowing us all to shine our message. So thank you so much for sharing your gift. You're really holding the space for all of us and for the audience to receive our messages. So thank you so, so much. It's been incredible.
Well, Well, thank you for saying that, because I want to share in response that I get to sit here and all of you are showing up and dazzling me, and it's just so exciting because I see the progressive growth and the advancement and the evolution and the expansion that all the authors are going through since day one when we started, and the relationships and the connection and the confidence and the camaraderie. It's actually just beautiful to be on the other side of the lens to see all of you. So thank you for being you, and thank you for what you do, because you guys inspire me. So bravo. Now, Dr. Yasmin this is her second book with Ignite. Tell us a little bit, what was the difference between this book and your previous book? What was the process like for you?
Well, both books were amazing and an amazing process going on. But I think this one, being mentored by Les, meeting with Les, was a highlight. And the community in this book is exceptional. Each time it is really good, but now it's, everybody heard, the speakers are all about consciousness, elevating consciousness in a way and speaking from the heart. Everybody's so heart-centered. This theme, it is amazing. It's really a beautiful process.
It's true. And, sometimes I kind of live in my bubble, to be honest, because I feel like everyone here that we've listened to is doing their best, working their hardest, going out, living life to the best of their ability, enjoying their life, but at the same time helping others. And I feel like, this is the way the world should be. This is the way everyone should be. This is the way we all should treat one another. We should all have this positive mindset, this amazing thinking, this aspirations, this connection and camaraderie. And yet it's not that way for everyone. And that's why we're so committed to doing this summit. You talk a little bit about you. Part of your practice, part of your skill, part of your genius is helping people to move from where they are to where they want to get to. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So prior to this morning talk, I used to think that I help people transform their life. But what I do is I help people decode their thoughts and emotion so that they can move forward empowered. But this morning I took Gary's test, the why, and now I can tell you this is who I am. I help people make sense of their thoughts, their emotion, and what's happening in their life so that they can transform them and move forward empowered.
Whoa. And did it make sense for you when you saw that you help people make sense?
It was awesome. It was so good because I thought that's exactly what I do. That's in a nutshell. I help people make sense. I'm constantly helping people decode what's happening in their mind, their life, and their emotions so that they can understand and transform. So that was beautiful.
I love it. I'm smiling ear to ear because it's true. Like, I've been working with Yasmin in our White Glove program. She's doing her solo book. She's doing brand building with me in my legacy program. And we have been decoding her brand and decoding what is it she does and how does she serve. And she serves so incredibly in a variety of unique ways. But it's true. And I've had this personal experience because I've been a patient of hers through recently. Something happened to me and she was on a call and I was like, help me make sense of this. And it was so brilliant because you do help people make sense of things. You do that so beautifully. And your story talks about that. Tell us a little bit about how now you see how this fits into your story that's in the book.
That is actually right. So I would like to start first. When you see me, you see, wow, look at this woman. She has everything together. She's staff psychologist, New York City. And I always tell people, well, I got there by making sense and transforming. And my story is about that. If only you knew the experience I had in my life. And even when I think of myself as a child, I could never imagine I am where I am today. So I'll give you a bit of a snippet, so growing up, I was born during the civil war in Lebanon. So I remember hiding under the table when everything was shaking. I remember the bomb falling and wondering if my parents were alive. Very early on, I had to deal with chaos. I had to deal with unknown. And I had to make sense and meaning of it. Mm-hmm. And I had to transform it. And when all of this was over, the first 5 years of my life where we had all this trauma, we moved to Paris. And over there, you would think life's starting for me. But life got worse, actually, because my mother lost everything. And as most people do, when you're not doing well, you numb the negative. But when you numb the negative, you numb the positive. So life became variable out. There was no joy, no pleasure, new country, adjusting, adapting. And so I've experienced loneliness. I've experienced not belonging. And I remember vividly what it was like to be different and not belong. But now I see how all those experiences have helped me so much, because I know what I was thinking then. I know what my mind was doing. And I can understand because I discover who am I? And I discovered that I was so tuned in to others, that I was so tuned into my mother's pain, that of course my mind was only thinking negative thoughts, that I was so tuned in that my gift was unbalanced at the time. And looking back at it, there's only one question that saved me, which was, what do I want? What do I like? And it's a very, very, very simple question. But you can understand how going through all of this, my family wanted safety for me. And safety came from my talents and my gift. And I was very good in math. And so my family was like, that's it. You're going to go to the best business schools. You're set. We're putting you in a great school. I was acing the grades. And the idea of doing that was death for me. And what saved me was asking myself, what do I like? And I love putting meaning into things and transforming and helping others. And that's how I became a psychologist. And so I realized at the time that I like to help people. And of course, my mom knew who I was and she highly supported me. But my father was like, what? Are you joking? Like, are you kidding me? You're going to give up a business school career with safety, with success to help people who are not well? You will not be well yourself. Like, Les Brown's quote, what you tune into, you turn into. Well, that was my father. Like my father was, you're going to turn into somebody who's not going to be well. And he was like, and how are you going to achieve safety? But he told me, but do what you want. So I did what I want, but I listened to the message. And that's my message to everyone, is that I could have gone and said, no, he doesn't know me and he's really and rebel and take the same path, but through rebellion. But instead I said, I know he loves me. And what is he saying? And so throughout my career, I kept paying attention. What am I tuning into? And how can I create safety for myself? And I developed a method of seeing the positive in the negative. And thanks to my dad, I embodied who I am and who he is. His message to me and my message to myself, which was my why. I make sense of things. And I cannot tell you how many times I made sense of things in my life. And I understood that everything that happens is a preparation for your future. And I'll give you an example now that I share a bit about my story. Is when 9/11 happened, I was very calm and very peaceful and helped so many people. But deep inside, I was wondering, how come I am so calm? How come I'm not rattled? How come? And then it came to me. Of course, if you go through the terrors of wars, the wall shaking, bomb fallings below 5 years old, as an adult, you're so much better equipped. And it came to me. This was my preparation. This was my preparation. I can do this work right now because of my past. I can sit and help people who are lonely because I felt lonely. I can help people, tune into their parents' emotion and transform and become who they are because I've been there and I transformed it. And everything in my life, I've been an observant of my life while living my life, meaning I paid attention to what was going on through me. And now everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. And I can tell people, I can understand the pain you're in. I see it, I have felt it, and it makes sense. And you now might not be able to make sense of it right now, but if you embark in a journey with me or with yourself, you are going to be able to make sense and transform it, because it is there for you. There's a force building all those things for you, outside of you. Can you see it? And so in my book, in the chapter, it's all about, can you see the love behind the negative message, the negative event, the negative thoughts that are happening to you? Because I am who I am because of everything I've been through. And it was love behind everything. And if I knew that at the time, can you believe how much less suffering I would have? If I knew at the time that my difference was my gift, you know, where would I be? And so now I'm here to offer people that your difference is your gift. What you are going through is your gift. It's meant to bring you towards who you are and enlighten the world with your gifts. So that's my story in the book.
I love hearing it, because you're right. It makes so much sense when you share that you did go through that as a child, and then you were able to help so many people go through something similar because you had the tools and you had you've worked the muscle, you've gone through the process, you've done the work to understand it so that you can be a beacon for others. I think that's so, so beautiful. And I have seen your work firsthand, and I just want to say it's magnificent. You do have such a skill to bring a sense of understanding to a situation. And so, folks, I would encourage you, absolutely reach out to Dr. Yasmin. Share a little bit about how people can connect with you. I know that you have a wonderful way of sharing and something to give to everyone. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes. So you can find me at dryasminsaad.com. Very easy. And I have a free offer for you. And it's basically about elevating your stress to success. And so I help you with steps to understand what is your stress about and how to make meaning of it and transform it so that you can use it for your own benefits. So that's a free, easy PDF. Now, if you like what you're hearing and you want some more, for people in the summit, I have two special offers. I have a mastermind coaching group. And instead of it being, usually it goes for $9.99, I'm just offering for $27. Just $27 to help ignite your transformation, to help you make meaning out of it. And if group mastermind is not your thing and you want a one-on-one coaching with me, usually, you know, people pay about $600 to have about an hour with me. For people in the summit, I have reduced it to about, I believe it's $397, if I'm correct. It's all on my website. So it's still a bit pricey for some, but it's a huge discount and you'll get so much out of it. So that's my way of making myself available to you if you want. I rarely see people one-on-one. So, but I wanted to do this to a bit ignite possibilities in every single one of you. And those offers are on my website.
Thank you so much for that. And, you know, again, I wouldn't say it's pricey, because if that is the cost to completely reframe your thinking, to set you on the path of exactly where you want to go, to help you overcome something that has been holding you back or has been, you know, that snag that has been stopping you from doing what you want, it's totally worth it. It's absolutely worth it. I know that money is something we all need to reframe. I remember someone telling me one time about a course. They're like, if it cost you $10,000 and you had everything you needed to do exactly what you wanted to do to make the $1 million or whatever your goal is, and it only cost you this, would you pay that? And I was like, absolutely. And so $397, if that's all it takes to get making sense of those things, I'm all for it. I'm up for it. I'll be like, okay, let's sign up. Go to Yasmin's website. Let's see that again. Let's pop up her name over there, and you guys can check it out. Now, Yasmin, also taking the next step in her process, working on your next solo book. Tell us a little bit about your solo book that's coming out and some of the things that you are going to be sharing in that book.
Yes, so I'm so excited about this project that JB and I have going. So I have a knack of, as you described, making sense and decoding and helping people with steps. So I'm writing a book about how to make sense and transform most common emotions. So I'm going to take people on a journey. One is how to elevate stress into success. The other one is how to transform anxiety into excitement, how to elevate imposter syndrome into abundant self, how to transform depression into satisfaction. And I take each one of them, and there are many more, right? How to find peace in guilt, how to find guts when you are ruminating and obsessing. Like, I help people really transform, and I show that all the negative thoughts you have, all the negative emotions are your entry gate. They're entry gates, they're signals coming from deep within telling you, hey, pay attention. Frustration, for example, if you think about frustration, when are you frustrated? You're frustrated when life is not going the way you want. Things are not going the way you want. Frustration is about unmet desire. The moment you're frustrated, if you can think like, okay, this is calling my attention to my unmet desires. And how can I meet them? And what do I have to tweak? And the key is not to tweak them externally, but to tweak them internally. Because we all say, oh, I'm going to change job. I'm going to change relationship. I'm going to change everything. But then you do that and you repeat the same old patterns and nothing changed. So it's all about understanding within, what is that unmet desire and what does it mean about who you are? So for a lot of people, it's about, you're frustrated because, you know, your life, your outside life is not aligned with your internal values. And so it's about, well, what are my internal values and how can I set up my life according to them? And it's just that acknowledgement, like, wow, I didn't think about it that way. I did not think that my external life is not aligned with the world I want to create or how I want to live my life. And it's about, okay, what do you need to do internally? What is happening here? How come you have created this external life? And I have step-by-step processes. It's a complicated process when we talk about it, but when I write it, it's very easy, very simple to take you. And I do that for every single emotion. So the book that is coming up will be all about that, transforming simple negative emotions so that you can move forward empowered and you can connect to who you are.
It's going to be a best-selling book because we all have those emotions. You're talking about frustration. I was like, is she reading my mind? Because sometimes I get frustrated. I don't always feel guilt. I don't feel imposter syndrome, but sometimes I feel frustrated. And so you are just divinely tuned into, I needed to learn that lesson. So thank you. And I remember when you said about how to use stress to your advantage. And I was like, what? How can I possibly, aren't we all trained to like not have stress and to get rid of stress? And you explained it so beautifully. So I'm really, really, really looking forward to working with you. Your new book coming out in 2022. And of course, Ignite the Hunger in You. Any last words that you would love to leave our listeners with? You're so wise, my darling.
I will finish with a quote from Les Brown, which is dear to my heart, which is, what you tune into, you turn into. And that is why it's very important that you tune into the positive. And by tuning in the positive, it doesn't mean replacing the negative with positive, because a lot of people do that. The tuning into is how to see how the negative is here to build something within you so that you step forward in a more empowered way. We all have been through difficulties. And if you look back, those difficulties have built something within you that is good for your future. Can you see it when the difficulties are happening? Can you tune into the growth opportunity in the difficulties. Adversity is opportunity. Can you see it this way? So that's what I wanted to share. Thank
Yeah,
you so much, JB.
so well said. Instead of running from it, tune into it. And there's so much to learn from it. Thank you for all the great things. Now, talk a little bit about where you are on Clubhouse. I know some people can get a hold of you on Clubhouse. Of course, they can get the book, Ignite the Hunger in You. What page are you on?
Oh, I have to look. I'm not even sure.
It's my fun little quiz that I love to do with our authors. What page are you on? And tell us about the other Ignite book that you're in, just in case some people want to find you in your other book.
Absolutely. My other book is Ignite Possibilities. And in there, I share how I transform a miscarriage into a holistic movement where I train psychologists to heal others from a body, mind, spirit. And this is how you see how something horrible that happens to a lot of women, miscarriages, was an ignite for me. And I created a whole new movement of healing people. And thanks to this miscarriage, so many people are helped. And now I'm so grateful for it. Having gone through the pain of it, I can tell you it's the best thing that happened to me was the miscarriage. And I still feel the pain of it. So I can hold both. And I encourage people to read that book because it's full of other transformation too.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Jody Baird tells us you're on page 181 of Ignite the Hunger in You. That's your page number 181, special number. Dr. Yasmin, thank you so much for being brilliant and being loving and showing up for us today. We so appreciate you. Please go to her website and take advantage of her fantastic free gifts. It will be well worth it. Have a beautiful day.
Thank
you. So much to learn from our authors, so much wisdom just pouring in and pouring out and pouring into you. And I just want to share that Yasmin and as many of our authors has gone that next level doing 2 Ignite books. And now she's doing her solo book. If you have an inclination, if you're sitting there and you're getting an itchy hand, that's what my grandmother used to say, when your hand is itchy, money is coming and transformation is happening. Something is brewing when you feel an itchy palm. So if your palm is itchy, and there's something inside of you that is itching to write your solo book, we would love to be the publishing house that helps you. If you've been listening to us all weekend, you know that we are about heart-centered, soul-centered, and we are the leaders of empowerment publishing. I want to say thank you to Forbes magazine, who featured me 2 weeks ago and called me the heart-centered publisher. I'm so proud of that because that is exactly what we do. We help you tell your heartfelt story, your heartfelt message in a way that impacts others. And so if you'd like to be a part of a white glove process, if you've got a book in your heart and you would like to know how to craft it, create it, and as you heard this morning, the structure of what it is you need to do to get there faster, quicker, in a better way with impact, we have a fantastic system. I teach you a system of writing a book so that you can do book after book after book. You can go to my website, jbowen.website, or what we see here, Ignite Your Life, write your white glove service. You can just go to igniteyou.life and you can click on white glove and you can see what I do. Or folks put it up on the screen. You can go to my website, jbowen.website, and you can check out my white glove process. If you decide that writing a book for you is for you, you will be a part of a fantastic community that supports you. And I want you to win. I want you to succeed, because when you get an idea in mind to write a book, that means someone out there in the universe is calling for exactly what it is you need to teach, and they want to learn from you. All right. Love to see our new white glove authors. And now we're going to welcome another fantastic author and Ignite the Hunger in You. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Janice Todd. Good morning, my darling. Good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are in the world. How are you doing? Oh, we just got a mic problem. Let's see, Janice, we just can't hear you. Let's see if we can get your audio working. So I don't see your mic is not turned off. Try again. All right, let's take her out, team, and see if we can get her mic working. See, that's the fantasticness of live television. And I want to just say thank you to Zoom and thank you to StreamYard and thank you to technology and thank you to all the fantastic coders and website builders and all the people who are creating this fantastic opportunity for us to connect with you around the world. Think of all the people who are like stretching their brain to realize how can we accommodate this new world where we reach out to people through the internet, through these platforms. If you're seeing us for the first time, we are on Facebook Live. We are on Ignite Television. Go to Facebook on Ignite Television. We are on YouTube. You can find us on YouTube. We are on KP Media TV. We are on Roku. We are on Apple. We are all over the place from the goodness of those individuals. So I just want to say thank you and show gratitude to people that have invented these incredible technologies that are allowing us to communicate. All right, let's bring Janice back on and see if we can hear her. Welcome back, Janice. Let's see if we can get your sound going. Hello, darling. How are you? We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. All right. Let's bounce her out and see if we can get her speaking with one of our team in the background. In the meantime, let me check the schedule and see what's going on, because I'm happy to tell you a little bit more about the Ignite book that's coming up. If you have been listening to all these authors and you're like, compilation book, let me hear more about that. What is a compilation book? A compilation book is an opportunity to write a book with other individuals just like you. We pick a theme for our compilation books. You can see there's Marcy right there. A bunch of our authors that you've seen today, that you've seen all weekend. They're showing up here. Nick's up to come. You've seen more people coming up. You've seen Stacy. So these authors agreed to be in a compilation book. That means we have a theme, Ignite the Hunger in You, but we've done, as you can see, Ignite Conscious Leaders, Ignite Parenting, Ignite the Adventurous Spirit, Ignite Health and Wellness, Ignite Men, Ignite Women. We are all about igniting the humanity with these fabulous stories. And so what happens is you will be a part of a theme book. So our next book we're doing is called Ignite Wisdom. Each and every one of us have wisdom that we've ignited in our lives, and that wisdom has allowed us to go further, do more, create a new version of ourselves. And so Ignite Wisdom is when you had that ignite moment. Something happened in your life that developed wisdom, a new mindset, a new thinking pattern. It lifted a limiting belief. It created something different. And so Ignite Wisdom is going to be happening next in 2022. We're going to be starting, which is just around the corner, really, in January, just a few weeks away. We're going to be starting our new book, Ignite Wisdom, and that's going to be telling fantastic stories of people who have had an ignite moment that created wisdom. I woke up this morning thinking, like, we need somebody fabulous in that book to tell their wisdom. Like, who, when you think about on the planet, is really recognizing wisdom sort of as their tool? And then I thought, wisdom is really the theme this year, because I'm doing my own solo book, Wisdom from the Back of a Bike. We're doing an Ignite book, Ignite Wisdom. And so it's absolutely, wisdom seems to be one of the themes. But if you would like to be a part of that, you can go text my wisdom at our text message, or you can go on our website and look at our new books, upcoming books, and you can apply to be a part of Ignite Wisdom. Now, reach out to any one of our authors. They would love to refer you and get to me so I can chat with you directly about your wisdom story. We also have another book coming out later in the year, probably around March, Ignite Forgiveness, which is also a book we're doing with one of our current authors, and it's all about forgiveness. Many, many people, their lives have been transformed when they learn and step into forgiving. And lastly, we're doing another book, and right now it's called Keys to Crushing It. It's all about real estate agents who are crushing it in the business, but they are igniting lives through real estate, changing lives through helping people find the perfect home, changing lives through building fantastic teams that are all about revolutionizing the industry. We're doing some fun things. That is a book in conjunction with Mr. Ryan Serhant, who is one of those fabulous real estate agents on Millionaire Listings. Also, one of our Ignite authors, Bryce McKinley, and also Mr. David Meltzer. So lots of fun people are going to be in that book. So if you're a real estate agent and you've had an ignite moment that has made you love real estate, you're doing something in the real estate business and you want to be a part of Keys to Crushing It, you can also go go to igniteyou.life and check out that book. All right. It looks like Janice is ready and back with us. Come on in, Janice.
I am ready.
Yay! And we can hear your beautiful voice. Welcome,
Great, great,
welcome.
great.
So
Thank
happy to have
you.
you here.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So beautiful. You've got a great story in Ignite the Hunger in You, talking about compilation stories. Tell us a little bit about your story.
My story started back about February. I was actually in prayer and was prompted to write about my very first encounters with God myself. And I started writing and thought I was getting ready to write out a grocery list. And as I began to write about my very first experience, which was about me becoming pregnant out of wedlock. And as I began to write that, the words began to flow. And as they flowed, I continued to write. And I did not stop until I had written 6 pages front and back, and I didn't even realize I had done it.
Woo! That's called download, right?
Yes. And so that happened in February. And I happened to be driving along, I think it was, or something, but I saw a notification that popped up on my phone about a Clubhouse meeting that was going on with Les Brown and co-authoring and that type of thing. I got onto that app, into that room. You were on stage and some other people were on stage, and you all were talking about how we could co-author with Les Brown. And I had listened to him for about, a lot of years. And when I heard the opportunity, I got on, I listened to the information, I thought, wow, because when I finished writing those 6 pages, what I literally thought was, oh my goodness, this is a book, or it can go in a book. And so when that opportunity happened, I thought, wow, this was divine intervention. And so we talked. I think it was about April when I found out about it. I joined in May, and here we are.
Fantastic. And I just love your story, because a lot of authors come to the program and they're like, I don't know what to write. I need help writing. Help me find my story. What is my story? And we do a really beautiful process where we help you uncover your story. But when you arrived, you're like, I got my story. And it came to you. I remember that. I remember you saying, like, I wrote down my story. And so this is a beautiful experience. Like, I always say that when your story comes to you, it's because somebody needs to hear it. And you have a very powerful story about, and I remember reading your story. It was shocking how you spoke about when you became pregnant out of wedlock. There was so much blame and shame and ridicule and judgment that was put upon you. And that really defined you for a long time.
It did. It did. As a matter of fact, I was driven by those thoughts and emotions that came with all of that. Literally, my mind became my enemy because it was like an expressway of self condemnation and me feeling the blame for bringing shame upon myself, upon my family. Was very active in the church, and my parents were prominent, of course, in the community. Dad, a deacon, mom, a strong intercessory prayer warrior in the church. So I felt like I had literally brought shame upon my family, hands down. So it was a lot of pressure to carry around, a lot of weight to carry around. And I won't tell all of the story, but it caused me to go into a lot of self-sabotaging behavior. And it was just hard to get out of that place. And, I wondered, who could help me, who could bring me out of this, who could rescue me. Whenever you have a toothache, you can go to the doctor. If you have a stomach ache, you can go to the doctor. That's easy to fix. But who do you go to when what you need is on the inside? Who's capable? Who has the ability? Who has the power to be able to do that? So I found myself asking myself, where do I run when what I'm running from is on the inside? And so it was major for me, and it just caused me to go through a lot of changes at that time. And I want the people to read the book, so I won't talk about what happened at that particular time, but it was a driving force for my life, at that particular time. And so I just had to come to a place where, okay, something has to change, because this is defining me, and I cannot allow this to continue to define me. I literally basically kind of shut down and just became a different person inside. And,
Mm.
there were things happening in me that people around me had no idea was going on inside. There's no way that, the doctor can do surgery on you physically, but who know there's no surgery for your insides. And
Right.
so that became a reality for me, and I felt so helpless and desperate to be out of this place, but I didn't know where to go. I didn't know, where can, I could have boarded a flight, and I think this is in the book. I could have boarded a flight and gone 1,000 miles away, but I would have taken what was on the inside of me along with me. So it felt like there was no escape for this. There was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to turn. It just reminded me of a scripture that Paul talked about, where he says, "Who shall deliver me from the body of this death?" And my literal stance and disposition at that time was, who shall deliver me from this? Who's capable? And so it ended up being that I ended up doing the very thing that my mom had always taught us to do, which was pray. And I started doing that. And I also, at that particular time, as I began to pray, I began to get in the word. I began to read, and I knew that reading the word, it has a way of transforming your mind. Paul talks about that, renewing your mind. And the only way to do it, for the transformation to take place, is by the word of God. And so I did that. I made a promise to God, if he would help me out of this,
Yeah,
I
because
would.
you actually physically, like we talked this a little bit with Marcy, like your thoughts become you become you, and your thoughts had become, so powerful that you actually were experiencing like physical I don't want to say debilities, but you were physically impacted by the fact that your thoughts were like that, and your body was reflecting how much pain your mind was in. And I appreciate you saying, like, you can't run from within. There is no surgery for changing the way we think about things. And what I also appreciate is, as much as we speak about the pain of the beginning of the story, and a lot of the authors have said that, like, there was a lot of pain in the beginning of my story. Now there's this beautiful arch where you now are really living that best version, and you're helping other people who have been through the same experience. Can you share a bit about that?
Yes, it was I want to say, an awakening for me to learn, because we're all treasure chests. We may not realize it, but we are. Paul talks about it in Second Corinthians, the 4th chapter and 7th verse, where we have this treasure in earthen vessels. So we're all walking treasure chests. We don't realize it sometimes. Maybe imperfect, but we got treasure. Maybe flawed, but we've got treasure. And so we have what we need within us, but sometimes it's hidden by those flaws. And so when you come to a place and you come out of that place, it's kind of like an awakening. And for me, I didn't realize that one of the things that was in my treasure chest was the spirit of resiliency, the ability to bounce back, the ability to come back from that. Because while I was going through it, I didn't see strength. I didn't see resiliency. I didn't see any of that. So I felt defeated. I felt like there was no way out, and there was just no hope for me. But I discovered in that time the spirit of resiliency and the ability to bounce back.
Resiliency has been a great word this whole past 3 days, even less when I asked him, like, what's the word of the future? And he's like, resiliency. So you are right in alignment with him. Tell us
Yes.
a little bit, what it was it like to work with the master, Les Brown, to be in a collaborative experience with him and to be coached by him?
It was an empowering opportunity to be able to listen to him talk about other people's stories, and talk about yours, and even in a way that he could say something that was very impactful for another author, but it applied to you as well. And it changed your life. It changed your insides as well. And it was just wonderful, awesome, and amazing being mentored by him, listening to all of the stories that came forth from him within the quotes, and sometimes listening to him and trying to write down the quotes and not being able to do it fast enough. But just grateful to be among, you know, great people who can pour into you from such a place of wealth and worth and value. So it was an awesome experience for me.
He is really a wealth of knowledge. And do you, was there, I know you got some one-on-one time with him. Was there something
Mhm.
he shared with you very specifically that you feel was like that gift to you? Because I know Les Brown shares, and, 80,000 people are listening, 100,000 people, 1.9 million people on his Facebook. But when you had that one-on-one time with him, did he say something that you felt like that was specific for you?
Yes, he said a lot that felt like it was specific to me. But the fact that he is just so inspirational and motivating, and he says things like, you know, you are special, and there's something special about you. It really is. It really, it's almost like what it does is put the icing on the cake, or it's such encouraging words, inspirational and motivational. It's almost like it pushes you to keep going, you know, to
Mhm.
receive words from someone who's been doing this for so many years and is so successful and prosperous doing that. So yes, it was amazing.
Sometimes I'll phone Les and he won't answer and it'll go to voicemail. And when you phone someone and it goes to voicemail, you're like, "Oh, going to voicemail." And I got to tell
Right.
you, I always smile because Les Brown's voicemail is like, he's like, "You have greatness in you." And he like has a really long voicemail. And he like, sometimes I just listen. I get off the phone. I'm like, "That feels so good." Just listen to
Encouraged
his
by the
voicemail.
voicemail. Yes.
If you haven't heard Les Brown, please, folks, go and find Les Brown wherever you can. He's so easy. Go to YouTube, Google it, or absolutely go and get this book, and or you can get the recordings on this summit. Tell us a little bit about some of the things that you would like our listeners to know that you feel will help them in their life.
Well, I would like to share first to go on through whatever it is that you're faced with, circumstances, trials, and tribulations. Go on through it. You know, of course, the psalmist says that, yea, though I walk through the valley, the key word is through. You know, you go through the valley, you don't stay there. My childhood and former pastor used to say, if you find yourself in the valley, just find the lily.
Mm.
So go on through your valley experiences, because there's always something on the other side. And so if you can just make it through, the what's on the other side has everything to do with not just you making it to the other side, but there are people waiting on you to get to the other side. There are blessings, there are opportunities, and it's for people who need what you have from what you have gone through. You now have answers for people. You now have solutions and things that can give them hope, to let them know that if you went through it, they can go through it too. You can make it if you just go on through. Don't stop there. Don't quit. Don't give up. We have to know that we may be cast down, but we're not destroyed. You know, as Paul says again, you know, in the word, that we may be cast down, but we're not destroyed. One of my favorite phrases is, "This is not a TKO." You can get up from here. You may be
Mm.
knocked down, but you're not knocked out. We are winners. And as long as we can get back up and we can keep on going, we can continue to win and continue to win and go on to the next thing and to the next thing and to the next thing. So that would be one thing that I would like to share with the audience for them to know.
It's not a TKO. I like that. It's true, because I sometimes say this is a champagne problem, because we get upset about little things. Something will upset us, and I'll be like, this is just a champagne problem, because in the big scheme of things, it's not a TKO. It's not knocking you out. And so great advice. In your story, you have an action step. Will you share a little bit about that action step?
Yes, the first action step that I have is it's be intentional. And that has everything to do with faith, because faith without works is dead. And, you know, a lot of times, you know, we pray, we believe, but sometimes we have to get up and move and prove our faith. doing something that corresponds with that faith. And when you do that, what you do is you make a statement physically that you don't even have to make with your mouth, that I believe this. So I'm going to get up and do something about it. I'm not going to sit around and feel sorry for myself and sit here and expect it to come and sit in my lap. I'm going to get up and I'm going to move. I'm going to do something about it. I remember that very prayer in my situation. I said, if you help me, God, through this, I promise I will get up, I will move, I will practice until I get my bodily functions normal and functioning again. And that's what I had to do. So you have to be intentional because you have a life and life is beyond this. So we have to do what we have to do.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. So, so beautiful. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience? Anything you'd like them to know or anything that you would like to give them that they can take home with them?
Yes, one other thing would be to get off the boat. Get up, get moving beyond. When Peter was on the boat with the disciples and the storm was raging, Jesus was walking on the water. He got off the boat. He left the crowd of people that he was around. He left his camp. He left his comfort zone, and he left the crutches and stepped off the boat, which meant that he got the opportunity to do something that he had never done before. And so we have many opportunities like that to do something that we've never done before, but it'll never happen if we don't get out of our comfort zone and sometimes leave the place where we are, whether that's physically, emotionally, mentally, or whatever the case may be. We have to get up and move. We have to, I think it was Steve Harvey that said, jump. This is right in consistency with that. Get off the boat.
So fantastic. Do you know your page number just in case people want to find you?
Page 244.
Good girl. Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, we appreciate having you. We are always so blessed to listen from you. Thank you for much that you have shared with us.
Thank
you. Congratulations on being a best-selling author.
Yay. Thank you. Thank you, JB.
You got it. All right. Take care. And so we're talking about all the things that unfold in your life in so many different ways. And what I'm just thrilled because each and every author has a different way to help you ignite the hunger in you. And it's so great because it doesn't have to be my way. It can be Janice's way or Kate's way or Yasmin's way or any one of the other authors here on this platform. It's somebody's going to resonate with you. Somebody's going to speak your language. Somebody is going to have the same vibration of you. Somebody is going to have a story similar to yours. And what we want to do is expose you to all of our great authors so that you can find the person that you can grab hold of and be like, that's the person that I want to lock arms with, create a connection and build my next step in my life. Now, if you're really interested in taking it full galactic, I want to invite you to be a part of my legacy program. I am helping people build their brand. Janice is just one of the people where I'm helping her grow her brand. Yasmin, helping her grow her brand and do her white glove book. You've seen lots of authors, people yesterday, Stacy, so many people, I'm helping them grow their brand and build their business. How do you monetize? How do you leverage? How do you take a book and build that into a business? And I'd love to invite you all to go to my website, jbowen.website, and you can find out. I've got some free gifts there. I've got a strategy session with me. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because everyone's giving stuff away for free. And I'm like, I haven't given anything away for free. I haven't shared anything with anyone yet. So go to my website and you can do a free coaching or strategy session with me to talk about your book, talk about your brand, talk about what you want to build, what you want to create, what impact do you want to make on the planet. And then I help you get there strategically. I'm not the kind of coach where people are like, I don't know what I want to do. I'm the kind of coach where someone says, you know, I want to impact 1 million people. I want to make it to the moon. I want to reinvent something. I'm like, okay, let's get a strategy to do exactly that. If you want to talk about your next solo book, I want to help you with that. So please go to my website and we could be of assistance for you. Now, if you're like, how do I just dip my toe into this community? Well, of course, you can go to our Facebook page. Ignite You on Facebook. You can find us at Ignite You on Facebook. Wherever you're watching us here, just keep following us. Follow us, subscribe to us, say yes to us, be a part of what we're doing. We always want you to be a part of our community. And then most importantly, let's get a copy of this book. This book and the proceeds of this book are going to help families by educating children in a school in Cambodia. Team, make sure you reach out to Gary Sanchez, because if you were here this morning, his entire family initiative, their Christmas initiative this year, he's decided to help us and dedicate to the Ignite Possibilities School of Hope. So when you buy a book, when you buy the Ignite the Ignite the Hunger in You, you help build the Ignite Possibilities School of Hope. And so go to Amazon and get your copy of the book and go to this link and you can help with the school. Just $5, just $2, just $1 buys a brick. For every dollar you donate, buys a brick. So be generous with your donation, because that is going to help build our school. 35,000 bricks to build the school, and your donation absolutely makes a difference. It buys a brick, and we need 35,000 bricks to build that school, and we want you to be a part of that. No matter what you do, we want you to be a part of what we're up to. So if it is building your brand through my legacy program, if it is writing your solo book, if it's writing your next chapter in our Ignite Wisdom or Ignite Forgiveness, if it's coming to be a part of our mentoring program, if it's just being a part of our mastermind, if it's joining some of our classes, if it's just watching us on YouTube, if it's reaching out to an author, if it's just reading a single story, if that's going to make a difference for you, then we've done our job, and we want to say thank you so much for that. All right. Love you so much. Team, are we ready? Miss Jessica? Yes. Jessica, come on up. We're going to introduce our next author, Miss Jessica Moore.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
You're well and wonderful. I know it. So happy to see you. So grateful that you're here. Jessica Moore, let me just look at your bio. I'd love to share with the community a little bit about what you're up to, because you've got a great bio. Jessica Moore is the host of the Jessica Moore Show, creator of Your Own Story Challenge, and the visionary author of Embracing Imperfections, a book highlighting the journey of 30 plus women around the world. She has shared the stage multiple times with Emmy Award winning and #1 motivational speaker Les Brown, and is the co-author in this book, Ignite the Hunger in You. She has also been featured on Fox, CBS, and NBC. Take a bow, my girl. Welcome. Great bio.
So much.
Tell us a little bit about why. Give us your why. We've been talking about why all day. The word of the day has been why. Why did you decide you wanted to do this project?
Well, I feel like it was a no-brainer. Like, to be able to be a part of a project, to work with you, to work with Les Brown, like it's really, I feel like it's not even a question of why. Like, I think it was more of why not. And it's been like a really great journey, just being a part of the entire process, stepping out of my comfort zone, doing things that I never thought I would do. So that is my why not.
I love that. Why not? It was kind of like, I get to work with Les Brown. I get to work with the leaders of Empowerment Publishing. I get to be published. I get to impact lives. I get to change people. It's like, duh, of course I want to do that. That's a yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's been the big aha for you in this process as you've been going through the last 6 months with us? What was something that kind of like, I didn't know that about myself?
I think I would go back to when it was one specific training that we had with Les, and I was trying to, like, I knew the concept, I knew the message that I wanted to spread, but it's like having him say it back to me gave more life to what I was trying to do. So, like, as you know, the title of my story is Girl, Fix Your Crown. And my message behind that is really just to empower women that no matter what you go through, you can embrace the parts of you that you maybe don't love as much. So when we were in that class and I said, like, my goal of it was kind of a play on words. My middle name is Tiara. So I've grown up my whole life. My mama taught me royalty. So, you know, with my middle name being Tiara, it's like, I want other women to feel royal, even if they don't. So, like, when we were sitting there, and I'm telling Les, like, this is what I'm trying to get across. He didn't even have to he didn't even need me to finish the sentence. It was like, I know exactly what you're trying to do. So just being in alignment, I feel like that's the biggest takeaway that I can get from this is like just being in alignment with the right people.
And I remember that call so vividly because I think Les said, "Girl, fix your crown." That was like his new motto for the day. He's like, "Let me fix my crown, girl, fix your crown." It was so cute the way you're right, like he just completely owned it and he knew what you were saying. And so tell everyone who's listening, "Girl, fix your crown." What does that mean? How can I adopt that into my life?
The biggest thing that it means is embrace who you are, embrace your imperfections, and fix your crown. Like, don't let people knock you off your track. Yeah, so that's pretty much what it means. Like, get back on track. It doesn't matter where you come from. You can always change the narrative of your story. You know, some of us have been through a lot. Like me, I've been through so much, and I wrote about that like in my chapter. But even though I went through it, it doesn't define who I am as a person. So that's what I really like. That's my hope and dream for everybody, that you don't look at it as a hindrance. And I know something that Les says is not to live out of your history, but to live out of your imagination. So yes, I went through this, but how can I use that and turn it into something great and turn it into something amazing?
Well, I love your theory because I can say I identify with it also. I love being a princess. I love wearing a crown. I love wearing my sparklies. I love being in that belief system that there's no reason why I shouldn't feel like my life is my castle, and that I get to be a princess in my world, and I have the most amazing husband who treats me like a queen every day. But it took me a while to be okay with that and to accept that. And I think there are women out there and there are men out there who don't like it that you act like you are the queen of your kingdom. And there are other people who feel like I shouldn't feel that way. Like I shouldn't feel like I'm the queen of my kingdom. Can you speak about that a little bit?
I get exactly what you're saying, especially like with me. Like I've always had a lot of confidence, and so I think the main thing for me is I grew up with 4 generations: my mom, my grandma, and my great grandma, and I was very sheltered, and I didn't know it. So when I was a teenager, I lost all 3 of them. And so that's kind of when reality hit, because I thought as a kid, everybody had this loving relationship with their mom, and their grandmas was just the most amazing grandma. So when I got out into the real world after they passed, and I saw how hurt and how broken women were, that's when I went on a mission and created like Own Your Story and Embrace Your Imperfections. So the biggest thing that I can say is you have to quiet the noise and find your voice, because there's going to be people, even for me, as someone who does have a high level of confidence, is like what you said, who you think you are. Like, so, but the thing is, at the end of the day, it's the inner work that you have to do. Like, somebody can't walk up to me and say, you got black hair. I don't have black hair. Like, so if I'm hearing somebody, I know that's just kind of random, but if I hear somebody say you got black hair, it's like, no, I don't. So like, it doesn't matter. But if somebody come up to me and say something else like, well, I don't think you're good enough, then it's like you start to feel that, but that means it's inner work that you have to do within yourself. So like, nobody can tell you something unless that's what you believe in your heart, or it's an ounce of a way that you feel. So you have to go back to you, because like I said, like if you didn't believe it, or if you knew it wasn't true, then it's like, okay, whatever. But when somebody says something and it hits that a heartstring in you,
it's true.
Yeah, so that's the biggest thing I can say is like, continue to just quiet the noise, find your voice, even if that means you have to like let go of certain people, certain situations in order to get to your next level. Sometimes you got to let go of some people and come back. Like, I've had people in my life that it's like, in this season, I have to focus on me so that I can have a better relationship with you. So I think that it all goes back to being grounded and being centered in who you are. And then nothing else really matters.
That's great advice. Like I have to work on me so I can have a better relationship with you. I think that is really powerful because people go through ending marriages or divorce, or they end jobs, or they even
Mhm.
have moments where they've had to step away from friends. And one of my closest friends, I needed to step away from her for a while, and it wasn't her, it was me. I needed to evolve. I needed
Mhm.
to do the work. I needed to process. I needed to understand, why is that a trigger for me? Why does that upset me? Why am I attached to that? Why
Mhm.
is that something that,
Yes.
is affecting me? I will share that when I was quite young, in my like in junior high, I did have a lot of kids who picked on me. I was a very different kid. I dressed differently. I acted differently. I wore my crown to school. In fact, you will laugh because in grade 4, I used to wear white gloves to school because I wanted to be like the queen. And so I wore white gloves. I had seen her on TV and she wore white gloves. So I decided I was going to wear white gloves to school, and I wore white gloves to school. And the teacher actually called in my parents and complained and said that I wasn't allowed to wear white gloves to school, that it was,
Wow.
completely ridiculous. And blessed my mom, she totally backed me up. She's like, "What's wrong with it? Like, what's wrong with
Mhm.
her wearing white gloves to school? Like, what's wrong with that? If she wants to wear gloves, it's not hurting anyone. It's not affecting anyone. If she feels like she wants to wear gloves, let her wear
Mhm.
gloves." And so I remember my grade 4 teacher like gritting his teeth because the school ended up allowing me to wear gloves to school. And I had this idea. But of course, the other kids in school teased me about it. And what my mom had said to me was, anything that somebody says about you that's not kind, it's because they feel that about themselves.
Mhm. Projection.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit, because I know your story. In your story, you talk a little bit about how what people see in you is what really they have in themselves.
Mhm. I would just say, like, I feel like the world, it's a lot of hurt people, hurt people hurt people. So I think, so my degree is in psychology. So everything that I'm saying is always going to go back to the mindset, go back to self and different things like that. And I think when we develop ourselves as a person, then I feel like you have to look at people and realize that we're all just trying to figure it out. So like literally we're all like winging it. Like nobody, it was no handbook given to say this is how you should do life the right way. We just got to figure it out as we go. And so we all are living in these worlds. Like for me, like when my mom passed, and I talk about that in the book, my mom passing at 13 years old, and I went on a journey of instability. And so I moved around a lot, and I lived in 4 different states and went to 4 different high schools. I moved like with different family members. And so by the time as I'm going through this, I'm upset because I'm like, well, why is this happening? Like, why are you doing this to me? And so I had to learn at a really young age not to be a victim, like not to be a volunteer victim in my own life, and look at it as that's a projection. Like when I'm not getting along with this family member, I'm having to move here, or whatever the case is, they're going through something too. So I think the
Mhm.
biggest thing is having empathy and realizing we don't know what other people are going through. We don't know their struggles. We don't know their journeys. All you can do is show up every day as the best version of who you are and just keep going from there. And so
Mm.
like even with my story of going through this instability and moving, I end up my husband and I own a foster care agency. And so I never been in foster care, but I understand what it's like to go through a journey of instability, which is what most of our teens go through. And so now I can use that imperfection, that thing that I thought I'm angry because I'm moving and I don't understand why I'm getting into it with this person and that person. But now I can take that, and the teen girls that I work with, they always give me the girls that run away. And I've never had not one of them run away from me because I can meet them with my imperfection. And I
Mm.
can say to them, like, you know what, you got to realize that if you're in a situation where you've been taken away from your parent, it's not something you did. A lot of times you sit back like, well, what did I do for them to be like that? But when you get in the mindset and realize that all of us are just out here trying to figure it out, and we're going off of transgenerational trauma and different things
Mhm.
like that, then you begin to look at the world in a different way. And a lot of the girls walk away like feeling a different level of confidence and saying like, you know what, if you went through that, you moved from home to home, I was bad. I was mad. I was
Right.
doing all kinds of stuff. I was tearing up stuff. I was running away. I was doing all kind of stuff. But when I sat back and I realized that, like what I said, we all live in our own worlds, and I teach that to my teen girls, that you have to just realize that it's a projection. All of it is just a projection, and you cannot hold people to not knowing their full story. And that's where own your story come from. Own your story, own that you don't know their story, embrace your imperfections, and just get through life.
Well, it's such a great message, and bravo for you reaching out to those girls and helping them. And again, this goes back to, and it's been quite a theme throughout this summit, that the beginning of your story, and sorry for your loss, but that experience has crafted and molded you to be the incredible woman you are today. And you now have this mission to help other girls who have been through or are going through the journey that you went through. And so there's a real beautiful synergy. How would you sort of describe your mission now in the way that you want to go forward with now that you're a best-selling author and you've got this amazing, successful business? What's the next steps that are on the horizon for you?
My next step is just to continue to help women. That's really my area, is teen girls and women, helping them to just take what they have and use it to their advantage. Basically the same thing, not living out of your past, but living out of your imagination. I have a transformational coaching program where I help the women to like truly own who they are, to own their stories, and take that and turn it into a brand. So that's really my thing. I'm like a marketing geek. So I'm all about like marketing and branding yourself and just taking it and really owning it and say, you know what? Yes, I went through that. Yes, I was a runaway. I failed a grade. I failed the 9th grade, and then I got double promoted to the 11th grade when I got my mind right and said, you know what? So yeah, but just so like just taking it and saying like, this is me, this is who I am, and this is what I'm doing with it. And my story is what qualifies me. Yes, I have the degrees to be able to work with the children that I work with, but it has nothing to do, I didn't learn anything about this. All that came from my life experience that qualified me to be able to be an expert and a voice for women and teen girls.
Can you give some of us listening, men and women, some ways that we can adjust our crown, some tips and tools that we can take with us?
Yes. So my action steps, number 1 is to embrace your imperfections. When I say that, I mean like take a personality test. I don't know where I would be if I didn't know my DISC assessment, personality type, my Enneagram, and everything else. So like really truly get to know who you are, like, and embrace that. So I would definitely say take a personality test and look at who you are and who you are not, and it helps you to get to that next level. And then the next thing is, I took some notes just in case I forgot, using your imagination. So a lot of times as a kid, we dream so big and we want to do this and we want to be this, and then we become adults and responsibility come in, and it's like now you just going in the motion, and it's like, no, wait, like I never stopped dreaming. Like I don't even know what to feel like. I could imagine my life. I got like 10,000 journals, and I be drawing on stuff, and I got my coloring and stuff like that. Sometimes you have to go back to that. Go back to the way it was before you got to, you know what I'm saying? Like before you got to a point where you didn't think you could be who you wanted to be. So definitely like using your imagination and dreaming big. Like I wouldn't have thought I'm not saying I wouldn't have been in a book with Les Brown, but it's like, it wasn't even on my list of stuff to do. And now it's like, I can't imagine not doing this. And then the last thing is building a community. So I feel like we should all have our own communities. So definitely building that community, building your tribe. Because like a lot of times when people do step out, the first thing they do is they want their family and friends to support them, and that's not always the case. So when you build your own community and you take that responsibility, then it just helps you to get to your next level, and it helps you to continue to adjust your crown. So yeah, so those are my tips.
I love it. I love it. And anything you want to offer our listeners? I know you're so generous.
Yeah, so I actually have a monthly training that I do, which is the Own Your Story training, and it is on my website. So if you go to jessicatmoore.com, you can register for free to attend this. It's a full, like a day training, the one that we're doing in January. And that's where you can truly, like, it's a workshop, and we sit down and we talk about mission and vision and values and using your story to transform lives. So yes, that is free. It's in January, and the link to that is you can sign up at jessicatmoore.com.
I wish I could be there. I wish I could be there. You know me. I wish I could be there wearing my crown and inspiring and assisting you. And I love the mission that you're on. Is there one thing that you want people to remember about Jessica Moore so they never forget you?
I would say stand on your story, not in your story. So if you don't remember anything else I say, stand on it, not in it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Blessings to you, darling. Have a great night and everything. Great day, great afternoon, great weekend. Thank you so much for being here. Blessings to you.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, team. Well, we've got some exciting things happening. We are going to reset our Facebook. We're going to reset our Facebook. For those of you who don't know, Facebook has this little rule where they only allow us to play for 8 hours straight. Yesterday, we went 10 hours and 17 minutes. Les was calling me throughout the day, and I kept saying, I'm still online. I'm still online. I'm still online. Finally, he texted me and called me in the evening, and he's like, how long were you talking? And I was like, 10 hours and 17 minutes. It was so beautiful. So we're going to play a couple of videos for you so that you can get a little bit to know our Ignite philosophy, our Ignite belief system. And we're also at the same time going to reset the Facebook page. So Facebook, we're going to go off Facebook and we're going to come right back on because we want to continue. We've got an amazing guest coming up. Ms. Forbes Riley is going to be here. So do not disappear. This is a great time for you to do what we call the liquid exchange and or a movement break. So if you want to take a quick movement break, get up and move your body, get moving, get moving. Our team is going to play a great video called Who Says No to You? Love that video. Who Says No to You? I love it because you know what? There is no such thing as no. I've talked about this before. There's no such thing as no. No just means new opportunity, next option. When someone else says no to you, it's their no. It's not your no. It's their no. And then I've asked the team to play another great video called Ignite Possibilities. That's really my mandate this year, this entire year. And the best of you in 2022 is all about igniting possibilities. Last year, I cycled to the top of the world highway in the Yukon. The year before, I cycled 5,000 kilometers across Canada. Really, if you see the video, a big, huge 32-foot motorhome, ignite possibilities all across the side of it. Our new school is called the Ignite Possibilities School of Hope. We published a book called Ignite Possibilities. I'm doing a book called What's Inside Ignite What's Possible. And my podcast is also Ignite What's Possible. So it's really about creating possibilities and igniting lives. So the team is going to play a quick video, 2 videos back to back. We're going to reset the Facebook page. And when we come back, Ms. Forbes Riley is going to be in the house. All right, big kisses to you guys. See you in a few minutes.
Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it? Who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Ignite possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction. Having that conversation. Understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world. If there's one thing you should do today, it's wake up and be happy. Before you get out of bed, before you open your eyes, before you reach for your phone, check an email, look at a text, or do anything else, you ask yourself inside your mind, what's going to make me happy today? And you wait for the answer. You lie there, not moving, not thinking about what you have to do or what you should do, but instead
Hey, well, good afternoon and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. I want to say hello to you. I'm JB Owen, the CEO and founder of Ignite, and welcome back to Ignite the Hunger in You, the summit of all summits, the Summit 2021, where we're talking about igniting the hunger in you and inspiring you to do fabulous, fabulous, fabulous things in your life. We are so grateful because Ignite means that spark, that glow, that ignition, that rocket fuel, that ability to go after what it is you want. Now, it doesn't always happen immediately. We're so hard on ourselves as human beings. We want it to happen like tomorrow. We judge ourselves and we compare ourselves. But the thing about Ignite is each and every day is an Ignite. You've got mini Ignites that are happening all along the way. Those mini Ignite moments, those moments where something awakens you, inspires you, transforms you, and gets you moving in the direction that you want to go. It's not a leap. It's a journey. It's a process. And at Ignite, we want to help you get there by telling your story, by meeting amazing people, by being a part of a community with heart-centered and like-minded individuals, by making connections. You have met so many people here in the last 2.5 days that want to connect with you, inspire you, and support you, because connections make the world a better place. And we all have that common denominator of our stories that bring us together, the story of where we came from, the Ignite moment that pushed us to where we are now. And we're talking about those stories. This amazing book, Ignite the Hunger in You, the precipice of this summit, really catapulting people forward, because Les Brown likes to get hungry and inspire hunger in you. And when I talk about collaborations and communications and connecting with each other, and let me just bring in my microphone because I had moved it out of the way. Connecting with one another is really the way the world goes around. You got to connect with like-minded people. You got to find people who have energy, enthusiasm, excitement. You got to look for people who have done the things that you want to do and can pull you forward just a bit. You can follow them, emulate them, do what they did, learn from their mistakes. That's what these stories are about, learning from people, the golden nuggets from the things that happen in their life, so that you can get there easier, faster, in a better way. And one of those people that I just am so excited to collaborate with, lock arms with, learn from, pull forward, and inspire and ignite the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the amazing, the wonderful, the fabulous Miss Forbes Riley. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, my baby. How are you?
Fabulous and fabulous and fabulous. So happy to have you here. Thank you for showing up. Wherever you are in the world, we send you blessings.
Well, thank you. I'm sitting here in St. Pete. I just finished a 3-hour training with people from all around the world, because Les and I are both on the Real Summits tour, which has been a spectacular year for me. And every month we've been speaking to upwards of 30 to 40,000 people. And I have a training called GSD, Get Shit Done.
Whoa.
And that is what we were doing. We were getting shit done. How to write an ebook, how to do your online course, how to build a funnel, how to get your idea out to the world and monetize it quickly. Got to tell you, it was a phenomenal training with a couple hundred people from all around the world. And it is how you ignite. One way is you got to get it done. If you want to ignite a fire, you've got to be doing that little thing until the spark takes hold and it ignites, right? So that is what I'm up to today. JB, how are you doing?
I am loving it. I think it's so true, because whenever I hear you, see you, talk to you, listen to you, you're getting stuff done, you're doing stuff. And so some of our viewers, some of our authors have not met you yet. And so let's play the Who is Forbes Riley game for a minute.
Who is Forbes Riley? What an interesting question. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
Would you say, what's the one thing that you're known for?
Oh, endless energy. Let me share a little video if you've never seen me at all. Here, check this out. Share a screen here. Can I do that? Does that work?
I don't know if you can do that on StreamYard. Possibly not.
You know what? Check it out. Does that work for you?
Send it to our team and me.
Can you see it?
Oh.
Look at that. Huh? Who knew, right?
Can you turn up the volume?
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving.
She brought the house down.
Forbes Riley is amazing.
I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no know me. I am only a pass. I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going.
Took everything I am as a human being over the last 4 months to get right here. Oh, well, that is just a little bit about Miss Forbes Riley.
That's so great. I love 10X. I love GrowthCon. Bravo. And so let's dive into that for a minute. How important is your PR, your image, your presentation, the way you show up?
Wait. That is such a wait. Hang on a second. That is such a leap from who is Forbes Riley. So hang on for a second. I'll give you a little bit into who Forbes Riley is, because I think that is so important, and what people really need to hear is all the struggles that it took to get here, to formulate who and what I am out to the world before you even get your PR. Who are you? What do you want?
Right.
And I actually teach now very specifically a communications training called Pitch Like a Pro. How you pitch yourself, how you believe that you're worthy of all the success that could come your way. Because if you do not think that you are, when it does come, you implode, like a River Phoenix or a Heath Ledger or anybody else who died way too young, because they weren't ready for all of that. And as an entrepreneur, you keep thinking about, oh, I want to be at that level. And when you get there, what do you do with it? How do you own it? And I will tell you, the fun thing about my journey is that Mr. Les Brown has been a significant part in my life and helped a lot. I did not know him. I didn't know of him when I met. I think I told you that story the other night. But I'm a little girl who grew up with a badly broken nose. My nose was broken when I was 8 years old. I had braces for 8 years of my life, and I had a weird cleft. And so for 2 years, I had to talk like this. Well, as a little girl, that really sucks. I was also overweight. Fast food had come in. My mom was 260 pounds my whole life. And I was an awkward, goofy little outcast. But I had a dream. And I always had a dream. My dream when I was really little was to be James Bond. Okay, it sounds interesting enough. I watched a lot of television and movies because that's where I spent most of my time. I had very few friends. I never had sleepovers. I just didn't live life like a regular kid. And then when I was 15, he had an industrial accident and he cut off the front of his hand in a printing press. And he would then spend the next 3 years in a hospital. My family had no money and really kind of devastated my high school experience. And then my mother says to me one day in the hospital room, we have no money for your college. Well, I was a kid who skipped a year of high school. I was pretty at the top of my class, and like that was devastating. And then she turned to me and said, well, but there is this scholarship. I'm like, okay. She's like, yeah, it's a beauty pageant, Miss Teenage America. And I'm like, seriously, Mom? She's like, yeah, I know. Whoa, okay, now I know that you feel about me. And the funny thing about that, and it started to formulate my entire motto for existence, which is dream it, believe it, and achieve it. Because I had a dream that I was going to be somebody or something in this world. And we spoke it out loud, and my dad's doctor turned to us and said, I'm going to fix her nose. Like, who knew that would be the answer, right? Fix whatever. I'm 15 years old, going to have a nose job. All right, how Long Island of me. Well, because that happened, I went from being this ugly, literally ugly duckling to kind of cute, and had enough self-confidence because when I looked in the mirror, the person looking back didn't look like anybody I'd ever seen before. She was really cute. And I ended up winning the local competition and ended up in the Miss Teenage America pageant. And that started everything. It started the best time of my life and the absolute worst time of my life. And that continues to be the story of my life. So when people say, COVID, I had to pivot. My response to that is, that's the first time you pivoted, you haven't lived life. Yeah, because that's a pivot moment for some of us. But if you were smart, it ended up being a really good moment. So I'm going to I think if I share my screen one more time, I don't mean to take over your computer here, but I have a picture of this because I know that there's some people in the audience who have never seen this and don't believe it's real. Can you see my screen?
We can, yeah.
All right, so you can see that pic. Yeah, okay. So I want you to see this. I don't know how to make it necessarily bigger, but there you go. There's the braces I wore. And this is how I grew up. And so I'm this goofy, not very attractive, overweight girl with big black hair. And how come I cannot make this full screen? Wouldn't that be nice if it was, but it's not. All right. Anyway, this is the difference in one nose job. JB, look at my frown, my smile is upside down and kind of awkward. And all of a sudden, this cute little nose and my smile is much happier. I entered in a hand-me-down dress and I won the Miss Teenage New York pageant at 16. And I ended up on TV with Bob Hope. And I had said when I walked in the door, one of these little girls is going to be on TV with Bob Hope. And it's going to be me. Now, that's just weird. I don't know how I would have ever thought to know that. But there I am. I did graduate college. There's my mom always being overweight. And there is the Forbes Riley that I have created. She wasn't, and one of the things that I talk about is how to give yourself permission to create what you want. And that changed everything. It set me on a very powerful, long, involved journey that I'm now telling these stories. I do think that you need to have a direction, something that you want. And I teach this in my class. I do an I want exercise. I should probably do this with you.
Yeah, let's do it. It's fantastic.
All right, Miss JB, let's share a screen here.
I
So
am
I'm
like, I thank you so much for sharing, because this is a part of you that I don't know. This is a part of your story. And it's, again, stories, love stories, stories that bring us together. I feel so much more connected, so much closer to you, because I know your story. I know where you come from. And I just think that is such a beautiful thing. So thank you. But let's do it. I'm up for it. Let's do it.
The funny thing was, what I wanted to be, aside from James Bond, which led me to a lifetime of adventure. I have snow skied all around the world. I have scuba dived. I've worked as an undercover spy. I've done a lot of things because I had this dream of being James Bond. Now that's wacky as shit. And I'm really glad that like I said, I didn't tell people about any of this until recently. And then the second part of this is I said to my mom, I was just graduated college. I finished starring in my very first movie. Don't ask, it's a long story. And I said to my mom, I wanted to go off to Europe because I had a vision that when I was 83 years old, I would be telling these fantastic stories to my kids and my grandkids. And I looked at my sweet mother who never left the house and I said, I better get writing because I've got nothing to talk about. And I did. I ended up in Europe for 6 months. I jumped off a moving train to see a Salvador Dali museum in Figueres. I did all kinds of shit because I, in my head, wanted to live this James Bond adventure and come home with a collection of stories. And it's funny as I'm looking back and sharing my life, but when I was in high school, we had to pick one person and do a one-man, one-woman show as part of an acting project. And I chose Hans Christian Andersen. And Danny Kaye played him in the movie, and he was a storyteller of stories like The Ugly Duckling. And I'm thinking, did I write my own story to be my own story? And I've now gotten a collection of stories that I could keep you for 3 or 4 hours. I mean, stories that include introducing Kim Kardashian to television. And if you go to YouTube, and by the way, I backed up everything with video. So I have an infomercial where I introduce Kim. I have an infomercial where I introduce Billy Blanks to the world. I have an infomercial with Jack LaLanne and myself selling $1 billion worth of juicers. I have video of me with Stuart Scott, the guy who created SportsCenter. And there I am as his co-host creating something called the X Games. And you're like, what? I mean, I could go on and on. And luckily I have videotape because I'm a big firmer, like, show me, prove to me. So I can show you all of these things. And it's like, wow, I have a video of me creating the concept of selling fitness products on television with Body by Jake. Before QVC, before HSN, we sold the network to Fox for $500 million in 1993. And you're like, what have you done? So I know. And I don't have a book about my life. I haven't never done that. We'll see if that's coming out. But so what do you want? So Miss JB, let's share this screen side by side. I'm going to ask you a question and you should play along at home. There are 3 rules to this, okay? 1, you can't say, I don't know. I don't believe in anyone ever saying that because it closes all the doors of possibility. 2, you cannot repeat an answer. And 3, you can't do a laundry list. Okay?
Got it. Okay.
So, and I'm going to ask you, so JB, what do you want?
My mind suddenly went, what do I want personally? What do I want physically? What do I want emotionally?
I'm going to ask you this a couple of times. What do you want? We're going to play this game for about 3 minutes.
Okay.
What do you want?
Don't
think about it too hard. Go.
I want to live in Istanbul.
What do you want?
I want to build the Ignite Possibilities Institute.
What do you want?
I want to create a place where everyone feels loved and cared for.
What do you want?
I want to be able to build a Igniteopedia where everyone can tell their story on the entire planet.
What do you want?
I want to ride my bicycle.
Good. What do you want?
I want to have the freedom to go around the world on my bike with my husband.
Nice. What do you want?
I want that everyone around me feel loved, heard, and like they belong.
What do you want?
I want to absolutely enjoy being me.
Good. I love this. What do you want?
I want to be on the cover of Vogue.
Oh, I love this. Now we're getting, what do you want, girl? Come on. What do you want?
I want to make a TV show called Ignite Possibilities and show other people's possibilities coming true.
I like this. Well, I'll tell you what, JB, when we in my trainings, we do this exercise for about 7 minutes each person. The first 1, 2, 3 minutes is pretty much all the things that you think you want. By the time you get to minute 5 and 6, you run out of everything you've ever thought of. And then you start looking around your brain. And I will tell you what's really fascinating when you do this to the point where you're a little exhausted and you kind of go, that's when there's something in the back of your head that you didn't realize you wanted that pops up. For many people, you're pretty clear, which I love. Many people never say, I want respect, I want love. They don't realize that. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do, oh, what do you want? Why do you do what you do? For me personally, I played the game hundreds of times. And one of the times I played it, I shocked myself and changed my life.
Wow.
Who knew? Well, because I was an actress and a television host, and I was very successful, and I was doing my thing and very happy doing all this. And one day I was playing the game, and it came out, I wanted every day for someone to tell me that I inspired them. And I remember going, wait a second, who said that? Why would I say that? I didn't say that, did I? Huh. What does that mean? And I pondered that phrase for quite a long time. That was before Facebook and email really became popular. And all of a sudden, Facebook came out and people started saying, oh my God, Forbes, you're so inspiring. I'm like, how would you even know that that's what I wanted to hear? How did I inspire you? Well, I'll tell you what, to inspire somebody takes a whole lot of work. It takes work different than what I was doing. It doesn't work when you're an actress. It works when you're a motivational speaker. It works when you're a teacher and a coach. You stand by people, you stand for people, you give of yourself all the time. And I discovered that that actually is my heart center. It's what makes me happiest when I'm doing this with people. I talked a little bit before with Les Brown before you'd gotten on the call about how I do these breakthrough trainings, how I had a very interesting epiphany when I was 31. And I have this ability. I'll walk up to people, they'll touch me and they'll start crying. It happens in grocery stores. It happens in a chicken feed store. It happens all over the place. And there's some sense of truth that I must emanate. I'm not sure why or how. I have no explanation for this. But I started to take that work into my living room and invite people so I could uncover it and reposition in their heads. I call it breakthrough. And I have this system that allows people to get past trauma of any kind, of feeling less than, of finding direction in their life, getting unstuck, and as I call it, literally taking the 100-pound bowling ball that's attached to your neck and cutting it so that you are free to live your future, not from your past.
So this is something that everyone has, this bowling ball that keeps them, even the most successful people. We see people that we think have it all. And then there's that part of them that's really holding them back. So you work at uncovering that and discovering that so that people can reframe it in their mind.
Oh, I actually just rewire it. When you leave me in about an hour, you'll never be the same. And it's fascinating. It's unusual. And I've never met anyone, and I've studied with everybody looking to see if I could find a mentor for what I do. I've not found anybody who has taught me any more than I've known. And I would love to write the book at some point when I'm old enough and I don't care, that says secrets therapists don't want you to know. Freud and Jung had their head up their ass. Get off the couch and into your life. And I have a very specific system that does not, if you use the word forgive around me, you need my help, because that's not your place and it's not going to make you feel any better. And I have a 100% success rate, which is crazy. So I'll do a touch of it on you, Miss JB. Yes. What is, and not everybody, well, I'm going to say everybody needs a cigarette. What's your first memory in life?
What's my first memory in life? Oh my goodness. Stamping my foot and being mad about something.
How old were you?
I must have been 5.
Mom and dad together?
Yeah.
Until when?
My parents divorced when I was 15.
So isn't that interesting that I just realized, I knew that by the way you looked, you didn't have to say anything, but people's faces say a lot of things, right? And so you stamped your foot, and how old did you say you were?
5.
5. Okay. Would you remember what it was about?
My name.
What is it? What was the story?
Well, just my mom would always say my name one way and my dad would always say my name another way. And so I remember just being really angry at them for not figuring it out. Like, can you two figure it out and say my name properly, or figure it out in one way? This is how I want my name being said.
What decision did you make about life based on that moment?
Wow, that my parents didn't have it together and I had to make the decision for them.
Okay, that's not quite the decision I'm looking for. That's a reality. And they
Okay,
never did have it together.
what
But
life
what
decision did I make? This is what I want to be known by. This is who when I stomped my foot, what I felt was this is who I am and this is who I want to be and this is what I want people to know me as.
got it. What is your first name, by the way?
JB.
Oh, that's what you. So what did one parent call you?
Well, my one was always calling me JB, baby JB, and the other one was calling me like JB. Like they would just say it always like it was like a joke. It wasn't like it was a real name. Like because it was JB, my dad would always say it one way, my mom would always say it another way, and it was always like they were skirting around it. It was like always kind of like you say the name Forbes or Karen or Julie, but my parents were like JB or JB or JB. Like it was always kind of like a sing
And
song.
so your decision about life was, I think you wanted your name to matter, which
Right.
which how's that worked out for you throughout your entire life? You have worked very hard to make your name matter.
Yeah, I love my name. Love my name now. And I love my name then. I just wanted them to not make it into like a joke.
No, that's okay. But you've set on a path to make your name matter. That's pretty much why you're where you are. By the way, how old are you now?
I just turned 50.
So interesting that a 45-year-old memory would be so clear in your head.
Right.
Now, I'm going to say that the separation of parents there had a little bit more of an eroding effect. Are you married?
I am.
For the first time or second time?
More than second.
Okay. Again, why would I know this? Right. And it's because of the decision that you made about relationships that hampered your first two or more. But I'm going to say that you finally figured it out because you're very, very smart and you came to that conclusion. Well, wouldn't it have been nice to hear some of this 20 years ago when you were recreating the chaos in your own family with someone because you didn't have the dynamic that you wanted? 15 is a very tough age to go through. So I fixed some of those things and we figure out who that you're mad at. And we have a little process. And it's fascinating how even being a little mad at mom or dad has a huge negative effect on your entire soul.
Wow.
And it's nice to realize that number one, you're the sum of the obstacles you overcome. So the coolness about them arguing about your name set you on a path to make your name matter. And now it does. Now it's on books. Now it represents a lot because nobody was ever going to put baby in a corner again kind of thing, right? And so that set you on your path. Now you're very lucky that that was all that had happened. However, it did result in multiple marriages. And that's more about how you process watching mom and dad. You made decisions about relationships. You made decisions about when people argue. And I don't want to get too into it on this show, or I don't want to get too personal with you, but I could help you understand why you chose the people that you did. And then hopefully make sure and ensure that the person you have now, it is all very clear and clean. And if you could let go of a little bit of the past and the anger or the resentment or whatever might happen in the back, and there's always that, because there are exes and there are stories. If you could imagine those stories fading away so you could never see them vividly again, it's like, oh, there's a freedom about how you live your life. You know, we always talk about triggers. Somebody will say something that triggers you. Well, what if there were no triggers anymore? What if we erase the negative triggers in your life? You have a sense of freedom that you've never personally experienced.
Amen.
And it's wild. And that's what I do.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, you know, it's no coincidence, Forbes, that you're in my life because I manifested you.
Back at you, as I told you,
Right.
I'm in a very interesting position. I've written a lot of books, many of that I've not chosen to publish, and that is a long story about my book journey to hell. And last year, I met a publisher in the middle of the night who had a book series called One Habit. And he had reached out to me through LinkedIn. I think he wanted me to be a celebrity forward writer. And we're talking about how he'd put these people together. He did One Habit for overcoming abuse, One Habit for, entrepreneurial success, and One Habit for this. And I don't know, what an interesting concept. And compilation books, I've been in many. I've produced a bunch. And some not good stories. It's really tough to get those things out. And he said, yeah, I do it. And I only charge X amount, literally hundreds of dollars, to be a chapter in a book. And I thought, I've never heard anybody charging that little. I've got friends who charge $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 for a chapter. That's hard for me to sell. But I think it was $450 and you got 10 copies. And I thought, that's a pretty no-brainer conversation.
Right.
I said, could we do One Habit for entrepreneurial success? And he said, sure. Then he said, now this is funny because I certainly pivoted during COVID. My daughter and I started a company in March of last year. She was 17 at the time. Before her 18th birthday, she grossed $1 million. You want to know how this kid does this. And it was based around my pitching and my coaching. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool to support our team? We've had 9,000 students go through my training in a year and a half. And I created a Facebook group that's very supportive, and I've nurtured the shit out of everybody like I have never done in my life before. COVID, combination of my fiance getting into a horrific motorcycle accident in January 2020, spending 6 months in bed with him, helping him recover and not knowing that the world is falling apart, then watching the world fall apart, had a profound shift on who and what I am. I found a deeper sense of my heart, of commitment, of wanting to serve people like I've never done before. 9,000 students, okay? I would teach 20 to 40 hours a week. No, sorry, 40 to 50 hours a week, right? Sitting in this little box. All the things that I've known, I've taught in class my whole life, but I never did it as ferociously as I could do it. You in a Zoom box, man, I can get this done so quickly. You don't have to, when you don't have to go for restaurants. We're just doing the work, and then you go home because you are home. It's been brilliant. And so I said to him, how long does it take people to get into your compilation book to finish one? He said, well, it's like 3 to 6 months. And I said, JB, not sure why. I said, I'm going to do this in 24 hours. He said, excuse me? I said, yeah. I said, that price point, $450, I'm the queen of pitch. I've sold over $2.5 billion worth of products. I only bet on sure things. I only take things I know I can sell to home shopping. And I've been successful for 30 some odd years. I've never not been successful doing that. I have an interesting instinct about how to market, how to sell, especially through a camera and just pitching. So he said, okay. 24 hours later, we had our first 100 authors, all signed up, all buttoned up, and all paid. And then I said to him, because it got so exciting, I said, I'm going to go after some of my celebrity friends. And I got Hercules, Kevin Sorbo. I got Marla Gibbs from 227. I got Dawn the Dragon Wilson. I got people I didn't even know, like Baz Rutten and Chuck Liddell, also movie stars. They're all in this book. The guy who created Pictionary, the guy who created Make-A-Wish, the guy who created Ugg Boots are all in this book. The guy who created Constant Contact. I got all my friends. I had a blast. The book was published in about 2.5 months from the concept to holding it in my hand. Then this crazy publisher said, all right, I have another book idea. One Habit to Thrive in a Post-COVID World. I said, all right, give me 12 hours. And we did. Now, here's the crazy thing about that. We published that book in 18 days from the day we said go to the day it was in somebody's hand in Wales and in Australia. 18 days. My editor, she made herself
didn't sleep.
No, she didn't sleep at all because we were on a mission. And it was a time, again, COVID was a really unique time where you could just, I said, you know what? You're not doing anything else? Do this. And ironically, 3 months ago, he got COVID. And 3 weeks later, he was gone. And this is a man who I spoke to every day, 2 hours a day, created 300 international best-selling authors, and had a real career path for how to navigate this book thing that I just could never get a hold of before. And so he's gone. So there's an interesting spiritual opening because I have a lot of things to say and to offer. And so for me, my book journey has been a nightmare. I don't know how much time do we have left, so I don't take up.
We have
too much
about 4 minutes, and I love that, and we could talk for hours because we have so much synergy. There's so many things that you said that I'm like, I have that same feeling, I have that same understanding, I have that same experience, and I have my other business where I have a product, and I'm like, okay, Forbes Riley is the person I got to talk to help me grow my QVC business.
If I could take a product as simple as 3 pieces of metal and a string that nobody wanted, and I was made fun of on a television series because how stupid this was, yet I've sold 2.2 million of them, and I have classes around the world, thank you very much, I can do it to anybody's product.
So let's pour into the listeners because they're probably just like playing tennis, watching us back and forth. And they're like, folks, you have seen it here now. Just, December 11th, 2021, Forbes Riley and JB Owen intersected to ignite greatness and excitement and ignite the hunger in them. But Forbes, there are people who are watching and giggling and laughing and being like, oh, right, I got to get my seatbelt on because those two are now hooking up. What would you say to the people who are listening because they are, admiring your success, admiring the success that Ignite has done, admiring the success that the authors have done? They're sitting there. They're like, I want a piece of that. I want to eat from that banquet.
All right. So number one, get clear on what you want. The game that I just played, If you want to be a speaker or a coach, or you want to have a side hustle, or you want to leave a legacy, whatever it is that you want, because you can't call Grubhub and simply say, I'm hungry. Well, what do you want? I want food. No, what do you want? Well, I don't want a hamburger. This is what most of you do. You do not actually specifically dream big enough. I teach people how to do this, and I'm still doing it live, and I'll give it to all of your listeners completely for free, although people show up when I charge, but for free, if you go to www.askforbesriley.com, every Sunday I've been doing a 2-hour live interactive training. Now, I don't do this part of my life for the money, just so you know. I'm an infomercial host. I'm an actress. I have a movie on Amazon Prime right now called Farm to Fork to Love. I still produce and do a lot of that, but I coach because it's my passion. And so if you're smart enough to say, oh, I should go see what Ask Forbes Riley is all about, it is my talking and pouring into you to let you know that your idea can be manifested however crazy it is. Remember, we did things like Snuggie and Chia Pet, so no idea is too wacky, but the execution is usually a miss. And so I teach people how to pitch their idea. If you've got a story to JB, how to pitch your book out to the world. When you get on a podcast, how do you conduct yourself? All of those things are very important to me in terms of your communication. And it's lacking in almost everyone I talk to. If I hear one more basically, like, and honestly, really, what were you lying to me before? Honestly, the language skills we have are horrible. And I stand here as a 61-year-old role model who says I've crafted tens of thousands of people to live a better life and get what they want by giving them the courage and the confidence to simply articulate it. When I listen to Les Brown, I am floored. I listen to him almost every morning, and I hear that man's eloquentness of the way he speaks. If you've ever heard his story about when he got to do the radio show, and he's like, it's made me better than and I'm here to do better. And he goes on, I'm like, dude, the eloquence, the way he masters this is something that is teachable and learnable. Please don't die with your story inside of you. Your story matters more than you realize. And you want to tell it to be in books like Ignite. You want to tell it to get on stages and speak. You want to tell it to promote your products. See, I think every product, the story behind the product is as important. The why, we call them springboard stories. And if you don't know how to do that, that's okay, because there's people in your world who do. Make sure that you enroll with a mentor or a mastermind. This is the predicts of what Think and Grow Rich was 50, 70 years ago. These things haven't changed. I will tell you, I screwed up a bunch of times because I have a very frail little ego. I was afraid to ask for help for too long because I was afraid someone would think, oh, you're not really that good. Who do you think you are? You know what? There's people out there like JB, like myself, like Les, like many people you meet as authors in the books that are here to help. Be careful who you say yes to, but take risks and go to the edge of the mountain, look off of it, and jump. I will tell you, there's something magical about building the parachute on the way down.
I love you, Forbes Riley. I can't wait for us to do some magic together in Ignite Lives. Thank you so much for saying yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Forbes just said yes. She's one of those people that says yes and say yes to her. Please go to her website. Please go to ForbesRiley.com. Is that it? AskForbesRiley.com. Go check it out. Team, put it up again on the screen so people can go and do that, because I'm showing up. You're going to see me there. And Forbes, let's do some magic together. Love you so much.
And I will have you on my radio show, and we will continue to do all the things that ignite you, because I think hanging out in Istanbul sounds like a really fun time.
All right. I love it. And I want one of your stretchies.
Where are you located?
I'm in Canada.
Oh my goodness. All right. Getting in Canada is a little challenge. You might have to go to Amazon. We're not shipping to Canada at the moment. They're not treating us well. But I will get you one, and everybody should get one. I'll tell you. And then, by the way, I have every morning at 9:00. We are doing a class. We've got about 30 people. You want to get fit while you're on a Zoom box? There is nothing like this guy. I'm going to make you an advocate. Mwah. Give my love to everybody.
All right. Have a beautiful weekend. Take care. See, folks, that is how you rock it out of the house. You just ask. I just reached out to Forbes and said, Forbes, can you be a part of this community? I want to thank Jody Bear, one of our fabulous authors who made that happen. You just ask, you just connect, you just move, you just vibrate at that velocity where people want to be around you. They want to see what you're doing. They want to connect with you. And when you are vibrating in your greatness and whatever it is you do, however silly, wonderful, playful, exciting, whatever that is, even if I say silly, playful, and exciting, but you may say, calm, relaxed, you may say intellectual, you may say practical, you may say strategic, whatever your word is, whatever your vibration is, be around those people that are going to move you forward and excel you into exactly what it is you want to become, and be willing to be a student. Thanks for so much for just asking me those questions. Be willing to be a student. I had to sit up in my chair, lean in and be like, yes, okay, I'm willing to be a student. And it doesn't matter. In the last 28 minutes, guess what? I learned so much interesting stuff from Forbes, and you can too. Please go to her website. Please join us. Please get the book. And we don't say please because we're asking. We're not asking and we're not begging you to do it. What we're doing is we're inviting you. And we're inviting you because somewhere inside of you may be that voice that wants to hold you back. Maybe that voice is like, what if, maybe, I don't know. What if all those thoughts come up that stop you? Just like Forbes shared with you, that idea when I was a little kid, that idea that came up, like, I got to do it on my own. And so I will share with you that the please is not please, like, will you do us a favor? The please is, will you do yourself the justice? Will you do yourself what you deserve, the service that you deserve to learn, to grow, to expand, and to step into that greatest version of you? All right, we're going to show you a little bit about what Ignite is about, and then we're going to step into a video, a recording by one of our amazing authors, Miss Renee Cunningham. She's going to, she recorded her video. You're going to get to watch it. So much fun. You don't want to miss it, so stay tuned.
Ignite, a community of individuals enjoying, sharing, loving, caring with one another, and using their words to empower, inspire, and motivate the community, humanity, and others around them, doing what they love and being the best version of themselves. The Ignite moment is every day to remind myself of the beauty within, and that I'm worthy everything in the world, and so should be. You're brilliant, you're great, and you just have to take a leap and start believing it from day one. And be happy, be joyful, because there's a lot of things you've gained, and there's a lot of challenges you're going to be facing, the same as I did, but it's completely worth it. So be brave, be extraordinary the way you were born.
I am so grateful that I was invited to join the project, because it really pushed and stretched me and got me out of my comfort zone. I'm just so proud to be a part of this best-selling book. So I advise anyone who's sitting on the fence or thinking about it to sign up, as it will definitely change your life, and it'll be a ton of fun, and you'll meet incredible people along the way.
So have fun, share your story, and good luck with your adventures in using Ignite for sharing your story.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We're talking about some amazing things, and you know, one of our authors has something very special, something I kind of like. It's called The Polished Experience. I want to welcome Renee Cunningham to the stage. Welcome, Renee.
Hello, JB. How are you today?
I'm so delighted, and we're talking to the CEO of The Polished Experience and the Legacy Protector. Tell us a little bit about what that is, because all those girls out there are liking Polished Experience. What's that all about?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. It's just a gorgeous day here in Missouri. And I have to about me. The great thing about what we do here and what I do, I bring the experience front hand, right in front of your eyes. More importantly, I'm going to introduce you something, because all my girls are going to understand this one here. I don't know about you, but every once in a while you decide to change it up a little bit. So today I'm going to introduce to you Miss Scarlett James, my red hair, my fierceness today. And I know these ladies out here understand that sometimes you got to freshen it up. So I want to let you know, first thing about me is that not so much remembering the hairstyle, because it's always going to change, but remember the smile. I've been in business for several years and I love what I do, and that's helping others to grow, JB.
I'm with you, girl, because I got my pink hair on today. I'm kind of like, like Gwendolyn, that wonderful, the sparkly witch. Like I'm channeling her today, and I'm feeling a great smile. So we are kindred spirits. I love that. Remember you by the smile. Fantastic. And so beautiful day, beautiful things unfolding. You're here at a summit with the amazing Les Brown and all your other co-authors. How does it feel?
Well, it is electric here. I am so excited. It is from the bottom of my toes all the way up to the tip of my head. This experience has truly taken me on a roller coaster ride, and I'm enjoying it. I love meeting all the 34 authors that I've co-written with, as well as having the opportunity to meet with you and Les every Friday. It's been a wonderful thing. Oh my God, I have a family, and that family is evolving and growing, and it's allowing me the opportunity to spread my wings. I am so grateful for this opportunity, JB.
Well, thank you for saying that, because the Ignite family is something really special. And if you're one of those viewers watching and you haven't been a part of the Ignite community, we invite you to join us, because it really is a group of heart-centered, mind-filled, soul-centered individuals who are out to ignite the planet. Now, I want to ask you a little question, because when you stepped into this program, it wasn't like right out of the gate. There was a little bit of, you took some time. Share with the viewers about that process.
Well, JB, I know that, and I know a lot of my people can identify, is that last year was just tremendous. It had so many changes and turns, and we were in the house, we were out of the house, we had masks on, all that good stuff. And I had decided at that point how I'm going to move forward. Am I going to move forward in caution, or am I going to move forward with vigor? But I was introduced to the Ignite family back in February, March, and Les Brown and you guys were speaking, and I thought about it, and I said, I kind of backed up away from it. I didn't know if I was ready for it. I love to speak, but sometimes writing was a little challenge for me. So I know that as time went on, May came up, and I was at another meeting and you guys were there and talking about it. I know once I hear things 2 times, it's time for me to act. It's like a confirmation itself. It's time for me to ignite that fire inside of me. And it just was a stirring that was going on. So I am so glad I said yes, but it did take me a time to kind of let go of my fears and move forward successfully.
That's a great reference. Like if you hear something more than once, I always say if I hear something 3 times within a week, like I got to say yes to whatever it is, it shows up. And the more and more I buy into that philosophy, the more and more I'll hear something 3 times in one day or 3 times within 48 hours. And I always know, like, okay, that's the message. That's God giving me that little nudge that I need to go forward. I even joke around that nowadays YouTube is God's way of reaching out. It doesn't need a burning bush anymore. He just puts a commercial on YouTube that's like, hey, you, do you need this? Hey, you, are you ready for this? And it's like, yes, click through. I want to find out more. And so I have a little, I hear something more and more, and I know that it's right for me. And so you said yes to the program. You said yes to writing. You got over some of your fears. Talk a little bit about that, because some people feel like their fears, they let their fears hold them back.
Well, one thing I know about the way I was raised is that you have to be able to conquer those fears by moving straight ahead. And the one thing that Ignite family did for me that I truly enjoyed is that everybody was on an even playing field. We all came from different backgrounds. And as we began to talk, it became a safe place. So the one thing that I can say about anybody out there that's fearful and don't know which way to go is that you have to surround yourself with people that are like-minded, that really want you to win. So I had that just listening to you guys that gave me the courage to just move forward and push past those fears that I was going to be okay. And I can say now, more than ever, I'm doing fabulous.
Yes, you are. You absolutely are. You look fabulous. You sound fabulous. Your message is fabulous. Lots of things have transpired for you. I don't know if you know this or not, but I often speak about your story because you told a story that just really touched my heart. Maybe because I'm a visual person and I love to visualize things, maybe because gifts are my love language and I love gifts. But you spoke in your story about something really special that I've used often with my kids and with other people. Tell us a little bit, without giving your story away, the magic that's in your Ignite moment.
Well, JB, for me, and I may identify with a lot of other individuals, is that from the outside looking in, everything was all put together. Had the house, the car, the degrees. I was married to my high school best friend, and I was pregnant 5 months and a half pregnant with my younger son. And being pregnant and moving forward and going to being really involved in church, it was all looking wonderful on the outside, but I knew that I wanted more. And for me, more wasn't obtainable. I had been in a ministry for over 14 years, and those individuals loved me, and they were there when I got married and had the first baby and all that good stuff. They were just a loving, nurturing family. However, late at night, early in the morning, and I know a lot of people can identify with this, and that's why I really wanted to tell my story, is that you wake up with that feeling and looking, God, I know there's more. Please help me to discover more. So this particular story that really unfolded for me as far as discovering that diamond inside of me was so important. And JB, your editors were fantastic in allowing me the opportunity to flourish, because I've always been attracted to shiny things. But more so now, I know the importance of that diamond that I have buried inside of me, that you have to be able to allow it to discover and make a decision how you're going to move forward successfully. One of the things I say often is that you're a diamond with brilliance shining through you and all around you. And my encouragement to all of those individuals, and I know you're probably telling your babies this, is shine, baby, shine.
Absolutely. I think it's so true, because we actually sometimes we dull down our diamond, right? Or we put a little bit of mud on it because we don't want anyone to see it. And yet there's this beautiful, beautiful transformational experience that happens as you're polishing that diamond.
Yes. And that transformation can start as early as, I'll give you an example. For me, specifically, I was at church one Sunday. It was normal. We had went there for Sunday school and church was starting, and I normally did the announcement. So I was sitting up in the pulpit, and I know that when you look out on people's faces, folks that have known you've known all your life, I was at a point of, God, I know that this is the last Sunday that I'm going to be here. And I got to that point because probably about an hour earlier, I was sitting in Sunday school, and one of the teachers was talking about God giving gifts and talents and things that he had given you. He told us that, what if you got to heaven and God walked you to this room and it had your name on it? It said Renee. And when I opened up opened up that door, there were gifts and talents and things that God wanted to bless me with. But because of my fears, because I didn't say yes to him, I went to the left and I should have went to the right. I didn't experience all those things. To this moment, right now, I understand that that would be devastating. I believe there's a connection between what you have inside of you and what you give to the world and how other people can grow. So that Sunday, standing up there, I got up there to do the announcements and the tears began to fall. They were so uncontrollably that people thought I was rejoicing, really, and it was nothing but the emptiness inside of me. God, I'm sad because I have to leave a place that I know that they love me. It was a foundational place, but I had gotten all I could get from that point. You may be saying that I've gotten all I can get from this job, because so many people nowadays are leaving corporate America or their traditional 9-to-5 and betting on themselves. Or you may be someone that is like, I just got to leave this house. This is not where I want my life to be. I've reached the road, to the end of this road. Where do I go from here? That's when you discover that there's more inside of you. From that moment on, I, I've been on a road of discovery. And you can definitely become better because you make a choice. I made a choice that Sunday. When I left that service, tears were beginning to fall and I didn't understand what was the next move, but I decided to bet on myself. As I was driving home, the things that kept flooding my mind as far as how I was going to tell my husband and what I was going to tell my mom, because we all were so intricately woven in that ministry. So much so that we were in finance, we was in the youth ministry, all that good stuff. What are they going to say? But I'm reminded of a quote, and this quote basically kind of sums up this. It's not the loud criticism of strangers, but the quiet concern of those who love us the most that have the potential to keep us captive where we don't belong. When I told my husband, he couldn't believe it. He was like, what's going on? Why do you have to leave? Did they do anything to you? And they didn't do anything to me. I just knew I was at that point of God is taking me somewhere else, that there's more to discover inside of me. That cutting process, that sharpening process was beginning for me. Just like a diamond, when it's brought from the earth, and it doesn't look pretty because it's still black and it still has the dark specks on it and it's not shining yet. I was in that process. Guys, I gotta let you know that being in that process is not easy, but there's victory if you trust yourself and move on. I went to work normally after that conversation with my husband, and I cooked for my son and did the normal things. And I was actually leaving an appointment one day, and I was led to this little church. And it was a Tuesday evening, and normally churches don't have study or Bible study on that Tuesday evening, but they did. I got myself together and I walked in the church and sat down in the pew, and it was just like I was at home. So much so that I started looking around like, oh my God, like I've been here before. When I looked up, I saw her. It was like a mirror, a reflection of myself, my future self, and what I wanted to become. This woman will become a mentor to me, a polisher. And her name is Lady Pearl Hill. And to this day, we have a wonderful relationship. She's taught me so much. Some of the tools she taught me was how to be soft as a woman. You see, growing up, being the oldest, sometimes I was a little bit hard. I knew how to run in corporate America. I was branch manager and I ran individuals and had teams. But being soft as a woman, she taught me how to cultivate that. She also let me have the opportunity to learn how to love my children with godly love. The things that she taught me in that ministry, just life principles, how to have fun with my husband and laugh and joke and be who I was completely, allowed me the opportunity to know that it was like her tone and her voice and how she ministered to us, in lack of a better word, was like a polishing rag, wiping away all those rough things, those cuts of not feeling like I fit in or that I had to show up a certain type of way. She allowed me the opportunity to be sharpened by her, because I definitely know that diamonds sharpen diamonds. She also was the ability to help me polish and shine the things that are inside of me. Those are the things, guys, that I know I've been through, and that you, if you're feeling lonely and alone and I don't know what the next step to go because the world has changed, you can reach out to me. I have a mentoring program because I'm equipped now. I've been through that journey, and to come on the other side and been successful, that polishing will definitely allow you the opportunity to be successful. Those experiences that I learned from her were life-changing. And what I do today has definitely been transformed by the touch that she had on my life. I want to give you all some keys that I personally live by. It's called Let's Win.
Let's
now,
win.
You may want to know, let's win. What let's win mean?
Let's hear it.
You have to, in your life, level up with love. I don't care what's going on. Love is the key. It's like the softener to all the things. E, embrace your dreams. So many of you all may think that your dreams have died after this pandemic, or the person that you thought you were have died. You can embrace it again. There is hope. T, trust yourself. You got to trust yourself and step out on the word of God that you are more than a conqueror. You also have to know that S, surround yourself with wonderful individuals, powerful individuals, your community, your tribe. Surround yourself with people that will celebrate you, not tolerate you. And I love the W. Welcome new possibilities. Welcoming those new possibilities in your life will open up doors that you never thought was possible. But guess what? They will lead you down a path that is fulfilling, that you're able to ignite the passion in you. Many of you are like the walking dead, and I want to encourage you right now to shake it off. Ignite that passion inside of you. Just like the ignition on a car, click, click, click. It's time to go.
I love it.
Yes, and finally, never stop shining. Because if you win, let's win together. You'll never stop shining. You'll be the person that God has called you to be. There's so many things that are out there for you. There's a big old world waiting on you to show up. So let's win together. This story is going to change your life because it's changed mine. And I'm moving forward with all the things that I have that have touched and been a part of. You have the ability to do it too. So let's win together, JB.
Bravo! Bravo! Fantastic. I love it. Well, of course, you know, I love it because it's got ignite and it's got possibilities and it's got win. Tons and tons of my favorite words. So beautiful, so powerful. And I really love what you said about diamonds, polishing diamonds, because that is so true. Talk a little bit about that, like that refining, that shining, that brilliance that comes from the things that you do and when you work with people.
Well, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, iron sharpens iron, so does a man sharpens another. You have to be around like-minded individuals. What I've discovered is that individuals that have that flair about them that just don't quite fit in, like myself, they come in, sometimes they're a little bit too loud, or they come in and they always have an opinion about things. They need to be with other individuals that provide them wisdom. That's that other diamond, that mature diamond that's been shining for a while. So my mentoring program, the Polish Experience, definitely partners women of variety of ages with other women, like-minded women, so they can build a community to win. They sharpen each other. They give feedback that allows them opportunity to know that I'm not here to hurt you. I only want to see you win because I've been through this. I can tell you, JB, a lot of individuals nowadays, younger women that I talk to, they want to have the experience. The problem with that is that you don't know what the consequences of those experiences are.
Right.
Most individuals during their 20s, they're in the business of creating and trying to gather things. In their 30s, they're at the point now where they're trying to establish themselves and say, hey, this is what I have. Usually women in their 40s and 50s or so, they're ready to pour back in. So I have a group of dynamic women led by me to help pour back into some women that are, we know they're next. And we want to make sure that they are prepared with the wisdom that we've gathered because we are running successful businesses. I've been in leadership and banking and finance. I understand how to have a successful home. You can be a winner when you partner up with another diamond so we can sharpen you to your brilliant shine.
Yeah, and I think that's so important because it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter where you are in your business. Like there's always something, one thing, a few things that you can learn from somebody else. And it just one thing moves the needle forward on your progression. That's so valuable. And I think when we look about wisdom over the ages, like the sages and the wise women and the wise men of the village or of the community, they're always moving forward and people are always learning from them at any age. And so I love this program because it creates community, it creates camaraderie, and it is that pulling forward momentum that you're around people that are moving you forward and ultimately want the best for you. They want the best for you. And as you said at the very beginning, you need to surround yourself with the right like-minded people who want to see you advance, who want to see you step into the greatest version of you. What an interesting and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful program. I'm so excited for you. The Diamond the polished experience. I'm going to say diamond because like this girl doesn't love her diamonds.
We're shining off each other.
Exactly. Shining and shining and shining off each other. And so as you step into your own polished experience, you're now an author, international bestseller author, working with Les Brown, working with JB Owen, working with all the other amazing authors in this book. How has this process refined you a little bit?
Great question. I've been refined in the way I operate each day. Individuals that have had coaching companies or businesses and have touched individuals prior to 2020, they used to do it in a mass group, used to do a lot of things in person, but now you have to learn how to touch people and reach their heart through Zoom or via phone call itself. You have to be able to really take the time to discover what makes that person their brilliant self. So for me personally, the way I operate now is not so much that I touch you, because you can feel my energy, but I want them to see it and have lifelong examples. So my day-to-day operations have really changed, that I'm developing and have developed a program that touch people right where they're at, via Zoom, via StreamYard, via Facebook Live, Instagram, TikTok, all that good stuff I'm on now, because I've learned that my audience is much bigger than in one room.
Yeah, that's so true. And you need to create emotion in people. What does Maya Angelou say? It's how you make people feel that's most important, not necessarily what you do for them. And I think everything that I've learned about you is that you do really create this emotional, truly transformational experience in helping women step into their best, most polished selves. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. For all of us, for you and for everyone. We love your story. I love your story. I love to just believe and know that there is a room full of gifts and talents just waiting for me. And any day I can just open up the door and be like, okay, what present is God giving me today? I just love that story.
And you made a decision to take it and own it itself. So I want to encourage my ladies. My intention is to shake you, stir you, dance you into your brilliant self, because life may be hard right now. There's some things that's going on that we don't know what's going on and why it's going on. But those cuts and shakes, those things are there to reveal the brilliance inside of you. Let it go. Let those flaws, those glorious marks define you as you walk into a room. Use your character, your dimension, and your weight to be your guiding light for your greatest potential.
Bravo! I love it again. I love it. This girl is on fire. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, I know you have a free gift and a lovely, wonderful offer for everybody. Would you love to share what that is?
I would love to, JB. Thank you. First of all, I want to let individuals know that you can always contact me by thereneeexperience.com. And what I want to bless you all with today is twofold. First of all, it is a one-on-one session with me for 30 minutes going over the discovery period, finding out what your strengths are and how you can use your strength now to glow in this world, to shine in this world. So that is the thing that I want to bless everyone that's watching us and that has attended the summit today. Now, the things to come, the beautiful things to come on January 30th, guys, y'all better watch out. We have something called the Polish Experience coming to you live and direct out of St. Louis, Missouri. There's going to be twofold. For those of you that are not able to be us, we have a virtual experience, but also we have an in-person experience. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exploratory. You're going to meet your mentor and move forward and be able to have one-on-one sessions with me as well. Those are the things that are available for you. The pricing is listing on my actual website, but you have the ability, because I'm giving some great values away. We got a wonderful tumbler in there, the Polish Experience. As you walk forth and shine, baby, shine, you're going to love all the good trinkets we have for you. So JB, I want them to get in contact with me because I want to make sure 2022 is fabulous for all of my ladies.
I still wish I could come to that experience live, but I will be there virtually. Absolutely. I totally support you. And I do want to say it is a blessing. Those are absolute blessings. Thank you for blessing us with your time, with your gifts, with your generosity, with your amazing vision and purpose and mission for all the people that you work with. We love and adore what you're doing. Renee Cunningham, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, JB. It's been a pleasure.
Blessings, everyone. And so Renee will step out of into the lounge and we will welcome up our next guest. back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I'm so happy to see you, JB Owen, CEO and founder of Ignite Publishing. And really, having an extraordinary day because I'm just walking through the process with each and every one of our authors, each and every one of our celebrity guests, and all kinds of fun stuff that are happening on our end and that we are injecting into you. So I don't know if you want to put in the chat or share in Facebook or wherever you're watching us. Leave a comment. What's been your favorite top learning? What has been something that has really touched you? What's been that takeaway that you really kind of went like, aha, yes, I get that. I heard that from so-and-so and it meant a lot to me. So-and-so said that. Who was it? What was the takeaway? What was the thought? Put it in the chat. Share it with all of us. We would love to hear some of the nuggets, the golden nuggets, the silver lining, the wonderful lessons that you've learned. We'd love to hear some of them. Please put them in the chat so our team can support you. Now, why are we here? Well, during that recording, I did go and check out. Thank you to all of you who donated to the Ignite Possibility School of Hope. We definitely made some traction there, but if you haven't heard about it, let me do a little bit of recap of why we're here and what it is we're doing. We're talking about Ignite the Hunger in You, this beautiful book. It's been 3 days of gloriousness, the fabulous, amazing sharing of these amazing authors who are talking about their story, and not just their story, but their process, their willingness, their courage, their bravery. We've heard all kinds of words: resilience, empowerment, courage, all the things that they've been doing to change their viewpoint of life. And when they change their viewfinder, that allows them to change their experience and change their outcome. And so day after day, author after author, we've been showing you how you can do that too in your life. And we want you to have that experience. When you download or purchase the book, we ask you, hey, take a screenshot of that and upload it to mentorwithless.com. That is the secret link. Today is the last day that we're going to be doing that. Today is the last day we're going to be doing that. So download the copy of the book, Ignite the Hunger in You, for $1.99, and or buy the book, and you can upload your receipt to mentorwithless.com, and that gives you an opportunity to mentor one-on-one with Les Brown. No one else is doing that, folks. No one else is doing that. You want to mentor one-on-one. You want to get to Les Brown. You even want to speak to Les Brown. You want to be in the same room with Les Brown. You want to have him coach you. Hello, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 to coach with Les Brown. You can do it for the price of this book. You can go to mentorwithless.com and upload that and get to spend potentially time with the legend. At the same time, you can also share at Ignite the Hunger in You, our website, where you can get the VIP and you can get access to all the gifts. So if you're not registered yet, if you're watching this, it popped up on your phone, you're just watching it, somebody told you about it and you just showed up and you're on one of our channels and you are watching it, go to ignitethehungerinyou.com and register and sign up for a free ticket. And that way you will get the email that has all the free gifts from all of our authors. That'll go out tonight. Tomorrow you will get an email wherever you are in the world. You'll get the email with all of the gifts and all of the special, over $10,000 worth of special prizes for everybody. And we want you to have access to all of that. Now, if it was a lot to digest and you say, what, JB, what talk with Les? What thing with so-and-so? I missed that with Gary Sanchez. What do you mean that my author didn't see my author, that my favorite author, or my family that's an author member, or I didn't even get to see all the other authors? You can go and get our VIP ticket, and that allows you to have recordings of everything. Now, if you want to do something even more exciting, go to our website and sign up, apply for one of our new books that is coming out, Ignite Wisdom, Ignite Forgiveness, and Keys to Crushing It. We'd love for you to be a part of those new books. And if you have a book in mind that you want to do, absolutely head over there and apply to our White Glove program, or go to my website and you can work with me one-on-one. I can help you build your brand, build your legacy, and ignite your life. All right. Super fun. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, super excited to invite our next guest. Welcome. Come on to the stage. Let's go, Miss Steph.
Hey, GB. How are y'all?
How are you today? How's your day going?
Oh, I'm super excited. I'm so glad to be here. This has been a phenomenal 3 days. It's like gone by so fast, but at the same time, so slow. And to be able to understand everybody's story and the sharing, it's been powerful.
It truly is. I mean, when we started months ago, when we started last April and May, and we started this process, we were all like, we didn't know. We didn't know what we didn't know. We didn't know what this process was going to unfold. We had no clue what the universe had in store for us. We just knew it was going to be great. We knew it was going to be with Les. We knew it was going to be with Ignite. We knew it was going to be with other authors. We knew it was going to be phenomenal. And I'd love to share, you have just blossomed and grown and expanded and just become so I would just say like rooted in your knowing. And I want to just acknowledge you in front of everyone. I've just loved watching your process. But let's go back a little bit, talk a bit from beginning to now. What was that journey like for you?
Great question. So this is part of my healing journey, right? I met you on Clubhouse talking about this new, Ignite the Hunger in You book. And it's funny because if my mom is watching right now, she's probably chuckling. But she always said when I was a kid, I didn't like books, right? She would like make me read and it wasn't my thing. And I would complain about it. And now I can't stop reading. And I have called every chapter every birthday in my life a chapter, right?
Right.
So, just this past November, I celebrated entering chapter 38 of my life. And in the different experiences that I've gone through and my stories, and one of the stories I share in this book, I've realized that I wanted to write a book. And people would tell me like, oh, you need to write a book. But I didn't know that it was possible for me until I met you. And we had this conversation and I shared my story with you. And I was fearful. I was fearful of putting my story onto paper for the world, right? Anybody in the world to read and hear. But this has been a journey as part of my healing to share my story so that others know they're not alone. They're not alone.
Do you feel like there's people out there who can really relate to your story and now you feel like my story is for them?
Absolutely. I was one prior to joining the Ignite family that felt that domestic violence had to be physical, right? There had to be like a physical, a hit, a blow, a hit to the face, part of the story you shared in the fireside chat last night. And what I realized was it doesn't, right? There is forms of domestic violence and just emotional and mental abuse. And I never classified my story in that sense because I felt that that wasn't as important as the next person's story. JB, I have to tell you that there's my intuition. So I'm intuitive and my intuition always told me when this book arrived on my chapter 38 in my hands, like, don't read JB's story. Don't read it. I heard your story for the first time in last night's fireside chat. And there was a reason that happened. Yeah.
Tell me. So for those people who don't know, last night I read my story online for the world. I read my story for everyone that's inside this book in a fireside chat. And so Steph, you were listening. Thank you.
I was, and it was powerful. And I believe the universe purposefully did not have me read your story on paper because I was one that always compared my story to someone else's, right? My story didn't involve physical abuse. It involved emotional and mental abuse from my father. And the fact that your story, and I chuckle not because I think it's funny, but your story were the stories I was comparing mine to and making mine less than. And to realize that it's not less than, right? We all have different stories, avenues. Share your story, because when you share your story, then you realize you're not alone. You're not alone. So there was a reason I didn't read your story in this book before. And after listening to it last night, now I know why.
Oh, thank you so much for saying that, because it is interesting. Even the words on the page speak to people differently. Like your words will speak so directly, so laser focused, like an arrow to the people that need to hear it. And the people that needed to hear my story last night heard it. And I always know that the right and perfect people read the stories that they need to read. I actually sometimes joke around with people and say, like, just flip through the book and like open it to a page and be like, okay, this is the story that I need to read. Like, just trust that much, because that's the story that you need to read. And your story, and I remember you telling me your story before you wrote it, I just knew instantly it was going to speak to so many people. So many people were going to be able to relate to your story. Without giving too much away, would you like to share a little bit about your story? Because I think a lot of people can connect with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my story is about forgiveness, and my power quote is forgiveness is for you, not them. And part of my healing journey was to be able to stop carrying the weight of my father around with me. I talk in my story that it defined every relationship I've ever had, including the one with my husband today. And going on this healing journey, I've realized that because I carried his weight and it was affecting those relationships with others, I wasn't being the real me. I was hiding. And when I started this process of figuring out how to forgive him and going on a journey to actually find him face to face and tell him that I forgive him, which I go through in my story in the book, it freed me. And I've never felt so real, so free, so just empowered. And that's my goal, is that when others read this story, that they know they're not alone and that they're empowered and they can be the real them and they can be free and have those same feelings that I've had throughout my healing journey.
I think, parents obviously have such a connection to us. We have so many wishes and wants and expectations of our parents. And, I don't have a great relationship with my father, but even reading your story, not that our stories compare. It's just that as a woman who has an expectation of a father, and you as, a fellow woman who has an expectation of her father, you talking about your forgiveness, you talking about your understanding, you're talking about your journey. It spoke to me in a very powerful way. And I feel like it doesn't have to be women. It doesn't have to be father. It just has to be about forgiveness, and it has to be about your own experience. And so, you say you were hiding when you started, and we can agree there was times where you were like not on the screen during the calls and you were, but now I would say like that is so not part of your vocabulary anymore. You are not hiding. You have so stepped out. How does it feel now?
Oh goodness. Well, that is very true. We can agree. And I still have my own, limiting beliefs. We all do, that creep in every once in a while. And I think that's normal, right?
Yep.
That's a normal thing. But the thing for me about it is this has allowed me to expand as a person to help others, right? Part of my healing journey opened, my third eye wide opened, and it's allowed me to truly feel, not just feel for myself, but to feel for others. And when I now have the opportunity to speak and join our weekly Zooms, I've couple times have had those real emotional moments, right? Where I'm listening to other people and I'm listening to myself and I'm pinching myself. And it's just been incredibly powerful. I was really concerned about, sharing this story and potentially even like the judgment, right? That would come along with it and some of the decisions I made in my life that I tell in this story. And in my one-on-one time with Les, that's what I asked him. I said, how do you face adversity, like those people who don't necessarily agree with something you say or a decision that you make? And he shared a very personal story with me that I won't share here, but it gave me that fire, that belief that I can do it. It's okay. It's
Right.
okay, because there is someone out there that's going to read my story, and it might not be about their father, it might not be about their parent, it might not be about a family member, but anything in their life to realize, like, is what you're carrying really yours? And when you set it down because it's not yours, you become free. It kind of goes back to what Forbes said about that bowling ball, right?
Right.
Carrying it around. Different kind of analogy.
Yeah, it's true, because we do carry a lot of stuff that isn't really necessary. We think about the backpack we have on our back of all what's on our shoulders. I used to actually have I'm such a visual person, but you know, the way those strong men latch into a harness and they're trying to pull a 747 across, 2 inches of the tarmac. And I have that vision of like, sometimes we have so much stuff on us, so much baggage, so much, angst, or wishing it was different than it is. It's like pulling a 747 across the tarmac, and we're, strapped to the harness. And so many of us want to be stronger and pull harder. And what do we need to do to pull? And how do we need to, get to that endurance? And I said, like, what if you just stood up and took the harness off? What if you just unlatch the harness and release yourself of that? Like, then you could just like rocket propel across the tarmac. You wouldn't need to be yanking all of that baggage. And so you now telling your story, thousands and thousands of people potentially are reading the story, hundreds of thousands of downloads, people connecting all over the world, reading your story. How does that feel?
It's really exciting. I've had, I woke up on Monday, right, the day the book launched, and I couldn't believe this is real, right? That we've had this experience. I am very humbled by the fact that I've had this opportunity. You talked this morning about coincidences, and I don't believe in them, right? Like, there's a reason. There was a reason I was in that clubhouse room that day. There was a reason that I had, a one-on-one with you. There was a reason that I've met every single one of my co-authors in this book, that there's a reason for everything. And to know that there are readers out there all around the world, they're going to pick up this book, and they might not read every story,
right?
But they read mine. There's a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And that in itself, like, makes my heart explode.
I know, it's such a beautiful feeling. And it kind of makes you like want to do more. It's like, what else can I do? How else can I help? How else can I impact? What else can I do? You have been really, really stepping it up. You've been in Clubhouse yourself. You've been sharing, you've been working, you've been building your brand, you've been growing all of your deliverables. Give us some tools and some of the learning, because forgiveness is a tough thing. There are a lot of people who feel like it was done to me. That person did that to me. It's that other person. Can you give the listeners a few tips about forgiveness to help them on that journey for themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I did a lot of it on my own. I talk about that in my story in the book. And one, there's lots of resources out there. So highly recommend, seeking a mentor, a partner that has been through a journey in this, and linking arms and doing it together. For me, I have found tools that worked really well. One of them was journaling. My journal's like my best friend. And, that's one of my action steps in the book as well. So many people don't journal because they're critiquing their own writing. Meaning, when you open it, find a notebook that's just you're attracted to. Maybe it has lines, maybe it doesn't, maybe it's dotted, maybe it's plain, whatever it is. And just write. Don't worry about the punctuation. Don't worry about the grammar. Don't worry about the words. Don't worry if you write the wrong word and you scratch it out, but just write. Write what you're feeling. Write your goals. Write your inspirations. Write your gratitude. It's extremely powerful practice and has taken me to another level.
I'm so with you. And with the Christmas coming up, I have a personal ritual that every December I go and buy a new journal for the next year. And even if I didn't finish the journal, which is another philosophy, like people are like, don't waste any pages, don't waste your journal. I could hear my mom saying that, like, if I don't get to the end of my journal, that's totally okay. I will go to my next new journal for the new year. So every December I go and buy a brand new journal for the next year. I will tell you, I've been journaling probably for 15 or 20 years also. But when I started journaling, I actually was writing as if I was sort of recording my day. And I was writing in the sense that I thought somebody else was going to read it. And like you said, it wasn't until I got to the place where I realized my journal is for me. No one else is going to read my journal. No one else is going to decode my journal. No one is going to do anything with my journal. My journal is for me. And it's not about writing like the facts of the day. Give people some tips about how to best journal to get the most impact out of it.
Yeah, for sure. I know there's lots of people out there who have trouble sleeping, for an example, or falling asleep, I guess is the big key. And there is a way to journal called brain dumping. And before you go to bed at night, just dump out what is on your mind, in your brain, taking space, right? Serve that eviction notice because those thoughts are not worth it in your head, and dump it on a piece of paper. And when you dump it on a piece of paper, it gives you the ability to remove it from here, put it on the paper, and you can help go to sleep easier. So that's one way of doing it. The other thing is gratitude. Man, when you start sitting down and writing what you're thankful for, and you know what, even write down if maybe you don't feel it today, but it's then a form of manifestation, right? Write it anyway. If I was one who struggled with loving myself and loving my body. So I would write all the time how much I love myself and I love my body. I didn't necessarily believe it, but the more I wrote it and the more then I surrounded myself with people, then I started seeing things about loving yourself and loving, and it just manifested right into my life. So that's a whole nother, chapter to write about. But yeah, the journaling was really big. And the other thing, JB, that I think was super powerful for me, and I have to remind myself of this daily, is to give myself grace. Right?
Mhm.
I'm not going to be perfect every day. Am I going to have those thoughts that come back into my head, or a memory that comes back from a situation with my dad? Probably. Right? And that's okay. It's
Yeah, it
okay.
is. Yeah, it is okay. Like we put so much pressure on ourselves that it's got to be a certain way. It's got to look a certain way. It's got to look like how somebody else did. The recovery, the forgiveness, the journaling. It's got to be like how they say it. Online, or it's got to be like a certain way. I read somewhere that it's got to be a certain way, and it's not. It's okay for it to be your way.
That's right. That's right. It's okay. Things are what they are. I used to hate the phrase like it is what it is, right? But it's so true. It is what it is, and everything's fine. And JB, I'm with you. I don't necessarily ever finish a journal either. I don't go year by year, but if I'm in Target, or like we have small businesses around town, and I go in and go shopping, if there's a new one that strikes my fancy, then I'm grabbing it and I'm writing in it. So between planners and journals, I think there's one in every room of the house.
Yeah, I'm with you too. I'll buy journals in like special when I'm traveling in other countries, and then I'll, they it's like they have an essence. It's like they have an energy to them. And
Yeah.
so, and funnily enough, actually last weekend, Peter and I were like, let's go on a date night. Let's go to Chapters bookstore and get a new journal for me. We ended up not going, but I want to tell you, like this week before Christmas, I'm off to get in my new journal for 2022. Can you believe
Yeah.
2022?
No.
And so the new year's coming, and I've been saying for a while, the new you in 2022. How can people step into the new you? What would be some suggestions that you have?
Yeah, again, one, give yourself grace, right? Because you're going to have good days and bad days, but really shift your mindset. Work on shifting your mindset to be 1% better today than you were yesterday, and celebrate that small win. Because when we celebrate those small wins, and for some, it might be that you just took a shower today, or some of them might be a small win that you met one of your 5 goals. Celebrate it. Celebrate it, because as it shifts your mindset, you shift your life. And I've watched it. I tell you this not to preach, but I tell you this because it really happened to me, right? Like that's what I did. My husband, my kids, my mom, my family, have seen the transformation that I've made by implementing some of these things. And I believe that always the universe has my back.
Well, I can't wait to keep working with you. I'm just so looking forward to what's unfolding in the new year and what's to come for you. Is there something you'd like to share with our listeners so that they can take it home with them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I shared with you before that I am intuitive, and I have used that ability in myself to help others and share with them messages, from the divine, from the universe, whatever it might be, because it's been very powerful to me. And I build that into some coaching as well. So I do that one-on-one, but the offer that I have for everybody attending our summit today is one Oracle card pool. So if you email Steph at stephelliott.club, I will send you a form to fill out with your information so that I can send you a message from the universe. And if you haven't already, make sure you sign up for the summit, because when you register, then you'll get the link directly to the form.
Hey team, can we just fix Steph's thing? It should be Steph at StephElliott.club, just so you can fix that for everybody. Steph, tell people what is an oracle card pull, because I am like, I'm doing it.
It's a tool, right? It's a tool that's used to help you connect with energy, with the universe. I do oracle card readings with women. If you happen to be local to where I am, I actually have one live in person next week on the 18th here locally. But it's just a tool that you can use. I kind of chuckle when I meet with folks one-on-one. I just start, right? And I start and I get going, and then I'm like, oh yeah, you wanted a card, so we pull a card. Everything I already said, right? So it's just a modality, a tool that you can use. I started using them for myself. I talk about it in my book, in my chapter, but it's super powerful. So yeah, free oracle card pull.
I would love it, because there are so many things going on that our brain, our logical brain, can't put all the pieces together, can't fit all the little pieces together, because so then it thinks, oh, I don't know how to assign a meaning to that. But what an oracle card does, from my understanding, is it's a message from another place, the soul place, the heart place, the inner place. It's not something that the mind has mapped out. But yet when you pull a card, it gives the mind a tool. It gives the mind information to now begin to process. Would you agree? Am I explaining it correctly?
Yeah, I just use the term universe because that's my thing. So yes, I always say that it's that subconscious mind of yours, right? Where it's past the ego, it's past your, conscious mind that's thinking and worrying and stressing, but giving you that message to say, better days are coming, right? Or there is a message from, the divine to get you back on the right track, to give you that reminder that you need to just take you to the next level.
Thank you so much. Well done, and bravo. Looking forward to our next project together.
I know,
some
I'm
fun.
manifesting a book. I told you that.
Yes, and yes, and yes. All right, everybody. Steph at StephElliott.club. Do that. Enjoy that. Steph, have a great day. And you did a great job. Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. See, more and more. This is what I love. Like, if you were going to buy yourself a Christmas present this year, buy the VIP package, because you are going to get access to all these videos, all this training, all these gifts. And I'm delighted. Like, I want to go and do Steph's oracle pull. I want to do what Patricia or Pamela Bishop have, what Patricia Barnes is doing, what Nick Reno is doing, who's coming up, what Stacy is doing, what Yasmin is doing. Like, I actually want to participate and try out and be a student of my own experience, such learning and such gifts from people who are genuinely want to support you. There are people who do things because they want to do it for profit, and they want to do it to completely like monetize. It's all about the money. It's all about the numbers. It's all about the followers. It's all about the transaction. And then there are people who do it for the transformation. And we really have shifted out of transaction and into transformation to make sure that you get the experience that you absolutely deserve. Yes, go and get the VIP pass from ignitethehungerinyou.com. And if not, just register, because that will give you access by email to all of the gifts that we have available. The VIP pass will let you have access to this video and many other gifts, including my own. Team, let's put up mine. I have something called Affirmations of a Billionaire. I did an audio recording that you can listen to, and you can go to my website and get that. That's my free gift, Affirmations of a Billionaire. And why do I call it that? Well, one of my personas is the pink billionaire. And I talk about the pink billionaire because you got to be it to become it. If you want to be something, if you want to become something, you have to start being it. You have to start acting that way and stepping into whatever it looks like, that version of you. You actually have to start having the consciousness of it, the awakening of it, the awareness of it, the belief system behind it. And so for me to be the pink billionaire, I got to start being it now. And why pink? Well, because for a long time, I was a woman in business in a man's world, and I was always trying to act like the men. And it wasn't until later in life that I realized being a woman with that femininity, that pink, that power, that ferocity, but that femininity and that fabulousness was my superhero power. That was who I was. Trying to act like a man in business was not benefiting me. Why don't I just be a wonderful woman in business and do what I love, act like me, be me? And so the Pink Billionaire is to remind women to be fabulous and fierce and feminine at the same time in their business. And so if you go to jbowen.website, I have a free gift there called Affirmations of a Billionaire. And what it does is it gets your mindset into the belief system, into the consciousness that it is possible for you, and not $1 billion, but a billion person impact, 1 billion smiles, 1 billion hugs, 1 billion laughs, 1 billion touch points. That's what's going to make a difference on the planet. Enough billionaires with just money in the bank. What are they doing with it? How about the billionaires who are making impact on people's lives, making impact on a global scale, making impact with countries and with systems and with procedures and with policies that are actually benefiting people? And so that's the billionaire consciousness. And so when you go to the website, you can get Affirmations of a Billionaire. All right, our next guest is here and waiting. Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Miss Nick Reno. Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing really good. Can you hear me okay?
I can absolutely hear you. And, Nick, I know that you have a really cool bio, so I want to read it for everybody. Nick Reno is a certified Enneagram coach with a background in psychology, entrepreneurship, and overall personal development. Nick provides passionate life and business coaching using Enneagrams. Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, I would love to. I actually got exposed to it at church, and it really spoke to me because I'm obsessed with personalities. I love getting to know people, and I've always said as a kid, people inspire me every day. It drives me insane seeing people just dumb themselves down. And so when you get to know people and ask them, what do you love? What do you love to do? And then they open up. It's crazy how people love to talk about themselves, but you have to ask them first for them to
Right.
open up. And so learning about the Enneagram, it helped me see the lens that I see the world through and what my neighbor does. And so being able to understand each of the main types, there's 9 of them, it basically gives you this visualization of 9 different sunglasses that people see the world through. And so being able to understand where people are coming from, their emotions, their actions, what they've cultivated to survive, it helps me decide how I can present my message to them or my heart to them in a way that they can accept and fully feel and appreciate. It's kind of like understanding love languages, right? Being able to speak people's verbiage and their communication. And so that's why I love it so much, and I get to share that with people.
It is a really neat process. And, sometimes people don't like to be analyzed. And I always think like, hey, the more you can know about yourself, the better. And, the Zodiac, the Myers-Briggs, the Y Institute that we learned earlier this morning, just the little personality tests, the 16 personality tests. I did a test and I forget the name of it, but it was really, really extensive. And when I read the results, I'm like, yeah, that is so me. That is so true. And Enneagram is exactly the same. It's valuable information. So tell people a little bit about the process. You ask questions. Give us a little bit of details about that.
Yes, so I do actually want to clear something up. What I love about the Enneagram is the differences, all those things that you mentioned, all those personality assessments, it's more geared to the external tendencies, things that people can see, right? So like you said, most people don't want to be analyzed. As an Enneagram coach, I can't tell you what your type is, because what I am actually doing is helping you build a self-awareness to really dig in and be vulnerable with yourself and admit it to yourself what it is that's motivating your actions and your survival coping mechanisms. And so until you understand yourself, that's when you'll understand what your main type is. And then you'll get to resonate with what those things are as far as your stress pathways and your healthy pathways. So it's not about putting yourself into a box, trying to put you in a certain type of personality type. It's really just understanding what you look like in certain given situations and how you can decide to either change the way you normally react to things or how you want to respond to how other people react around you, especially families. That's one of the most passionate things I have, is being able to help families connect better. Because my family, there's a lot of very strong personalities. My mom is probably watching right now, and there's a lot going on. Hi, Mom. And there's a lot going on in my family, and we have such a mix of cultural backgrounds. And I love that my mom is such a generous soul, but she's a very powerful woman. And so if you get in her way, sometimes, you know, catch fire a little bit. And some people who are a little dialed down don't understand that passion. And she's always told us, me and my 4 younger siblings, I'm the eldest of 5, she's always said, as long as I have the means, I will help people. And I've always kind of looked at that as like, what do I have that I can help people with? And it's really just that extreme passion and joy for just uplifting people and seeing them see themselves in a different light. It's not about me fixing their life or giving them something. It's empowering them to see what they already have and that they could just be themselves and change the world for existing.
I can see it being so helpful with families. I myself have, Peter has his own 2 children. I have my own 2 children. When we came together in our relationship, I will admit, looking back on it now, it seems so silly, but when his kids came to live with me, I was like, oh, they must just be like my kids. You know, they're a girl and boy and this age and this age. And I just made all these assumptions that they were just like my kids and they like the same things my kid like, and they had the same personalities and the same demeanor. And it really was very eye-opening to me to see how different they were. And it took me a long time to learn it and come to the awareness where I think your system and your tool would have been very effective.
Absolutely. And what's so funny is that I'm noticing that I resonate with a lot of people on my tendencies. Like I have perfectionistic tendencies. I want to make sure things are precise. And I think of that Lego movie because I have young children. And so watching it, that one main character where he says, that's not in the instructions.
Yes.
Like you have to do it right. Right. And then there's the opposing character that is so colorful and creative and she breaks the rules and she crashes through walls and you're like, what is happening? And my kids are enjoying it while I'm sitting there like, this is so wrong. But it's my motivation is I want to be seen as good and moral and doing the right thing. And whatever that looks like, how I've been brought up, that's what's created that trajectory basically. And so now being able to understand how to set healthy boundaries, which is what I wanted to share about today. The title of my talk today is You Get to Decide, because you get to set those boundaries not only for other people to respect where you're at, but for you to actually set boundaries within yourself. Because for me, being a recovering people pleaser, if you try to please everyone, you please no one. And it is so hard for me to accept that because I hate hurting people or letting people down. But at the end of the day, I got to be myself and I got to be authentic and vulnerable because, I mean, that's just who I am. And so when I try to be what I believe other people want me to be, it just doesn't ever amount to that expectation. And then I end up disappointing myself and other people. So it's kind of that self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing, right? Your brain is like a computer. You tell it what to do. So if I'm telling myself, I got to be perfect, I got to do it this way, and I don't, then everything else falls apart afterward. And so being able to flexibly tell myself that, hey, this is my boundary that I'm going to set for my emotions, that I'm going to do my best, and that's going to be perfect the way that it needs to be. And however way it pans out, I'll be okay with that. And so being able to recognize my boundaries, I can respect other people's too.
Is there something that you'd like to share your talk today? Is there something that you know that someone out there needs to hear? Go ahead, take it away.
So I don't know about you, but maybe having heard the word boundaries, you might have cringed or like, oh, I don't want to hear that. I've heard that everywhere. I've never really grown up around that word. I heard it more so when I became a mom and being able to set the tone for, oh, my son needs to go to bed at this time. No, I can't be having people hold him or talk to him or play with him. It was really hard for me to say no to people. Like even no makes me cringe to this point. I'm still in that process of growing through it and understanding, that it is a respect level that you're developing. And I want to tell you that it is a process, but once you get past that cringy point of listening to boundaries, you get to understand it's just as simple as walking outside and noticing where your neighbor's house starts and where yours ends, and being able to respect that when you want to say hi to them, you don't just jump into their yard and run into their house and, start eating from their refrigerator. You know what I mean? Like there's a very clear boundary you can see. But when it comes to people, there are people that are very wide open. Like I think of my mom because she says my grandpa always had his doors and his gates wide open for anyone in the neighborhood to walk in. They can come in, grab a cup of coffee. It wasn't abnormal. And for me, listening to that, I'm like, what? I can't imagine some random person coming into my house. Like, I will welcome you when I can prepare. I need to have structure. Tell me that you're coming so I can prepare to love on you like crazy. But if you just show up, I think I might go nuts. And so it's just those different personalities and understanding that yes, the end game is to host well and be a loving neighbor, but there are things that you need to understand getting to that point. And so I just want to share with people who haven't learned how to set healthy boundaries, there will be so many more fulfilling relationships and flourished relationships when you do understand what boundaries are and what that looks like for you and what that looks like for the people around you. It'll just set the tone for new verbiage to start different types of relationships and how that'll look like moving forward.
Yeah, and boundaries aren't like a blockade. Like we sometimes, I think we don't give that word the honor that it deserves. Having a boundary doesn't mean that you're blocking someone or they're blocking you. It actually is like, for me, I always think of boundaries as like bumper rails. Like you're just giving me an indicator of what the bumper rails are so I know how to behave, because you're right. Like I have an open door policy at our house. I just said people can come by anytime, anywhere. If you're in town, stop by. I'll be on the other side of the world and be like, if you're ever in our neighborhood, just come by. You can come stay. You're welcome. And when Peter first came to live with us, like people would stop by, people would come over, the doorbell would ring, my mom would show up, friends were coming. And it was like, whoa, like this is a completely different way of living. And but then it was like, okay, how about some bumper rails on, if you're coming, give me a call 10 minutes when you're driving down the neighborhood, or putting some bumper rails on it so that you feel good, the people in your life feel good, and the other people feel good because they're like, well, I know what your boundary is, so I can live within that boundary and make you feel good about what you need. So great talk about boundaries and sharing. Now, your story is really wonderful, and I want to say thank you again. Give people a little snippet of your story so they want to read more.
Holy moly. My title, starting on page 229, is called Before I Knew It. So I don't know about you, but as a people pleaser, it is so easy to fall into that river and just let external experiences run your life. And that's really what I was experiencing growing up my parents are go-getters, and they're compassionate servant leaders, and they are resilient entrepreneurs. Anything that they hit, there was always solutions right off the bat. And so I have that personality type where, yes, I can face these crazy dangers, but I will look for solutions because there has to be a way. There will be a way. I will find it. And there's no point in me wallowing here. And so what I love about my story is I share how my life looked like. And then when I became a mom and started deciding, oh, wow, I need to do things a certain way, my way now. That felt so weird to say, but when I started stepping into that, I started manifesting relationships and connections that were enabling the things that I had been holding back because I didn't think it was going to please others. But when I was able to step into that and be more authentic about what it is that I want to do and how I want to live my life, I was able to present myself in a much different way. And so I was able to love people more efficiently and productively in the way that I've always wanted to and never thought I could. And so Les Brown, oh my goodness, I met him in 2016. I was 25, 26 years old. It was crazy. I bought like a $25 ticket to get to a Get Motivated event in Los Angeles. Totally thought I would see him on a television screen. I'm like, how is this crazy top number one motivational speaker going to be here in LA for a $25 ticket? I know people pay thousands to see him. No, he was there. His laugh was reverberating through those walls. And I was like, what is it? I'm 5'2". So I kind of slipped past people very quickly. And I was able to get to the very front by the time I heard him say his ending speech. You got to be hungry, right? That's him. And so I got there, and as soon as they started clapping, I ran straight to him and I was like, I love you, Papa Les. It just came out of me. He's never met me before. And that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. And being able to go full circle from that experience, a little snippet of that is I was able to go to a very private event to train with him in Florida. I live in California. It was like a 3-day turnaround. If you get there, you can be our guest. And I was around other established speakers and authors, and I felt so out of place. And he said, no, you have a story in you. Do not be afraid of your own power, and you're going to do this. And so I talked to John Leslie, his son, and Ona Brown. I love her. She spoke so much life into me. But she did actually mention something where she's like, you're so young, you're so innocent, because one of the things that she asked us was, what drives you, what inspires you? And I said, people, because people are so incredible. And I literally want world peace. It sounds like all those beauty pageants, but I do. Like, I wish people could love each other more. And just if we could empathize, because empathy isn't natural, it's something that you have to learn, then you can pass that on. And so, oh my gosh, she was like, well, one day you'll learn, life will teach you something different. And here I am at 32, and I didn't get to write my book until now. And I get to write with these incredible authors. And I got to meet JB, who is literally the most heart-centered publisher, leader, everything. I mean, she pours above and beyond everything that she does. And so if you're listening to this and you think, I could never write a story, or I could never write a book, oh, she will show you that you can. And so I can't wait for you guys to read the stories, not just mine, but just seeing how you can take control of your life today and decide that, you don't have to let external experiences run you anymore. Because before you know it, the more that you step into your own power, you'll get to inspire other people's stories and create miracles in their lives.
And do you look back at that daisy chain of events and think like, wow, I had to show up at that event. And before I even showed up at that $25 event, I had to do this and do that and get in this car and get to that person and talk to this person to do that. And then I had to show up at that event, and I had to bump into John Leslie, and I had to do this, and I had to get on a plane, and I had to meet Les, and I had to run up to him, and I had to do this, because that led to this, to this, to this, to this, to today, to this moment. International best-selling author, part of the Les Brown community forever. Your book is going to be around the globe for people to read. Do you look back and be like, all of that had to happen to get me here?
Absolutely. And in all honesty, if I really dial it down, even though I wrote about a different Ignite moment that is related, it just really dialed down to when we experienced a true relationship with God. We were actually exposed. I've been in several network marketing companies. That's part of my story. I literally was raised in it. If you name a company or a product, I could probably tell you which relative and how old I was when we were a part of it. And so I love it, because these are people, normal, average people, just sharing their hearts and sharing something that they love. And what ended up happening is I saw these people that were speaking on stage, and I learned later on that they were multi-millionaires, billionaires, and they just seemed so normal. And they would show pictures of their normal house, like in random places that, just average middle class, what I would think. And so when I asked them, how are you so humble with everything that you have and everything that you do? I mean, I'm in awe, and I'm honored to be in your presence. But they were like, it's not about me. It's about the people that can be inspired to step up. And my life doesn't need to be flashy to enable that. And I found out that they were Christian. And me and my husband were both raised Catholic. And so God was always in our life. But when we heard that all these multi-millionaires and billionaires were Christians, we just got intrigued. And so we started checking out Christian churches just to see, what is the difference? It's the same God. And one of our friends invited us to her church, and just the way that her pastor had spoken into us, I mean, I had never cried so hard in front of strangers my entire life. I mean, crying was actually disrespectful growing up. And so the fact that I ugly cried in front of these people, it was unnerving, but also like I felt home. I felt so comforted and welcomed, and they didn't judge me. They were just like, whatever that was God telling you he cares about every single detail. And so just experiencing that changed the trajectory of everything that I decide on. And so being able to fall back on this solid faith that whatever the world does, it's okay, because God already equipped me with things to be victorious in this life. And so whatever I go through, I know that he has my back and that I will never give up. And as long as I continue to step forward, good things are going to happen. He will always work things that was intended for evil for the good of your life. as long as you continue to move forward in his light. And so it's just
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love it again because it's another form of awakening. It's another form of stepping in. It's another form of surrendering. We've talked a little bit about that yesterday, about this surrender. It's not about a giving up. It's about a surrender and a knowing. And so what a beautiful, beautiful sharing. Great story. I really do. I love your story a lot. I love your, enthusiasm. I love your parenting. You've got so many great talents. What would you like our audience to go home with from learning from you?
Well, I did learn something from you that I want to mention at the very end of my chapter that I was able to say. I want to read it here so I don't butcher it. I said, life has definitely become exciting and there are so many new opportunities unfolding right before me. But my newest business is now the business of me. And so because I was able to get involved and get so excited about all these people's projects, I kind of lived my life that way. I saw opportunity in everything. And because I had the means, I would buy all the things. I'm like, oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to help motivate people to do this. And I kind of lost myself. And so if you could learn anything from me, is to surround yourself with a healthy community of people who will not only inspire you, but hold you accountable to really ask you, like Forbes Riley did today, what do you want?
Right.
And so give yourself grace for not getting there yet. But if you get there today or you take a step forward to it now, your life will change and it'll be fine. There is no end date. There is no, I am too late or I am too early for this. And so if I could share anything, is to just be vulnerable, be willing to surrender, like what JB had said. And surrender just means to let it down and stop taking control and stop trying to limit things. Because one of the things that really stuck out to me, I don't know if you've watched the most recent Marvel movie, Shang-Chi, one of the characters had kind of talked about herself saying, anytime I start something new and I get remotely good at it, I self-sabotage and I walk away from it and I start something else. And so the lady responded to her saying, if you aim at nothing, you hit nothing. And that literally ties back to how my parents had raised me to be goal-oriented. And so to set those goals, you aim for something and then you hit it. And so like Les Brown says, shoot for the stars or shoot for the moon, because even if you don't hit the moon, you'll land among the stars. So make sure to aim high, because if you aim low and hit it, you'll be stuck there.
I always say that too. I'm always telling people, like, have a big dream, like have a really giant goal, like go galactic, stretch goal, because if you don't hit that goal, whatever's short of that is going to be pretty darn awesome. Because some people make little goals because they're like, well, I want to hit my little goal, and their little goal is so short. It's so short of what's possible for them. So make a big goal, because even if you miss it, you did pretty outstanding. I like to say, like, if when you're aiming for a 6 and you're aiming for a 6, but it's actually a 9 because you think it's not good enough, but it's fabulous because you took the aim. You absolutely took the aim. And I also, you and I talked about this, like you're always an archer, even if you don't hit the bullseye every single time, you still get to be an archer. You just didn't hit the bullseye every time, but it doesn't mean you're any less an archer. So good to talk to you. I love seeing your smile. I love seeing the things you're doing. We are just looking forward to the next explosion of Nick. And I know Papa Les loves you and loves what you're doing. And so thank you so much. Now, is there anything you want to leave our audience with? Because I know they'd love to play with you and see what you're up to.
Yes, you can find me literally anywhere. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook at Nick's Lettering. And what I love is that I'm starting a new project. I don't want to look like any other Enneagram coach and do all these things that you've seen. I feel like it's everywhere. Everyone's doing a masterclass, everyone's doing a retreat, or all those things. So right now, I just want to offer you, if you're watching today, a 90-minute session to actually just talk about your goals and your needs, and then a typing session to actually find what it is your Enneagram number is, whether that takes us to a new journey to start a coaching journey. Awesome. If it doesn't and you do your own research, I'm happy to empower you. And that's a thank you to JB, just watching her example to pour into people and over deliver. And that's really what I want to start a precedence of, is to over deliver. And one of the things that I want to do is make sure that I leave you with something that I hand lettered. I am so sentimental. And so one of the things that I want to offer people is that we do that consultation or that typing session together. And whatever I learn from you, and I will be in prayer for you because I will use your name and it is intentional. I will create a lettering project for you and I'll surprise you with that in the mailbox.
I love that. I love that. Okay, do you have an example so people know what lettering is? And team, can we fix that? Nick at nickslettering.com. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
Well,
if you
actually, no, it's just at Nick's Lettering because that's my my tagline. But on Instagram,
Oh, so it's nickslettering.com is how they find you?
well, nickslettering.com actually is my Nick's Guide to Hope. Oh my goodness, I forgot my words. My blog. I started a blog on
Yay!
nickslettering.com and I was writing already and I kind of talked myself out of that. Just like I said, I got remotely good and people were getting excited and I got scared. So I stopped writing in it, but I will continue that. But at Nick's Lettering, that is my my username, and you can find me on everything. Clubhouse is one of my favorite things. I actually am going to be partnering with Pamela Bishop, the other co-author in this book, that we will be running rooms together and just pouring into people. So
I love that.
An
So
example of my lettering. If you guys know what hand lettering is, it's like calligraphy. It's basically drawing letters and being able to, man, I didn't prepare that.
that's
I mean,
okay, but you know what? Now that Forbes Riley has there you go, has
Yeah, something like
planted in my seed my name, I'm gonna get you to do my name, Nick.
I will, absolutely. I actually have something I've been working on for you, JB. So
Aw, thank you so much. So
thank you.
go search Nick at Nick's Lettering and you can check her out, and then you can sign up for our summit and get her free gift. That's fantastic. So creative brain, left brain, and right brain both working together. Fantastic. So you get the Enneagram, you get the lettering, you get the beautiful Nick, and you get that understanding a better version of you. Thank you so much, my darling.
I love you. Have a great day.
I love you too. Thank you. Thank you. Well, one of the things that Nick said was she didn't like that word no. I'm with her. I didn't like that word no either. So our team's going to say a little video. Who says no to you? Check it out, everybody. Check out Who Says No to
Who
You.
says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it, who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters.
Well, I wanted you to see that video because there is no such thing as no. The universe is waiting for you to say yes and to step into your possibilities. And I wanted you all to know that I've got something really special that I want you to take part of. I really believe in the power of mentorship, and I believe in the power of positive affirmations. It's important that you be a part of what I'm up to, which is the Possibility Virtual Mentorship. So each and every day, I'm going to reach out to you on your phone. I'm going to let you know that something is possible for you. And I'm going to be doing that by a fabulous text message system. We're going to be doing the virtual possibility mentorship. It's going to come from me. I'm just going to show you that this is such a powerful thing because each and every day you're going to get a text from me. Let me see if I can get it so it looks good. You're going to get a text from me. I'm going to send you a video. I'm going to send you a link. I'm going to send you a photo. I'm going to send you an inspiration. I'm going to send you some ideas, some suggestions, some tips, some things that you can do each and every day. You can see, like, I'm getting my own possibility training every day right here on my phone. It comes to me. So each and every day, I am going to help mentor you in what's possible for you. Now, I normally charge about $2,300 to $2,500 a month to mentor with me. I'm going to be mentoring with you on your phone for just $27 a month. Now, if you do it now, because it's Christmas, like right now, we've made it $7 a month. And right now, we've made it free for you. So if you use the word summit, if you text it, if you go to mentorwithjb.com, and you see that my text mentoring program there, you use the word summit, you can get your first month for free. And then every month after that, it's $7. So for $7, I think it's like 23 cents a day. You're going to get direct mentoring from me on your phone, coming to you directly, and it's going to ignite possibilities, inspire you, awaken all the stuff that you've learned here, all the stuff that all the authors have shared with you, the training and the inspiration that they've got from me. I'm going to send it to you on your phone. So this is giving you that opportunity to dip your toe into what is it like to hang out with JB and learn some of her possibility principles. I talked about that the other day, but each and every day I'm going to send you something. So go to mentorwithjb.com. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to know you're part of it. And I'm going to give you the first month for free, absolutely, because I'm so committed to this program. I know that each and every day, if you get positive mentorship, positive inspiration, positive possibility ideas from me, some magic is going to happen. All right, magic is happening in our next author. Welcome to the stage. Fantastic, Miss Patricia Barnes.
Hi.
How are you doing, darling?
Doing wonderful. How are you?
Doing phenomenal. Love having you here. How's things going for you on a Saturday?
Wonderful. I'm excited to ignite the moment with everyone.
Yeah, let's talk about, so #1 best-selling author in 3 categories in the United States. How does that feel?
Amazing. I'm on cloud 9. I'm trying to calm down so I can focus.
Cloud 99, right? Cloud 99.
Yes, 99.
Well, some of our folks have not yet met the beautiful, amazing, and fantastic Patricia Barnes. So tell them who you are, what you do, and what you're fabulous at.
My name is Patricia Barnes. As you said, I'm a motivational speaker, author, and founder of Go Patty. Go Patty is a movement to inspire, motivate, and empower others to be whole, well-rounded, as well as to dream big, then take action despite your insecurities, your fears, and to have fun along the way.
And now, why Go Patty? Tell us where that name came from.
Oh, JB, it's kind of funny. So naturally, I'm an introvert, right? And I have a whole bunch of extrovert friends. And we went to Jamaica to celebrate my friend's 30th birthday party. And everyone's talking. But one thing about me, I love to dance. And my friends will always say, "Where is Patty?" They call me Patty. And Patty has had her head down dancing. And I'm like, go. I'm like, I need a name. For me, Barnes is my dad's last name. I know I'm going to get married. Patricia Barnes to me is just kind of boring. So what can I use? Go Patty. So when you think about Go Patty inspire, Go Patty motivate, Go Patty empower others. So there you go.
I love it. I love it. You know, and that's so cool because I go by the Pink Billionaire, and some people are like, "Well, you're not a billionaire. Why do you do that?" And I have to say, when I call myself the Pink Billionaire, it makes me work harder. It makes me show up better. It makes me think that I have to raise myself to another standard. I need to learn more. I need to study more. I need to read more books. I need to do more things because that's the persona I want to have. So go Patty.
Yes, it's my alter ego.
Yeah, tell me about it. So what is she do? What's she about?
A good time. It's for me, even this moment, as we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but it's just pushing myself beyond my norm and my comfort zone. And whatever you want is possible. It's like you don't have to have the example set before you, but if you make a decision that this is what you want, it is achievable, but you have to stay committed to the process and just go for it and live your best life.
So back up a little, because somebody is listening to this and they're like, okay, that sounds great. Go Patty. I love it. But have you always been this way? Was it always like that? Have you always had this much energy? You said you were an introvert. I don't know if how did that happen?
Well, the reason why I love this is because Ignite the Hunger in You. My Ignite moment was the day that I said yes, and yes to my purpose, was as a motivational speaker. And that's very hard for me to believe that. And I'm laughing at myself because, as I mentioned, I'm shy, I'm introverted, I have social anxiety. I come from a family where we could sit in a room for hours, literally, and no one's talking, and that's a good time. So for me to really stand before everyone and speak and be Go Patty, it's all about me just really acknowledging who I am inside, which is a person who loves to inspire others, because my life hasn't been perfect, right? I haven't always had the example that you can be whatever you want to be. I'm the first one in my family who raised me to be college educated. And that in itself is very complicated and hard when you're in an environment where you don't really see great things happening. So Go Patty is like, okay, if I can do it, you can do it. This is what gets me excited. I'm naturally high right now because I know I'm showing up for the one, nerves and all, because it's not about being perfect. I'm so nervous. Like right before, I'm like, I could just say, JB, I can say, look, I can just tell them I had a family emergency. I'm really sick and don't show up. But what's the fun in that? Right. I'm Go Patty. I got to show someone that you don't have to be perfect, but it's all about progress. So thank you, JB.
You're so welcome. And I really want to salute you too, because sometimes people excuses, right? Or reasons why not to show up, not to say yes, not to take the risk. And so thank you for showing up. We love that you are here. Your story, just give us a little bit about your story, because I think a lot of people can relate to your story.
Okay, so my story is coming from a family, not well-spoken, not really focused on education. And for me, I don't know what it was inside of me. As a little girl, I decided that I wanted to be a registered nurse. And I just like, okay, I'm going to go for that. I know my mom and my grandmother, they influenced me a lot because they were caregivers, and my mom's a geriatric nursing assistant. And I always say, I just want to take it further. I want to go a step further. I'm going to college. And that's what I did. And the journey wasn't easy. But as I finished nursing school in my first year as a registered nurse, I started thinking bigger. Okay, I achieved becoming a registered nurse. Now what? I wanted to go to master's school, grad school, to nurse practitioner to get another degree. But I'm like, another degree? I already proved that I can get a college degree. Yeah, it would be nice to make 6 figures, but would that really make me happy? I'm like, no, I want to figure out what it is to live in my life purpose. So I started digging a little bit deeper. What does that even mean? What was I born to do? And yes, I love to help people. That's why I became a nurse. But what I really love is personal development. And it's kind of easy when it's who you are. This is who I am. I always challenge myself to go further, to go deeper, to push past my fears, my insecurities, embarrassing moments, because it's a lot of embarrassing moments along the way. You have to pick yourself up and humble yourself and have fun. That's why I always say have fun along the way, because life is so many ups and downs, high and lows. You succeed, you fail, but you just have to enjoy it and dance in all the confusion.
You need to join and dance in all the confusion. I actually like to say sometimes, like, I invite anyone to come and play with me and dance with me on the dance floor, because you that's how you meet your people. That's how you get to know the people that are like-minded with you and that you want to do business with. Can you say that meeting the other authors and being a part of a collaborative book, how has that transformed you?
JB, I want to give you a shout out, because you are extraordinary. I thought that I was a person who can always push myself for more, but JB, you have no idea. You pushed me to the max. I'm like, I cannot do any more. I thought I was signing up for a book collaboration. Here I'm on a virtual summit doing interviews, have to do other gifts, and like, oh my goodness, can I handle this?
Signing books, inspiring people, getting up on
inspiring
stage.
people, JB, and everything you do is pretty and excellent, and just above and beyond. It's just like, wow, can I do any more? Like, I had to just take a deep breath. You can do this. Let JB challenge you, and you got this. And the other authors inspired me, because we're all just trying to ignite the hunger in ourselves and help other people. And what's better than that?
Do you feel like, thank you, God, I signed up for this? And I not just signed up for this, but I signed up for this life. I signed up for this assignment of my life's assignment.
Yes, I do. And it's really important for me, because this is my third book collaboration. And I see a difference for me working with a motivational speaker versus working for a publishing company. It really challenged me to say, okay, it's not just about writing your story. Now you have to take the time out to market. So you ignited my creativity, and for me to push myself to learn how to market. It's just like, okay, this is who you are, but you also have to learn how to be professional and to sell yourself, promote yourself, and you have to roll with the best of them. So if JB is telling you to do this, you have to go beyond your comfort and just do it. Ignite the fire, baby.
Did you see this morning when ignite the fire? Did you see this morning when Gary Sanchez was talking about JB? She does the better way. She does the right way. She wants to teach you. I was like, all my authors are laughing, because I always am like, okay, let's do this, let's do that, and let's do that, and let's do this.
Yes, I'm like, whoa, JB. You don't have to figure out anything, because you laid it all out for us, and then there's always more surprises coming. You thought she was done. Nope, surprise. There's
just
more.
wait till next week. All you authors who are watching, just wait till this Friday's call. We got so much more. The next version, the next thing. We just finished our book launch. We just finished our summit. Well, I want to thank you for being a part of this book, because did you feel like, and I know some of the authors felt like there was, when they first started, like, I don't know if I belong here. I don't know if this is where I belong. And then now this process where we have this incredible community, the incredible family, part of Les Brown's community. But sometimes when people start, did you have the feeling like, I'm not sure that this is where I belong just yet?
Honestly, I didn't feel that way, because this is my third book collaboration. I thought I was just doing another chapter. But working with your editors, oh my goodness, they helped me to develop my story in a way that I didn't even think about. And knowing that you gave us all the resources that we needed to be successful, I really felt confident that whatever you wanted me to do, that I could fulfill that.
So people are listening at home. They're resonating with your story. They're resonating with Go Patty. What would you say to them?
I would say, it's not easy. A lot of people show the highlight reels and just us celebrating the book launch and the virtual summit, but it's a lot of the stuff that's behind the scenes. For me, when I'm writing my story, because Go Patty is all about passion, and I only talk about things that I'm passionate about, which caused me to be vulnerable. When you are writing your story and you're talking about it, oh my goodness, there's going to be so many tears. And that's tears of joys, of a breakthrough, that now that you can talk about your story to help somebody else. So be vulnerable. Give yourself grace. Allow yourself to be imperfect like everybody else. In order for you to be great, like Les Brown says, you have to start. And I love his story because he helps me to be on this stage today, to know that he is a living legend. 14 years he ran from his gift. He would go to conferences like this and listen to Jim Rohn and Zig Ziglar, and he would just pump himself up. I can do this, I can do this. And he finally did it. And if he did not run for 14 years, he would not have that quote that could help me decades later. So you are enough. You will be great, but you have to commit to the process and do the work.
It is true. And I was actually going to start a summit about like what does work mean for you? And I was like, because we were talking about it yesterday with Maynard, work is like wonderful, WORK, like wonderful opportunities, like resilience, like kick butt, like, we were like, so sometimes work, and it's true, it's not easy. It's not, you can't just phone this in. You can't just like, show up with, a million other things going on and just kind of half listen. Like, you have to participate. If you were going to give WORK a new meaning, what would those 4 words be for you?
It would mean that I have to be willing to release my self-limitations, because really and truly, you have to realize that in order for you to really do the work, you have to rely on people to help you. Like JB, I really didn't want to do another photo shoot, and you just pushed me to do another photo shoot. And at that point, it's like, just let go. Be easy to work with. Just trust JB. She know what she's doing. This is not her first project, because it's like me trying to be cheap. I don't really want to do another photo shoot for just a book. But now it's just like I see everything that's unfolding, and I'm glad I just submitted. So surrender to the process and the work, and give it your all, and let people who have been there and done it before you help you.
So W is willing. I love that. Be willing to do the work, be willing to do it, be willing to try, be willing to let somebody else who knows or has the experience show you. Okay, what does O mean for you?
O means to be, let's see, outrageous. Be outrageous with what you want in life. You can accomplish your goals and your dreams. Like now, people call me delusional. I live in la la land, because it's like, me, how can you be a motivational speaker? Like, they know me, they know my story, we've been raised in the same environment. But I'm outrageously confident to know that whatever I want to achieve, if I put the work in, I can do it.
I love it. I feel the same. People say you're in la la land. Actually, I have been, I got because I'm from Canada, I did a ceremony with the Native Indians, and they gave me the name Pink Cloud.
I love that. Yes.
Yeah. And so I have some friends who are like, oh, go be in your pink cloud. And I'm like, I will. Yes. Thank you. Don't be outrageous. Okay. That's give us right. The R. What's the R?
R will be radical. Radical. And in order for you to be great and to do the work, you have to make up your mind that whatever I have to do to get it done, I'm going to do it. It may not be easy. I may not have something I can just Google to figure out how to do it, but let me just put myself into the work mode and figure out how I can be radical, how that I can be the next leader, how I can be the next great motivational speaker. Whatever your dream and your goal is, just be radical about it, and don't let anyone stop you.
Yeah, because you can't be a wallflower. Like, you can't just be like, think that it's gonna, just like it's gonna all just be all easy and be a wallflower. Like, radical means you got to be a little bit disruptive, right? You got to be a little bit edgy. You got to be a little bit willing. And radical for me, great word, because it's it's like it's passionate and at the same time like compelled. Like I've talked so much to the authors about, you got to feel compelled to do this. It's got to be, and that same like radical, you got to be like, I'm going to take radical measures, radical action, radical, behavioral changes, radicalness to make this happen. Great word, radical. All right, K is sometimes hard for people.
I know, because I'm thinking, what could K be? Oh, wow. To put the work in, you have to just be, I feel like I want to say a king, or to be the king so you can be the best in your domain. And you can show people that it can be done, and everyone can surrender to your world and your work ethic and the way that you do things, so other people can know that they can get it done as well.
Yeah, that's really great. And I like what you said, it's your domain. Like you are the king, you are the queen, you are the master of your own domain. And so many times people feel like I can't do something. It's because they're not being the master of their own kingdom. So that's a great one. I love that one. Bravo. So is there any tools or ideas that you're offering to share with our community that they can participate and play and be a part of what you're up to? Go Patty.
Yeah, so on my website, gopatty.com, under my blog post, Develop Like a Butterfly, I have a free business resource sheet to help you start your business. It has a lot of books with marketing, selling, personal development, personal finance, free graphics, applications that you can use, as well as business conferences, whatever that you may need to be successful.
Yeah, because Go Patty is not just all about fun. Like these are really tangible things that people can use. I mean, it is fun, but it's not just fun. Like you're really giving people resources and things that they can utilize.
Yes.
So put that up again, gopatty.com. Fantastic. Any last words you'd like to leave us with?
I would like to say, acknowledge your fears and figure out ways that you can overcome your fear. In order for me to show up today, I had to be honest with myself and say that I have a fear of public speaking, but I don't let that stop me. I never really loved the sound of my voice or my accent, but once I say, you know what, I trust God, I trust that this is my purpose in life. What could I do to overcome it? And just be relentless, and whatever you want to accomplish, it's possible for you. Never give up. Always know that you can get it done. It doesn't matter if you have people supporting you. For me, I didn't have a lot of support with family and friends. First of all, get new friends and believe that there's a network of people who want to help you, business partners, that whatever you give out into the world, you will give it back. So give out love and positivity and accomplish your goals and your dreams so people can know that they can get it done too. And just live a beautiful life. And whatever you do, always develop like a beautiful butterfly.
I love that, girl. I'm so happy that you showed up. You are brilliant, amazing. Your voice is phenomenal. You speak and people hear you. It is wonderful. Go like a butterfly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. And I would just want to say blessings to you. And you did a great job. And I'm looking forward to like next week and the week after. I got more stuff planned for us.
Thank you, JB. I truly appreciate you. God bless.
God bless to you. Thank you so much. I have so much fun with my authors. Obviously, you can tell we have a really great time. We've created a great friendship. This is just not transactional. This is transformational. So being a part of Ignite actually, truly 100% changes lives. It feels so good to ignite people's lives. And I just want to share one more video as we get close to the end of the day. This video is called Know Yourself. It is on the heels of exactly what Patricia Barnes just shared. Know yourself. Take a check. Check it out.
There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength, finding your passion and going after that, not listening to anyone else, not wondering what anyone else is doing, not looking to the side to see who's doing what, just staying focused, looking forward. What are you going to do? How are you going to handle things? What's important to you, and how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that, immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal. Go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it. Your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you.
Well, I hope you enjoy our videos. We love to inspire you through the visual, through the heart, through the audio, through the verbal. We want to connect with you in every way possible and touch all of your senses, your ears, your eyes, your heart. We want you to feel it. We want you to touch it. We want it to spark in your emotion. Well, we even want you to taste the feeling of success and the feeling of going after what it is that's important to you. We have another amazing author, one of my fellow Canadians, and she is ready to come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet the amazing Miss Perlette. Hi, Perlette.
Hello, JB. How are you?
I'm feeling great, and you look beautiful. Hey, we're twins today.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
we're twins. Now, I just glanced outside the window, and it's snowing here. What's it like there?
It's not snowing here, but cold.
Yes, for those of you folks who are in the warm weather and you don't know where we are, both Perlette and I are in Canada. We've got snow and it's cold where she is, but that's okay because we got warm hearts, right?
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about you. People haven't met you yet. What do they need to know about Perlette?
Wow. So I'm Jamaican born and I moved to Canada several years ago, and I had to get used to the weather.
I bet.
Yes. So, I was always having too many layers until I'm like, man, I can't take this. I would have on so much. And then when I go in a building, I was sweating. I'm like, how do people live in this? Guess what? I thought the whole country would shut down for winter. And then my cousin is like, no, you still have to go to work. I'm like, what?
Actually, that's funny because when Peter first came to live with me, it was like it would snow out and he'd be like, oh, so I guess the kids aren't going to school. And I'd be like, no, of course they're going to school. And he'd be like, oh, well, we're in New Jersey where we're from. If it was snow like this, the kids wouldn't go to school. I'm like, it has to be minus 40 for the kids not to go to school here. Yes, people, I said minus 40.
Yeah. The first time I experienced minus 35, I'm like, get me out of here, somebody.
So you've been in Canada a while. You're Jamaican born. You have an
Yes.
incredible story. So tell us a little bit from the beginning to now, so people can understand your journey.
Yes. So, I love growing up in Jamaica because it was so supportive. Everywhere you went, there was somebody and there was music, like lively. And what I loved too was that people were so supportive. I would go to church. They were like, make sure you do well in school. Your teacher, everybody. And I grew up around that environment of support, and that I have carried with me to this day. And I love helping out, that kind of thing. So, I want to share a little about my story, as you mentioned. So a few years ago, I had surgery, and wow, I went to the surgery that day, and death did not cross my mind at all, because here in Canada you get a chance to meet the surgeon. So on the day you already know who the surgeon is, so you don't feel, it takes the fear out of everything. And she reassured me. She's like, yeah, I've done many of these surgeries before, so nothing to worry about, right? And so I went there. My cousin drove me, and we were just talking. It was just, regular. But after the surgery, everything went well with the surgery. But then when I went back to the room, it was recovering. In an instant, JB, I could not breathe. Just like that, And I noticed that the blood pressure monitor, the numbers were just changing, like the Price is Right, that show. And I'm like, what's going on? And then I couldn't breathe, and I was trying to sort of find the panic button there, but I couldn't. And then I said, I can't breathe. And my cousin ran and got medical help. And within seconds, the room was filled with everybody. And at the point where I began to gasp now, I'm like, wow, that was the point where I'm like, this is serious. And I could see on their faces that I was in danger. And so I remember it was when the nurses came to my head and they were fitting the oxygen mask, and they were kind of talking to me to keep me awake and alert. I realized, oh my goodness, I could die. Like, they're all here to help me. It had seemed like I was watching a movie,
Wow.
when like the room was filled and they're shouting like, turn off the morphine pump, turn off the morphine pump. And everybody's scurrying in the room. And the nurses came and fitted me with the oxygen mask now. And I realized I'm here trying to take deep breaths and nothing, zero, like nothing. And it was in that moment, JB, that moment that I realized all this time I was thinking, I'm young. I have all the time in the world. Dreams, like, I can get to them whenever. But in that moment, I realized the danger that I could die. And so on a prayer and a promise, I asked God, I begged God for a second chance.
Wow.
I said, if you give me a second chance, I will make sure that I live out the purpose that I came here for. I had the list, JB. I had the list. So many of us have the list. We have the bucket list, the to-do list. Mine was the someday I'll do it list. I'm going to write a book. I'm going to do this. But there was a big gap between the list and the action. And so today, it is my mission and my message to help others to stop waiting to start. Because the time is now to make it happen, right? Not tomorrow, not next week, and your age doesn't matter. You have to start. And as the legendary Les Brown says, right? You don't have to be great to get started, but you do have to start to be great. So that has inspired me and just empowered me. So I have found a new boldness. I'm done with that. This I got a second chance. And my thing is, in the end, I want to be able to say promise kept, right? promise kept, and help others along the way to, get that dream done. Whatever it is that you have, that gift that God has given to you, He has given it to you for a purpose, right? Don't allow procrastination to steal your dreams and rob you of that enriching life that God has for you. And JB, now I cannot, you know how they say, you when you are called, you can answer yes or no. But when you are chosen, you have to do it. You are compelled. And that is where I am. Chosen. I cannot, no, there's no reason now, right? Only results. Only results.
I love it. I love it. Now, I can relate. When I had my first child, I went through the same thing where my lungs filled up with water and I couldn't breathe, and I had that feeling. So I can relate, but I didn't have the same conviction that you went through, which I love, because look at how much passion, look at how much zest and zeal is on Perlette. But I know you don't want people to have to go through what you went through to make that decision.
That's right. I want them to realize, stop being a participant. Stop being a spectator in your own life. Be a participant. Life is a contact sport, no more. Be done with that. I was going to do that. What I found is the biggest mistake that people make, right? We have the plan and we have action over here, and we're like, oh yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow or next week. But the missing link is scheduling. Wow. When I understood that, it changed everything for me. Everything. Because I realized that was the
part
gap.
of your skill, right? This is part of your profession and part of your career about scheduling in. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but you need to schedule in your joy time, your happy time, your strategy time, your research time, and all of those dreams. You have to schedule in your dreams. You have to make room in your schedule.
Yes, exactly. Because life is going to happen whether you like it or not, right? But I found there is this quote by Michael Hyatt, and it says, what gets scheduled gets done. And that, I'm like, it is so true. What gets measured gets achieved. So what I have done, once I got better, it took me 8 weeks, right? I was out of commission for 8 weeks. And while I was there, after the trauma, I could even sleep on the bed lying down. I had to sleep sitting up. And every time I go through any kind of difficulty since then, I take deep breaths. And I'm like, Perlette, you're breathing on your own. Everything else will work itself out. And I'm like, God, you and I in this together. I'm holding your hand. You are my GHS. You are my guidance, my hope, and my strength. So whatever comes, you and I can work it out together. So I'm not going to worry and waste a moment. I live life now by moments, because I realize even when I was driving there to the hospital, everything was fine. It just took one moment, JB, one moment to change, right? So for anyone out there who is still, thinking that, oh, I'm going to do this, make sure that you are scheduling things. You make the plan, but the schedule is that bridge that is going to help you to make the action, right? To take action. And I encourage you, instead of just taking action, take strategic, consistent action. And your habits, I had to do a lifestyle audit, look at my habits, and I had to change those drastically. Say, nope. And I want to warn people. I'm sorry, JB. I'm about to.
I love it. I'm listening. You know what, girl? You go. Turn it up even more.
Oh, my goodness. I want to warn you. When I turned 50, JB.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I did an audit on my life. And I said, girl, there are some things you have to stop doing. There are some things you have to start doing, and there's some you have to continue doing. Number one, you're going to stop. Stop inviting people for a sit-down meal when all they want is takeout. to take, you know? So you have to be ferocious with guarding your time, safeguard your time. It is your greatest resource because you cannot get it back. Once it's gone, it's gone. And you do not have to ask everybody permission to go and live your dream. You do not. Support is appreciated, but permission, no, you have that permission. You were born with that gift. When your name is called, no one else is going to answer. That's what I learned that day in the hospital. It doesn't matter who is walking with me, right? When it comes to the final analysis, it's you and God going through that. It's your name is, so you have to take responsibility for your own life, right? You can't sit around and say, I'm waiting on so-and-so. JB, how did I meet you? You remember?
It was so beautiful.
Exactly. Like, instead of me sitting around waiting, I saw you on Les Brown Live and I love your energy. I'm like, oh my goodness, I want to work with her. She's a publisher. Like, as soon as you were done from that Facebook Live, I sent you a DM. I was serious, right? And I mean, you and I met and here I am today. So don't sit around waiting and wishing while your life is going by, just being a spectator cruising. No, let today be the end of that. This summit has been so amazing, JB. Like, on my Facebook page, when I go live, I see everybody so excited, you know, and I'm like, this is what a book launch is. I've never had the experience of this before. I've written a couple books, right? But it was self-published. But I'm getting message from South Africa, from Australia, from Ireland, from Nigeria. I'm like, the places, and I'm like, everybody is so fired up about being ignited, right? Ignite the hunger in you. And I look at that and I'm like, we are all ignited. So after the summit, after everything, I don't want you to just go back to life as normal, right? No, we have to change this. We have to go after our dreams and stop just camping out there and saying, yeah, someday, one day. No, one day starts today.
Right, right.
And the thing I would like to challenge people is that, you know, look at the people who are where you want to go and connect with them. Surround yourself with good people. And, you know, your faith will help you for those challenges, because the challenges will come. I'm telling you, they will.
Yes.
But when you secure yourself, Joshua 1 verse 9, you know, I love that verse. It says, be brave, be courageous, right? Do not be afraid. The Lord your God is with you wherever you go. So you go for it, because he has fully equipped you already. You came into this world equipped, fully equipped. And stop the comparisons. Your gift is different from my gift. You excel at what you are good at. Don't worry about the other person.
Are we like, yes, yes? Like, everyone in the backyard, they're like, where did this come from? We love it. We love it. Okay, I want to back up because you are dropping the bomb. Folks, if you have not been taking notes, if you have not got a recording of this, go get the VIP because you need a recording of this, because these are bombs and golden nuggets. You said do work consistently and deliberately, and I think that one is so high on the roster because so many people are busy being busy and busy acting busy and busy doing stuff, but they're not doing the deliberate, consistent activity that is required of them. Dial into that one a little bit because you have so many fantastic systems. I want to break them down for people consistently and deliberately. Talk about that one, and then we'll go to the next one. They're just so good. I don't want anyone to miss them.
Yes, you have to be intentional. You can't just live life by default. You have to live life by design. I realized I had to be intentional. So this habit that I started to develop, week ahead planning, and that helps me with my scheduling. So every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I sit and I map out my week. Okay, these are my goals over here. I break down those big goals. Whatever your big goals are, break them down into weekly targets. Weekly targets. From that weekly target, you break it down further into daily action required tasks. And you know, that's darts. I call them darts. The D for daily, right? The A for action, the R for required, the T for task. I call them, those are my darts every day. I have to hit one or two. Those are the ones for my dream, outside of what else I have to do. If it means I have to wake up early, and that's what I do for my morning routine, right? And those are the things that you start to do, your habit, and it helps you to be consistent, right? And once you become consistent, you will notice that you have lots of wins. And again, celebrate your wins, big or small. Don't wait till you get to the end. You celebrate as you go. You celebrate as you go.
I like that a lot. I like the darts a lot because you have to focus and take time to, if you're going to write that book, you got to get up early in the morning and you got to do it a little bit each day. If you're going to lose the weight, you got to get up each morning and work out, or each evening and do a little bit each day. If you're going to build the website, if you're going to build the business, if you're going to hire the team, you got to do a little bit each day, and you got to fit it in, because I'm with you. The world gets busy. Life gets busy. Challenges show up. None of us is perfect. You're not going to meet a person out there, no matter how much success they have, that says, oh, it's all just great now, because the world just shows up in different ways. All kinds of things unfold.
Yes.
And so having those darts, I totally agree. That's so fantastic. And then celebrate your mini wins. Okay. And then surround yourself with people that are a little bit ahead. Go on about that one.
Yes. You know, look for people who are where you want to be so you can learn from them. You know how many courses I have taken? Like, I'm continually learning. You have to be a lifelong learner. And sometimes you have to just be an observer. You know what I mean? See, is this person right for me? Because I'm big about alignment. That is it. When I saw you on Les Brown Live that day, I felt an instant alignment with what you were saying, what you are about. You know, I didn't see it as fluff. I just saw a genuine person wanting to help people, and you were so dynamic. And I mean, I listened to the end, and then I was there on my phone sending you that DM. Like, I'm like, many people are going to be DMing her, so let me just get in there.
But I want to ask you about that, because, you know, what about the people who had that same feeling as you did when they saw me on Facebook Live with Les Brown, 1.9 million people, and then they like, well, maybe I shouldn't. Well, what will she think? Well, maybe, no, she's too busy for me. Well, what about that? Well, what about that? Like, you push through that. So talk about that. How did you push through that to take that risk when other people, millions of other people saw that and they didn't do that?
You know what, JB, I noticed? We all have become so comfortable with our unfinished business. You know, we're just so comfortable, like tomorrow is guaranteed. But I learned that in that hospital room that day when I couldn't breathe. It was my unfinished business that came into my face. It wasn't the things I was grateful for, any other. It was the list that I didn't do. I was going to my grave and not do it, right? Not do any of them. And today, now, even if you say no, that's fine by me. That means, thank you. You were not the right person, but I am going to ask the question, right? So I push through, yes or no. God is in control. He knows who to connect me with. He knows the right person, but I'm going to ask the question. I like this. On Oprah was talking to Maya Angelou. And it's on Facebook. I watch it all the time. It's Maya and Oprah Say Thank You. And I even wrote it down here. Episode 416. Sunday. I watch it.
Put that on the screen, people. Episode 416.
And guess what happened? Oprah said when she was going through all that trial stuff and everything, you know, she called Maya one day and crying and, oh, this is happening, Maya. And Maya Angelou says, stop it. Stop it right now. Say thank you. And Oprah said, you didn't hear what I said. What is happening? Maya says, say thank you. Because you know what? It was a blessing in disguise for you. So all these things that you are there still worrying about, that person said no, it was not meant for you. Just leave it, because what
Yeah.
she said, God has a rainbow for you. That's what Maya told her, right? So don't worry about the no's. You ask the question, because look at it, JB. Now look where we are. If I didn't send the text frantically trying to get there in the top 5, because I'm like, many people are going to be sending. I want mine way up there.
I love your thought press. Like, I know there's going to be other people, but I want to be the first. And it's such a great thinking. And, you know, it is true. So many things do happen to us and we assign a meaning. Like, why did that happen to me? They must not like me. I must not be good enough. I must not have done enough. I must not be pretty enough. I must not, and we put this meaning on it when really that's not the meaning. The meaning is that there was a lesson, there was a gift, there was a treasure. One of our other authors spoke about unwrapping the presents. It's all a present.
That's right. That's right. And my only child, my daughter, she was sick, and I prayed, Lord, save her. She ended up dying, right? And I remember for the longest time, I was like, why? And I was just talking, why? Until one day I decided, nope. I'm going to give thanks for having the opportunity to have had a daughter, a child, right? And you know what? That moved me forward. I still cried and everything, but I was determined. And I said, there are other children there who need my love and care. And you know what happened, JB? When I went to the orphanage to donate her clothes, because she was an only child, we had, you know how it is when you have your first child, you go crazy, right? And buying this. And when I went there and saw the orphanage, all these kids, and I'm like, my one child I love and want so much. And look, these ones. And I start going there every Saturday to help bathe them and feed them, you know, because I'm like, I don't have mine here, but I can do something about it, right? I can do something. And so for myself, I want to be remembered as a torch bearer, the one who brings the torch to light the way, to help someone find the way. That's who I want to be remembered as, you know. Any way I can help, I'm there. And I want to help those of you who are still waiting to start. I want to help you. You know, I have my 4-step system that I developed, right? It's prep, pause, be intentional about your life. Just like every Sunday I do my week ahead planning. Make sure you have a time. What do you want to accomplish this week? What is that dream? What do you want to be proud of at the end of the day? And then you reflect, right? Reflect with gratitude. And I have my gratitude jar here. I have to show you. every Sunday when I do my week ahead planning, on a post-it note, I write one thing I'm grateful for the week. Date it and drop it in my jar. And every December 31st, New Year's Eve, I open the jar and I read and I'm like, wow, all these amazing things happen. So that is a habit as well. And I challenge the audience to start doing that. When you do your week ahead planning, your scheduling, get a jar. It doesn't have to be fancy, or you want to write it in a journal. One thing you're grateful for that week, and come year end, when you do your year in review, you just check all those things. You will be surprised at what you accomplish, things that you thought you never even would accomplish, right? And so to help people, instead of you staying there, I want you to start right where you are. Use what you have and do what you can. So I have a free gift of the Get It Done worksheet, right? It will help you to get started. Instead of waiting, you can get started with my free gift, the Get It Done worksheet, and start to map out your week. Tomorrow is Sunday. You can start tomorrow. I will give you grace for the few hours we have left. And then you can move forward with that, and it will help you. And I have, if for some reason you need more accountability, you can reach out to me, because I have a list to done accountability membership. I'm not playing. We're getting serious up in here.
That's right. That's right. I wish I had like the clapper, like she's in there. She's in the house. She's totally in the house.
Yes. So, yeah. So I want to help them create a lifestyle of good habits around time management so that they can get things done and have the results that they want, to live the life they desire and deserve, and can be proud of. At the end of the day, you said, I did it. Every Friday, I throw my hands up in the air and like, I did it, I did it. I did it.
These are beautiful, beautiful practices. Tell us where people can get your steps and where they can get your free gift.
So my free gift, there is a link. I think it will come across the screen for my free Get It Done worksheet. And if they need the accountability membership, it is also there. There's a link for that as well. And JB,
wonderful. PerletteCastillos.com.
Yes, there's a specific link too for the free gift, but it will be in the package, right?
Absolutely. We will share that with all of our viewers and all the people. If you have not registered, let me remind you, register at ignitethehungerinYou.com to make sure you get. I want this free gift, because this is one of the ones that I love all the free gifts, but I love the ones that create structure and systems, because when you create a structure and a system and you create cadence in your mind, you put habits in place, you actually, what happens is your body wants to do it. Like your body is like, I can't wait for Sunday to do my schedule.
Yes,
I can't wait for Friday to throw my hands up. I can't wait to write my gratitude later today, because you start creating a habit and a cadence, and the body gets used to it. And then it gets all the endorphins and the rewards from it. And you start seeing the success from it. And then you're like, I can't wait to do that.
Yes. And you know what? For those who work with me like one-on-one, I have a whole program for your evening routine that sets you up, your morning routine, everything. So your mindset is right, Oh my goodness. And
you better be careful, because there are going to be people who are texting you right now because they want to be the first of the 5 people to text you, because so many people are going to be DMing her.
And JB, I want to express my profound gratitude to you. Oh my goodness. I'm so grateful to you, for answering my DM when you didn't even know me. You're like, who is this person sending me a DM? I'm so grateful. And, Peter and the entire team, they have been exemplary, remarkable. And all the other amazing authors, we feel like family. I think we have to do something like a reunion every year, because this group has been just amazing.
It has.
And yes, so I want to leave one quick thing. Sorry, I'm taking up too much time. No. So on April 17 this year, I had a download of a poem, but I'm not going to read all of it, but I just want to share a few of the points here with everybody.
Yes,
and
please.
The title of it is The Intersection of Choice. So many of us get to that intersection in our life, right? And I want to remind people that information with strategic, consistent action is transformation. This inconsistent behavior that we have of, okay, I'll do it today, do it tomorrow. No, your habits will be the driver for success, right? You will get results. Your habits will drive you to those results. Your 3-part powerhouse engine is your mind, your body, and your soul. So nurture them. Don't let anybody or anything go there and just pull you down with negativity. You are responsible for your life. Your most powerful source is God. Stay connected and seek God's guidance. Your daily starter is a word of gratitude. Be grateful for the blessings in your life, who you are and who you are becoming. And I close with this one because there's like 13 of them, but I'm just selecting. Those were just a download one Saturday morning. I couldn't write fast enough. They were just coming to me. And it says, things will always change like the seasons in nature. Keep choosing music that makes your soul sing and your life vibrant. The choice is yours to create the life you desire, deserve, and are proud of. Make the decision to take strategic, consistent action and give yourself the best chance. And let that be a promise kept.
Woo! There is no denying it. That download was absolutely divinely for each and every one of us. Thank you so, so much for that. I want to hear that whole poem. Please send that to me. I think it's incredible. I just was listening and I'm like, you know what? You got to include that poem in one of your books. And at the same time, Perlette, let's do your solo book because that is going to be so well wanted in the world. And your workbook, we've been talking about, let's like take the DART system and the PrEP system and let's put it into a workbook. I think that would be absolutely fabulous. Such blessings to you. You really knocked it out of the park, didn't she, folks? She really did it. What a great summary to the many, many authors who have been here. Thank you so much. You've been a great addition to the team. You've gone over and above to help in the background, to be a support on our committee, to be a support with all of our authors. We just honor you and we thank you. And I am so grateful that I got that DM from you.
And thank you so much, JB. And thanks to the audience. And I want you, don't just listen to us this week. You know, I want you to ignite the hunger in you and take strategic, consistent action. Tomorrow we want to hear from you. Drop it in in your Facebook page, the Ignite page, that you're doing your week ahead productivity planning. I'm challenging you.
Big hugs. I'm having you come to my house and get my teenagers in their week productivity plan. Thank you so much, Perlette. Big kisses to you and stay warm. All right. I am just fired up. Like, I love listening to the authors, just passionate and fired up about what they're doing. And it means the world to me. And I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, Perlette. Well, it's been a joy to be with you here for the last 7 hours and 23 minutes, but we're not quite done. That's right. We're not quite done. A couple of the authors have been unable to join us. And so I wanted to take a few moments, just a few moments, to include them in this process. And the fact that they're not here doesn't mean they're not here with us, because they are here with us. They are part of our family and a part of our community. And so I want to take a moment to share a little bit with each and every one of you. So Dr. Rao Lee is not with us. She's had a health emergency, but I want to take a moment to read her power quote and her intention. So Dr. Rao Lee says, let me see what it says here. It says, "The disquietude of my mind calms as I inhale the scent of courage and press on into victory." That's her power quote. Now, her intention is, "My wish is that the narration of my journey will help someone dig deeper and get up each time they fall. Yes, life throws curveballs, and sometimes one may still be unbalanced when the next ball comes flying. Do not be held hostage by fear. Be strong and courageous. Find a reason and a purpose to rise, shine, and press on to victory." I love this. Thank you, Dr. Rao Lee, for sharing. I'm sorry that you aren't here, but guess what? We all send you lots and lots of glorious love. All right. I want to also let you all know that our Dr. Tyra Good is not able to be with us today. She too is in the hospital, and we just send her our love and our prayer and our blessings and our wishes for her recovery. Her power quote is, "Connect to your #good within." Dr. Tyra Good, #good. Got it? Connect with your #good within and allow your glow to light someone else's journey. Her intention is, "I hope this story allows you to see the #good within yourself and others as we all strive to thrive. I wrote it to help shift our perceptions from seeing people as who we assume they are to seeing them for who they really are. I want to reignite the human gaze to the possibilities and power that are birthed from a nurturing environment that is rooted in strength, resilience, and joy. I want to instill a hunger within you to cultivate a life filled with your own God-given #good within. To the youth, you are strong and powerful, and greatness is within you. And to the adults, you are portals of hope and paths of possibilities for the next generation. Thank you, Dr. Tyra Good. We wish you great health and great recovery. Also, same to you, Dr. Rowley. We wish you great health and great recovery. And also, we want to share Miss Ashley Montgomery. Ashley Montgomery had a family emergency and wasn't able to be with us. So I want her in spirit here with us. Ashley Montgomery, her power quote is, "Never let the challenges or obstacles you face paralyze you from pursuing the dreams you chase." Never let the challenges or obstacles you face paralyze you from pursuing the dreams you chase. Love it. Her intention in her story is, throughout life, we often experience moments that were intended for us to stop pursuing our dreams. My goal is to encourage you to pivot and flourish into the successful woman or man God created you to be. I want to support you in healing from your past failures, setbacks, or disappointments, tribulations, and obstacles. If we stay the course and focus on what our intent of our why, we will see a victory. We will see that our trials and tribulations were not meant to prevent us, but to show us who it is we are to become. We wish you many blessings to all those authors that weren't able to join us for the summit. And we send love and joy to each one of them, and prayers, our prayers are with them. So I hope that that little bit of their intention and their power quote inspires you to want to know their story. Now, of course, in recap, let me just say this book is a beautiful, heartfelt, vulnerable, authentic collaboration of fabulous people. You've met them all. You've seen them all. You know their hearts. You know what they desire. You know what they love to share. You know what they love to teach. And I think it's pretty obvious when you spend time with an Ignite author, you know that their focus is really coming from the heart. It's centered on the idea that we all have the ability to be our greatest versions of ourselves. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that Les is unable to join us this evening. It was my intention that he would be here tonight to just say thank you to you for showing up day after day, for you for purchasing this book, for you for reading these stories. But unfortunately, his own family emergency has not allowed him to attend. And so, speaking for Les, I would just like to say thank you to all of you. I know he would say the same if he were here, that life is, filled with moments we get to choose. We get to choose who we are going to become. And if you take a moment to decide that you are going to ignite that hunger, that passion, that desire, that idea, that dream, that vision inside of you, you can do anything. Anything and everything is available to you. And this book has been a profound, changing, life-changing experience for me, for Les, for our team, for our company, for our authors' families, for our readers, and for the people who interact with our readers. And so I know so deep within me that so many people are being transformed by these stories. One word, one sentence, one paragraph, one story absolutely is making a difference in people's lives. And that's why we do what we do. And so thank you for sharing your time with us. We're going to take a small little mini break and come back, and we're going to recap everything. And then I'm going to play our hunger song. And I'm going to take a moment for you to all meet the man behind the scenes. Everybody's been talking about him. I would love for you to meet Peter, and then we will do our very, very special closing. So Ignite Mini here, and then we will be back in just a few seconds. Welcome back, everybody. This is the man. This is the love of my life. This is Peter. Peter is the other half of Ignite and the one who kind of does all the other stuff that everyone has been saying. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter. Because Peter does so much of the important stuff at Ignite, helping with all the technology, helping with the authors, helping with the books, the shipping, the many. You wear so many hats, and of course takes care of me, make sure that I get all the things that I need. And so it's an incredible partnership. And so 3 days at the summit, let me interview you a little bit.
Okay.
How has it felt to see all of our authors and see everything that's been going on here?
Oh, wow. It's been an amazing journey. I mean, it's been 6 months since we started this one. And today, and this, it's been 3 days, but I'm going to honestly say it's started for me a few earlier days, trying to get ready for it and prep for it. And it's just amazing amount of energy just every day. I'm excited. I get to go now after a little bit of a break and re-listen to these. I get to be the first one that goes back through these and gets nuggets, right? Because I'm working in the background and I'm trying to listen to them, but you're always working, but just to be able to sit and absorb them. And my big one, my big takeaway as I sat and thought about it today was, it's action, but it's the question, and we got this today with Gary Sanchez and Forbes, is my big question is, you need to answer is, who am I? And just totally sit with that, because only when you can answer that, can you then move forward into the world of helping other people and being great.
Yeah, I remember when we first met, you asked me like, "Oh, you've done so much self-development, you've done so much personal development, you studied so many things. What would you say is like, if you could just say one thing, what would you say it is?" And I remember telling you saying like, "Know thyself," which is exactly what you just said. Like, who am I? And that journey of discovering like, who am I? What am I about? What's important to me? It really is the most magnificent journey you can go on.
Yeah, and in my answer in the end, try to keep it concise, was I am the story that I believe that I tell myself.
I'm the story that I believe that I tell myself. Wow.
Right. And that is, you can be whatever you want to be. You just got to tell yourself that. And we've heard it today. I got picked out a big one today from Patricia, right? Be the king, right? Be the king of your kingdom. Come back to that world and just and rule with that grace and power and strength that everyone has in it.
And it's really neat because I think Ignite as a company, when we allow people to not rewrite their story, but be the story that they want to be for the future, because so many of us get caught up in our old story. We get, snagged on the fact that, oh, I grew up with this, or this is what I was told, or this is what my teacher said about me. And that old story becomes our story. And I think one of the things that you and I love to do is allow people to look at that story and be like, you know what? This is the story I want me to be about. This is who, this is my story, and I'm going to define it, which is what you said, the king of my kingdom.
Yeah, it's just read, and it's, you say it better, right? It's your story doesn't define you, it refines you, right? And that's you. And that is what this whole week and past 3 days has been about. Every single author has stepped up on the stage. Some of them are powerhouses on the stage. Everyone was a powerhouse on the stage.
You guys were phenomenal.
But some of them came in with trepidation and fears, but they showed up.
Yeah, and they did phenomenal.
And they did phenomenal.
And you know what? For any of you who showed up with fears and worries and concerns, guess what? The audience never knew it. No one could tell. Exactly. Only you were feeling it inside.
Right. Only you were feeling it. And the only way they knew it is if you said it.
Yeah.
So don't say it.
Yeah.
Right? Because you all did fantastic. You're all fabulous. You transformed lives. So yeah, if these recordings and that are just going to be valuable information, because it was a fire hose.
Yeah.
Right? There's no way you got everything that everybody said in the 3 days. Right. But now to have time to go back through them and just really re-listen to them, they're going to continue to transform lives. And the authors and the speakers that showed up this weekend are going to continue to transfer lives outside of this.
Yeah, it is really a marination process. I mean, so many times we want to just like, oh, tomorrow I want to start doing my schedule. The next day I want to start, making sure I'm doing this. The truth is, these are all seeds that are being planted. We're here to plant the seeds of possibility for you. We're here to plant the seeds that you can write a book, you can change your life, you can do all the things that these authors have done. You've heard them. They were at the moment of breaking. They were at the moment of death. They were at the moment of choosing suicide. They were at the moment of losing a business. They were a moment of a child dying. And yet they decided that they were going to use that story to help them define a new story. And you can do that too. But I'm with you. It's seeds of marination. Take what you've learned today and plant a seed in your heart, plant a seed of possibility in you. You know what? Maybe one day I can write my story. Maybe one day I can write a book. Maybe one day I can get up on stage. Maybe one day I can build my business. Maybe one day I can make an ebook. I can help people. I can inspire people. And yes, you can. And we want to help you. We want to be here to inspire you. And so I just want to thank you because, I'm very blessed. I get to spend so much time with the authors. I get to spend so much time with Les. And, Peter often is doing all the tactile stuff and all the not fun stuff that JB doesn't want to do. And I just want to say thank you. And I think all the authors feel the same, that, you really glue it all together. You really help us do what we're good at. You really make it so much more enjoyable for us. And I want to just say thank you and thank you and thank you. And I couldn't be who I am without you.
You're very welcome. And I'm honored to be that. And I'm honored to be that for you and for all the authors, right? Because it takes a sense, last night was a very interesting one, right? I've been with you for 5 years now. I've heard all of your stories a few times, and I've read your story in this book, and I know how powerful that story was. And to have you read it last night just was another depth, another experience, and another of sign of your courage. And so I know that every author, that they have that courage in them to step out onto there. And so I'm honored to be that person that helps and provides the support for all of our authors to step into that courage, step into that space. And you're right. It's that 1% change. And then we take Perlette's course, right? And schedule it. 1% scheduled will take you far.
Yeah. And authors, I just want to say reading my story last night was super powerful. And I got so many texts and so many messages and so many emails. And thank you to everybody who reached out. And so we should plan something where if you want to read your story, we should have a story night. We should have a fireside ignite chat, ignition, fuel, spark, Kindle, whatever that looks like. Because, reading my story last night wasn't easy. We talk about this. This doesn't make it easy, but it's so powerful. It doesn't have to be easy to be impactful. Maybe it's not even supposed to be easy, but it was really, really, really beautiful. It was so releasing. It was so empowering. And knowing that it touched people's lives and changed people's lives, it was all worth it. It was so worth it. And
it will, right? I mean, it brought me to tears. We've had a few things happen over this week, about that has not triggered me, but encouraged me to really step into this thing of, for me, for my personal case, being a man and helping other men step into that and to listen to your thing. It's just, it's sad that, you had to experience that. Right. And that, and if we can eliminate stuff like that by bringing other people together, that's what our real mission is to eliminate that need, that you have to go through that.
Well, for those of you who are like, what are they talking about? You got to get the book. My story is in the book. Les Brown's story is in the book. And so are the other 33 authors. So this is that moment that it's so hard to say goodbye. It's so hard to say goodnight. But I just want to thank my team in the background. Dan, thank you so much for just saying yes. You didn't even know what you were getting into and you said yes. And so bravo for that. Diana, who's been taking and holding the space for everybody. Jody Bear, Perlette, Curtis, Steph, Rachel, Ashley. There's so many people in the background. Fritch, Katie, Haya, so many people from our team just doing their thing on social media, all over the globe. We have team members from all different areas, all different continents, and just so many people who said yes. All the authors who showed up, looking fabulous. All the technical support we got. I want to also, and I want to say thank you to Penny. Penny is our worker in Asia who works at our factory, who does all of our printing. Here's somebody who just, pulls it out of the park. 17 books later. Thank you, Penny,
for just always making beautiful books, to the people who are helping us and doing all the things we do. There's so many team members, and I'm sorry if I've forgotten you. To all the editors who are part of this book, thank you so much. To all the people that make it happen, to Miss Danya, our graphic designer, who created such a beautiful cover. I just want to say thank you. Just as you can see, there's 24 names of people who are involved, plus all of our authors, plus Les Brown, plus Celeste, who works with Les Brown. So many people, and I just want to say thank you and thank you and thank you. And that's how the world goes round. We give, we share, we connect. Everybody does a little bit to help somebody else, and great success evolves. So if you need anything from us, if you've heard something today, if there's just something that you need from the Ignite community, any one of our authors, myself, please reach out to us. We are here to support you. We are here to make the world a better place. Our mandate, ignite a billion lives with a billion words. And I can't wait to do every minute of it with this man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for just making all my dreams come true every single day. All my amazing dreams. Yes, this is who I cycle with, 7,000 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers next summer, right?
Next summer.
Yeah, next
Now I get
summer.
to be in front and the bike.
Yes, exactly. Peter is the captain and I get to be on the back, and I love it. And so, yeah, next summer we're talking about going to Newfoundland, cycling to Newfoundland, 7,000 kilometers. Each year we do a little bit more. But I just, folks, you can't get anywhere in life without support, without people, without like-minded people. So surround yourself with those people. I want to say thank you to everyone. You know what you need to do. Go to Amazon and purchase the book. Go to our website, igniteyou.life. Find out what we're doing, what our next books are. Reach out to me. I'm JB on Facebook and Instagram. You can find me and let me help you tell your amazing story. I pretty much think that's it. If I missed anything.
That's it. It's a wrap.
All right, that's a wrap. So I want to say thank you to Regina Rose, who made a beautiful song called Hunger in honor of this book, in honor of Les Brown. If I've missed anything, put it in the chat, team. If not, I'd love to leave you with this beautiful message. Go out and ignite your life. Just go out and ignite the people around you, ignite your passions, ignite your dreams, ignite what's possible. Lift the lid off of any limitation you have, and just know that what you want absolutely wants you, and anything and everything is 100% possible. It's all possible for you. Thank you, Les Brown. We send you kisses wherever you are. We pray for you. We pray for your family. We pray for everything that you've done for us and the many millions of people across the planet. This book is for you. This book is for the people who love you. We love you. The authors, this book is for you. This is for the people who love you. And thank you so much for everything. My family, thank you to my kids, Georgia, Lydia, and Adoni, who have let mom be MIA for days, months, in fact. And I just want to say thank you to all of it. Merry Christmas, everyone. Have a beautiful holiday, and we can't wait to see you in 2022. Blessings, everyone. Take care.
Hey, guys.
Got to be hungry deep inside of you, a spark of greatness, a hunger, that special part of you, to be the voice that says there's gotta be a better way. Don't wait for tomorrow. The hunger is inside of you today. You must be willing to do the things today that others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow that others won't have. You got to feel the hunger deep inside of you, a spark of greatness, a hunger, that special part of you, to be the voice that says there's gotta be a better way. Don't wait for tomorrow. The hunger is inside of you today. You got to go all out in pursuit of your dreams, 'cause it will pay off. You are more powerful than you think you are. You gotta go for it. You gotta ignite the hunger deep inside of you. A spark of greatness, a hunger that's special part of you. To be the voice that says, you know there's a better way. Looking for tomorrow. The hunger is inside of you today. I've got the hunger. I've got the hunger. I've got the hunger. Yes, I have. I got the hunger. Oh, I got the hunger. I got the hunger. I got the hunger. I got the hunger. Hunger. Yeah, hunger. Come on, y'all. Hunger. Hey, hunger.